Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started. So we will call this meeting back from our recess. And so we do have our presentation now from the Sheriff's Department. And Sheriff Fanshaw and Chief Burchett, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Great. Good afternoon. I'm glad y'all got something to eat. We're going to move through this, certainly the first part of it. Chief Deputy Burchett is going to move through it pretty quickly, but that doesn't mean, question-wise or anything else. It's just, it's a budget overview and also a review of our operations over the past year and just some background information. So I'll let her take it from here.
So, yes, as Sheriff said, I just kind of want to go over a high level of the many operations that our office is responsible for, just to see what our continuation budget pays for before we get into the other asks that we'll have at the end. So just a high level year in review. One of the things that's most important to us is to be proactive in going after perpetrators of crime. Obviously, major crimes, violent crime, very much a concern to our citizens. Fortunately, we have a very low crime rate here in Cabarrus County, but that's not going to stop us from being proactive in going after these perpetrators and holding them accountable, especially when we talk about victimizations of children, the defrauding of our elderly. So that is where we concentrate much of our proactive efforts. We continue to target high-level drug dealers, as well as we start at the low level, work our way up to the high level. We want to take as many of the dangerous substances off the street as possible. Later on, you'll see some stats about how much we've taken off the street, but that is going to continue to be a priority of our agency, continuing to take these dangerous substances off the street. One of the major developments in the past probably 15 years in law enforcement has been the need for computer forensics, because every crime that's committed, there is now a nexus to a phone, a smart tablet, a computer, and if we do not have the ability to examine these devices, we don't have the ability to investigate crime. So we have to continue to keep our training up and make sure that our lab has what it needs to be able to effectively investigate these crimes that use these devices. Of course, year after year, our citizens give us the feedback, and I think we all feel the same, that the protection of our children is always going to be a priority. Therefore, our Youth Development Division, which contains, of course, our school resource officers, is going to be a priority, continuing to keep an officer in every school and be proactive in those relationships, those investigations, that information sharing, which is essential in keeping our kids safe. We've also continued to operate our Traffic Enforcement and Education Unit. This is basically a state grant that we started over 6 years ago now. We've continued to re-up it, but we used statistics that looked at our high crash intersections, our high crash roads, and specifically the areas where our young drivers were getting into accidents, which we were ranked too high in that area. So our Traffic Enforcement and Education Unit goes out, they target areas of concern, and they go out to the schools and work with our young people to keep them safe. We also got a state grant to put up a human trafficking unit. Again, that goes back to bullet number 1, talking about going after the perpetrators of crimes against our children. All too often, our kids are victimized by those online, and we take a very proactive approach with this. We do operations fairly regular to make sure that we're getting these perpetrators off the street and away from our children. We also continue to make sure that in our detention center, which is a major part of our responsibility, that we do provide programs for our inmates. We want to make sure that if there are people that want to make changes in their life, become productive in society, that we give them the tools and the ability, the resources to stand up and be productive members of society. And we were able to partner with, the county in using our opioid recovery monies to stand up our MAT program to deal with addiction and the fact that so much of our addiction is related to crime in the community. So we continue to put resources into our programs. Our wellness program, another state grant. This is about caring for those that care for our community, meaning caring for our officers. As we talked about in the past, when I've been before you, law enforcement officers experience trauma at a far greater rate than the average citizen, and therefore we have to make sure we take care of our officers so they can continue to do their job and that they have good quality of life while they're working and after when they retire. So that is also a priority. And then we have our real-time information center, and this has been a project going on over 5-6 years now that we've had to build, but really it's a video wall. It enables our telecommunicators to see real-time what's happening when crime's reported, when our officers are on the scene, when we are involved in high-risk situations, and that allows us to deploy the resources that are needed to try to resolve the situation as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. And it's a very, very important tool that we continue to build. And we've been able to do it in a way that it hasn't been one big financial ask at one time. We've been able to build it over time, and we continue to grow it. And then finally, one other thing, of course, we were, in our response to the mountains during Hurricane Helene, of course, we were able to recover some FEMA monies. We're still in the process for some of that, but that it should be about $200,000 that we get in reimbursement to help recover some of the monies for the resources that we sent. Now, just to give you a brief overview of our organizational chart, of course, Sheriff Shaw and then myself, we oversee and work with our administration. We have 6 administrative captains that oversee major parts of our agency, starting with field operations that oversee patrol, detectives, our crime reduction unit, which I'll show that more. We lump these divisions together for, typically they work together more. It is our intent to always have all of our divisions work together to be more efficient. But that way we can have captains that understand the divisions that they oversee. Our administrative captain, they oversee hiring, recruiting, training, which is an essential part of what we do. It's both state mandated and required to make sure that we're good at our job, to make sure that we can respond properly at any situation that calls upon us. Our civil and records division, responsible for a lot of our permits, our concealed carry permits, all of our incident reports, reporting to the state, and then of course our civil division, the service of the many different processes that come through our agency. And then courthouse security, all state mandated positions. Our detention center captain has a large responsibility between housing, booking, visitation, and our programs. Very high priority what they do there, and it takes a lot to go into keeping our facility safe and secure at all times. Now, our government services division, we touched on our school resource officers. Our communications division falls under that, animal control, animal shelter, and government security, which of course respond to our government facilities that may fall within city limits or outside of. They are responsible for patrolling and responding to the different buildings out throughout the county. Our professional standards captain, of course, which oversees the many public records requests, and our, of course, internal administrative affairs, very important. And then finally, our Harrisburg division, which is a growing division. I have this slide up here because a lot of people don't necessarily understand the total ground that we cover, 360 square miles that we are responsible for covering. Our patrol divisions are responsible for all of the blue areas there, not just patrol, but investigations. And then the cities, Concord, Kannapolis, Locust, our civil division and our animal control division and our government security divisions work within those areas as well. But if you're looking at the far northeast part of our county, if we have a unit up there and we have one all the way down below south of Midland, if that officer needs backup, their backup might be coming from that far away. And our patrol divisions have a large area to cover in not only responding to calls, but patrolling neighborhoods, doing speed enforcement, that type of thing. It's a large area to cover, and that is why we very much have to divide up the responsibilities of all of our officers, which you'll see a little bit more. Now, this list of units here, this is our primary assignment divisions. Of course, patrol is often the most visible. They're the ones responding to emergency and non-emergency calls out there in the patrol cars. Our crime reduction unit, they are our most proactive road unit. They are out there in marked vehicles and uniforms. They're working with both detectives and patrol to target areas of concern. If we know that there's a particular area where there's drug sales, a neighborhood under construction that are having houses broken into, appliances stolen, our crime reduction unit is going to work with, they're going to use statistics, they're going to work with our detectives and patrol, and they're going to target those areas to be proactive, try to prevent crime before it ever happens. That's, of course, our best scenario. And they're going to continue to try to remove dangerous criminals from the street. Very important division. Of course, our criminal investigations division, they investigate every type of crime you can think of, from the most serious to down to the property damage, mailbox damage, homicides, and back and forth. Now, we do assign cases out to patrol and crime reduction unit to keep case numbers low, but our detectives, they stay busy. Our vice and narcotics, I dare say, I think they're the best in the state, the most proactive. They get so many, you'll be blown away by some of the stats you'll see here shortly, how much drugs they get off the street and how many drug dealers they hold accountable. Our crime scene division, of course, they work in conjunction with our detectives. They come out and basically process the crime scenes to help us solve the incidents we respond to and prepare for prosecution in court. Communications essential to what we do, our 911 call takers, our dispatchers, and our real-time information center. Our training division, as I mentioned earlier, we have state mandated training. We have to, at the base level, we have to do to become officers and then to remain officers in service that's put out by the state that we have to take. But then on top of that, we want to make sure that we have the best of the best. So we have leadership training that we put on in-house to save money. We have specialty team training. We have, we look at incidents and how our officers respond, and we see if there is an area that we have to work on, and we come up with very important training to make sure that we have, the best response possible. Our records and civil, I mentioned that earlier. Our youth division, I mentioned that earlier. I think I talked about all of these. Of course, animal control and animal shelter. I think most people know that our animal control division, they're sworn officers. It's very important to help us enforce our animal control ordinances, but also that's another sworn officer that can respond in emergency situations as well. That ensures that we have officers closer to these incidents and that we have backup for our officers that are out there, and that helps us have a quicker response, has some more sworn officers out in the street, and they have a very important primary duty as well with their animal control duties. And then our community division, or our community engagement division, We put on some very important programming from our National Night Out, our Coffee with a Cop, our Citizens Academy, to make sure that we are engaging with our citizens, that we are partnering with our citizens, and they understand what it is that we do, and we can work together to keep our county safe.
One of the things that was up there on the previous slide was SRO. That stands for Sex Offender Registry. In North Carolina, sheriffs are tasked with maintaining the sex offender registry within their county. So we have right around 400 sex offenders in Cabarrus County. So that group is out checking on them, making sure they're where they're supposed to be, and that they're not where they're not supposed to be. So very important function there that we're required to do as well.
They'll actually spend time out at the fair, making sure that their registered offenders are not spending time in the child area, that type of thing. Over the summer, our school resource officers work with them so that they know what registered offenders are close to their schools, and they can be on the lookout for them. So again, it's another area where we try to be very proactive. This slide shows our specialty units, which is really a secondary assignment. We're, of course, not large enough. We are a mid-sized sheriff's office, edging towards large, but we don't have the need for a full-time SWAT or SRT team or some of these other teams. So these are secondary assignments that our, it could be a patrol officer, it could be a school resource officer, it could be a civil officer, whatever it may be. They are assigned to these teams, usually based on assessments and tryouts and their abilities and their specialties, and they're assigned to these teams, and these are very important, like our special response team. Anytime we have a barricaded subject, anytime we have a high-risk search warrant, that those high-risk situations, we want the highest trained officers with the best equipment responding so that we can, the whole intent is to preserve life, and typically the response with the special response team shows the greatest restraint, but the best outcomes. Our civil emergency response teams, we have a need for this. It's basically large numbers. Again, special training, special equipment. If there is civil unrest, people doing, of course, if someone's going to protest civilly, not a problem. But when we start damaging property and we start hurting individuals, then our teams are going to step in and make sure we're going to keep control of the situation. Our critical incident stress management team, that goes back to our wellness program we talked about earlier, making sure that we're caring for our employees that are responding to these traumatic situations to make sure they have the care they need so that they can be resilient and return to work and continue to do their job. Our special vehicle response team, a very important team. If we have a missing child, really anyone that's missing, but our high risk citizens are very important. We have often enough special needs children that may leave their home or the school. We've learned over time so many of them go straight to water, so it's essential that we get our team out there right away, get boots on the ground. And these are highly trained individuals that have the man tracking training, and they have the resources they need to get these individuals home safely. Very important team. Our crisis negotiation team, very important team. Of course, all of our employees are trained in de-escalation. It's essential, and there's a certain amount of negotiation that all of our officers, employees have to do, but our crisis negotiation team, they're going to respond again to those barricaded subjects. All too often you hear about it being a hostage situation, which is possible. It happens sometimes, but it's more likely going to be an individual in crisis. It could be for mental health reasons. Again, it could be addiction. It could be any number of reasons, someone being evicted or that type of thing. Our crisis negotiators respond and de-escalate by listening and talking them out, and again, having a resolution that hopefully does not end in violence. Our K-9 team, that's really the one full-time position in here, but it's still a secondary duty because they're part of our patrol division. But our K-9 team is so important in our operations, again, searching for high-risk individuals, searching for the, the vulnerable, but also responding to violent individuals. So our K-9 team is very, very important. And of course, we also have 2 IED dogs, very important when we have the bomb threats at schools, in the courthouse, that type of thing, to be able to clear in a safe way, in a quicker manner, to try to disrupt education and other services as quick as possible. Lake enforcement, that's our contract with WASAC at the reservoirs. Our bomb squad, very important. These are individuals that are certified through an FBI school. Again, very important. They respond to both these threats. Also, more often than you'd think, we have individuals that find dynamite and/or grenades in an elderly family member's basement, that type of thing. We'll come and render it safe. And of course, some of our large-scale events, such as races, that type of thing, or if we have political candidates coming to the area, they may be needed. So very important. Our motor unit, they do traffic enforcement, but they also do escorts and that type of thing. Funerals, very important. Our honor guard for ceremonial reasons. Our drone program is something that is relatively new, but we've had for several years now. But this also helps with a quick response. We have different types of drones. Some of them are a little bit smaller that we can deploy, right from a patrol officer's trunk to, a larger drone that we can get out there, again, for missing subjects, for wanted subjects, for jump and runs, that type of thing. Also gives us some intel if we are working a high-risk situation or even a large-scale event. We can get, have some eyes in the sky to kind of help us respond safely. We do. We found it wasn't super successful. It was more just the clarity of it, that type of thing.
Indeed, more on the clarity of the water. I mean, it's no different than the human eye. If the water is murky and dirty, you're going to have to be almost on top of something to find it. But again, it's a tool on the tool belt that sometimes it's going to be successful. But the drones have been incredible in helping us locate folks, and just the ability now to deploy them. We can even fly them into a house. They're small, they're accurate, and they help. And we also leverage that against if other county departments need some assistance, some photography done, those types of things. We're also, an interesting thing we do is we use the drone to do radio tower inspections, to where we go up and make sure we've got an accurate count of who's on our radio towers, those types of things, so that saves money. So it works extremely well. I mean, in law enforcement today, you really can't operate without a drone program, so.
And I figure y'all weren't quite ready to get us a helicopter yet. So.
It's a lot cheaper than a helicopter.
Yes. Our polygraphist, basically, our polygraph program is very strong in our hiring process. It's something that we use. We need to make sure that we have the best of the best, and of course, criminal investigations as well. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This just shows our field operations data from our response times. It's something y'all have in front of you, and of course is online. The number of calls that we've been dispatched to. It's broken down by the 3 towns that we contract with: Mount Pleasant, Harrisburg, and Midland, and then everything else basically. But we also have our numbers of concealed permit requests and numbers issued, as well as the numbers of civil papers that are served every day, which is a statutory requirement of our agency and something that we spend a good bit of time on as well. That also includes our protective orders, our evictions, and some of the service of these papers can also be high risk.
One thing I'm most proud of, if you add up all the self-initiated in a year, my deputies self-initiate on over 98,000 calls.
Well, I was going to ask on that previous, that's nothing but being proactive, correct?
That
They're
is
out
correct.
there, they're seeing it.
They're not necessarily, they're not dispatched. That's them taking a self-initiated action. It could be a residence check, a business check, a suspicious person, a vehicle stop, those types of things. So, I mean, That's where you're getting your value out of them. Yes, we have to answer 911 calls, but the fact that 100,000, calls for service or self-initiated services are going on is pretty incredible.
These are reported crimes, and part one is typically your higher level, your homicides, your aggravated assaults, all the way down to your little bit more violent property crime, your larcenies, your motor vehicle larcenies, and then part two are a little bit arguably less serious, but that does include the, things like narcotics investigations and that type of thing as well. But these are the number of incident reports that we take in both part one and part two crimes. Again, our crime rate is relatively low. There is crime out there, obviously, but I think we both take pride in the fact that the proactive work that we do and the work that we do with our DA's office to hold them accountable, I think it goes far. We still have, when a criminal from Mecklenburg County realizes they're in Cabarrus County, they're not happy. They're upset because they know that they're going to be held accountable. These are more statistics, again, that just breaks down the type of crimes. I'm not going to go through all of them. You have them in front of you, but it just kind of shows you what it is that we're responding to. Some of them are, of course, a good number of them are, them making the call, and much of it is also self-initiated. This is what I was referring to earlier as far as our vice and narcotics, the work that they do. If you look on the left down to where controlled substances is highlighted, those are the amount, the grams of the different type of drugs that have been seized and pulled off the street. The dollar value is, not as important to us as just getting the drugs off the street. So Schedule 1 is going to be your cocaine. If it's going to be basically, typically goes from Schedule 1's the most addictive, thought to be one of the more dangerous, down to Schedule 6, which is going to be your marijuana. But our vice narcotics folks, they work so well with other entities, but they're leading the way, and they are doing high-level work. I think you saw a couple of our press releases, just, the sheer amounts of fentanyl they're getting off the street, and I think everyone knows the damage that does. Your methamphetamine, getting that off the street. One of the newest things we're seeing is something called 2C, which is basically a drug where they just put everything you can think of into it. It can be a tranquilizer with cocaine. It can be methamphetamine with cocaine and fentanyl. It's just a cocktail, and our young people sadly are purchasing this, and we're getting more and more of this off the street, being very proactive with it. So couldn't be more proud of the work that they do. They work together. As you see, our crime reduction unit is up there as well, because they work closely together. Our patrol works with them, and we will continue to get these drugs off the street and hold these offenders accountable. As spoke of earlier, I'm just going to go over some highlights of our youth development program, but these are our school resource officers, and these officers, we don't put school resource officers in schools as punishment. We put them in schools because they have a passion for working with young people. They truly believe in what they do. They build relationships with young people. Some of the young people that don't have great relationships at home or don't have a great family life, and they put their lives on the line every day to keep our children safe, and couldn't be more proud of them. One of the programs that they take place in, it's a statewide program that basically is almost like a clearing center of information. As we see, like sometimes if there is some type of threat that happens, that could be in Concord, California, with social media, it makes its way over to us. Or it could be that there is a threat that was at Mount Pleasant High School, and before you know it, every high school in the county is disrupted. Every school in the county is disrupted. So this is basically information sharing. It helps us process this information. It helps us realize quicker what's a real threat and what's not. We're always going to take every threat serious, but it helps us vet every threat, every trend that's out there. We share information, and we basically try to lower the amount of disruption at our school while keeping our kids as safe as possible. And I think it's a very important part of what our folks do. Anything you want to add? There's the statistics basically
Yeah.
on the types of things that they respond to. It's not going to be your typical incident report that we would take always. Sometimes there are reportable offenses that happen there, but a lot of times it's just, as they call it, an SRO assist. And they're going and, they're counseling with the student. They are preventing a fight from happening. They're doing any number of things, but very, very important work that they do every day.
Yeah, I think that's for me, it's the biggest takeaway is that, the admin assist, the counseling, the mentoring, those types of things are the big numbers. And the actual, crimes and threats and those types of things are lower numbers. And I think it's because they're being proactive with the school, working with the school administration and making sure that they're playing a vital role. Here in Cabarrus County, I know Mr. Kopicki, gave great praise to us, but it goes both ways. Our SROs work with our principals exceptionally well. They're a welcome part of the staff. So I think it's incredible that they do the work they're doing, and we're paring down those actual crimes and events that are happening in the school environment. Keeps everything safe.
And they still teach DARE. They also host 3 summer camps. And again, it's about kind of building relationships, especially with high-risk students, but also partnering, sometimes building relationships with our students that don't have great home lives with others that do, so that they can build relationships as well. So that's a very important part of what they do. Our animal shelter program, or our just animal shelter in general. There's some data there from some things that we continue to work on, our rabies and microchip clinic, trying to get as many, we would hope that every pet owner out there is going to be a responsible pet owner, but some need some education and some help, and sometimes some resources. So it's a program we continue to run to try to make sure that we are getting our animal population vaccinated as needed. Our adoption program, very, very important part of what our folks do out at the shelter, working with different groups, animal protection groups in the community, different other resources that we can to try to adopt out as many of these animals as possible, to have a happy outcome for these animals that are running loose. We do continue to have, limited space. They do a great job. One of the things that they've had to work on is, if there is some type of sickness that comes into the shelter, we can physically separate the animals, but our HVAC system is pretty much the same throughout. So they have to always combat the quick spread so that we're not losing an entire shelter population of animals to sickness. They do a great job with it, but it's a challenge that they continue to work towards, and they try to be very proactive with it, of course, in what they do. So I'm very proud of what our folks do out at the animal shelter. It's not easy work. Oftentimes, like I said, our less responsible pet owners oftentimes leave their bad decisions on our staff's, storefront. But they do a great job in trying to care for these animals and finding a good home for them. These are just some numbers that you can look at your own. Again, the number of animals that we've taken in and adopted, both cats and dogs, of course. And every once in a while, there's some other interesting
Well,
animals.
one thing I will say, in the staffing side, we're in great shape. We've got some really good people that work in the animal shelter. Our biggest challenge is what's called a veterinarian med tech, to obviously do some things in the shelter versus paying for a veterinarian to do those services. And of course, we're competing with the veterinarian offices. So it's a challenge in trying to meet that. And so that those vacancies rotate around. It's frustrating. We get them trained up to go take another higher paying job is basically what happens. So, but we're continuing to look at things and see what we can do in that area, so.
Okay, I'm going to take a closer look at our detention center now. Some of the things that we have built over the last couple of years is our in-house behavioral health team. We have a wonderful relationship with CHA, and it was a model that we had to kind of work with and tweak over a couple of years, but we've got a great system now. And what this is, obviously, it's not just getting services to our inmates. We also have what's called a special watch. It's basically a requirement by the state that if during intake, if they indicate any type of suicidal ideation, if there's any type of historic ideation like this, if there's other mental health issues, if there's other concerns, these individuals have to stay on special watch, which means that there's greater time that our staff has to spend keeping eyes on them. Of course, our whole goal is to keep our inmate population and our employees safe. So our in-house behavioral health team, because we have them in-house, we are able to process them quicker, get them, basically get them classified into the right place at the right time, and make sure that if they don't need to be on special watch, we can move them off and put them on with the regular general population. They also work very closely with our MAT program, as I spoke to earlier, the medicated assisted treatment, to try to get people through addiction and get them services, and then partner with CHA, our community paramedics, in trying to have a warm handoff so that hopefully it's not as much of a revolving door. We can get people the resources that they need and hopefully back to being productive and on their feet and outside of our detention center. Staffing, because of our salary study a couple years ago, we were able to cut our vacancies in half, actually more than half. And that meant, so our detention center was on mandatory overtime for 6 years, which was obviously a financial drain. Also, really, morale was low. And don't get me wrong, there were some employees that were like, yep, let me get as much overtime as possible. I need it for my, to take care of my family. But the vast majority, it was, a strain on them. And with this salary study, we were able to cut our overtime greatly. The hours, if you look at the number of hours from FY24 to FY25 down to FY26, the first 2 quarters, it has dropped dramatically, which was very important, just not just financially, but also just morale for the agency. It's very important. Some other detention budget factors. As Raj talked to about yesterday, our food contract with Skillet Kitchen, which is also Kimball's. You've probably seen that before, but basically there is, and this is pretty typical, but there's an increase in the contract, and that's just based on what the economy is doing and what that cost is. So that's pretty normal that we have an increase in our budget from year to year for our food contract. But the other implication is, as we're going to talk about in more detail, is as our inmate population grows, our food contract, our food budget has to grow. Same with that next bullet there, our inmate medical contract. We contract with Southern Health Partners, and historically, as long as I've seen any data, our threshold for the number of employees for our contract, it's been anything under 400 inmates. Everything above 400, you have to pay a $2.62 per diem per day per inmate, which adds up quickly. And we have been over 400 for the vast majority of all of FY26 and part of FY25. So not only is there a 4% increase, but one of the things that we have since changed for FY '27 that happened after I did this PowerPoint was that we increased that threshold for the daily inmate population up to 430, so that we're not paying that per diem. We did dollars to dollars, and it made much more sense to change that in the contract. So that will just be a better way of addressing that. Another factor that greatly impacts our detention center budget is what's called our cost pool budget. And what this is, our contract with Southern Health Partners covers $5,000 in medical care per inmate. Anything above that is paid for out of our cost pool budget line item. And that's vastly unpredictable. We just don't know from year to year. Last year, we were well above budget. This year, we're well above budget already. And it can be just one very sick inmate that comes in. We had an inmate that had serious heart problems, was on basically a transplant list, that type of thing. Those costs add up, and we're responsible for paying for them. So we did, met with Kelly, met with Doug, met with John Bradley, helped a great deal, and we looked at what's called a catastrophic inmate insurance policy. And right now, between the deductible and the, basically the threshold and the cost of it annually, it didn't make sense right now. So we're trying to find other ways to manage this, but it's just unpredictable. We can't tell you from day to day if there's going to be an inmate with a major health problem or not, and it's something we're responsible for.
It's rare that an inmate comes into the jail that doesn't have a health problem. To be honest with you, we're at the hospital weekly. That means we have to keep an officer there with that inmate at the hospital while they're there. And so some of them can come in with significant undiagnosed medical issues that present themselves once they're incarcerated. And it can be as simple as high blood pressure. You don't know it. You come in here and the nurse does a quick check of vitals and sees that the blood pressure is through the roof. So we've got to do something because, we're doing everything we can to prevent deaths in the jail. We don't want that. Obviously, nobody does. They're in our care and custody. It's something I take very seriously. Things that I can tell you that we do before an inmate is allowed to be placed in our jail. If there's any obvious trauma, injury, those types of things, the arresting agency is required to carry them to the emergency room before they come into our custody, which means before they become a ward of the county, okay, and have it taken care of, and a doctor clears them to be placed in our facility. So it's a stabilization thing to make sure we're not getting somebody that's going to potentially pass on us in the next 3 or 4 hours, or needs immediate major medical care that should be. Not to get too complicated, but with Irena's law, our ability to get people out of the detention center is a lot more difficult now than it used to be. Health could be a factor that played in. We can't do that as much as we used to because of the law that was passed that restricts certain people with certain records to remain in jail. So whether they've got health problems or not, they remain in jail. We have some alternatives, but they're not cheap. We can send them to safekeeping, which is a prison hospital, if they have unique things. We scrub our medical bills. We have 2 different groups that scrub our medical bills and produce significant savings so that we're not just getting the first pass, bill from Wake Med in Raleigh, and they're reducing those costs significantly. But it's a challenge and we can only send 2 inmates to safekeeping at a time. So we have to negotiate that because there's 200 beds for 100 sheriff's offices. And so it's definitely a challenge when you look at this, and there's roadblocks every which way you turn. We recently had an inmate that was significantly overweight. We did not have a place for him to be able to sleep. He had medical issues, those types of things, and we we literally reached out to the Secretary of Department of Adult Corrections to beg and plead because they didn't have a bed. But within about 12 hours, they were able to place that gentleman into safekeeping so that we could continue to manage. We just didn't have a facility to handle someone that weighed 600 pounds. So, we run into some unique situations in that.
So on that, I'm sorry, I may have misheard you. I thought you said you did not decide ultimately to go with the catastrophic medical?
Correct. It did not,
Okay.
Between, I think the discussion basically ended up being between the premium for the insurance and the thresholds. When you looked at the money, there was not much difference. The other thing I will tell you is we'll have years where our medical costs for our cost pool might just be $100,000. But we might have a year that'll be 1.2 million. And when we look back at the data, I think most recently, the most recent data, we weren't meeting the threshold for the insurance to kick in. We would have still had to pay that out of pocket ourselves before the catastrophic would kick in, but we're paying it it's a lot more expensive than
and the
car insurance, let me put it that
deductible
way.
is also per inmate as well, so it's still,
Yeah,
you may meet it on one, and then John Bradley did a great job in
Absolutely.
vetting a lot of this, and it just did not make sense at this point.
So I should mark it, you decided not to.
Correct.
yes,
Yep.
that process has happened in the past few weeks.
Yes,
Okay.
that was something, we really just vetted this, and it was after I had forwarded this presentation. Another consideration for detention budget is our juvenile justice bill. Ever since raise the age legislation, basically, where we have moved, it used to be that we housed 16 and 17-year-old offenders in the county jail. That changed, and if you are under 18, you are housed in a state juvenile detention facility. However, that means that the county is responsible for paying to house them. And this past fiscal year, it has increased greatly. As you know, juvenile violence has gone up everywhere, including here, and it's an area that we're addressing. But we have averaged $70,000 per month for that bill in the first 2 quarters of FY '26. So that budget line item had to increase greatly.
So you're saying the Bears County Juvenile Justice Mechanism were on the hook for all these
So
state facilities?
it depends on where the crime took place. So it doesn't matter if Concord or Kannapolis charged them, the county's paying for them to house them. And
But it's not where the juvenile resides.
correct.
County's
It's where the crime is committed. Yes. Yes.
Right, and with the raise the age, juvenile crime has gone up. We know that across North Carolina. And so those numbers have increased. So you went from a situation where you were maintaining a detention facility and juveniles were able to come in there and your daily cost was not going up, right? Because you had the capacity. So when we were no longer able to keep them, they went to the state facility, and the state, when passing the law, said the cost will be passed on to the county in the form of reimbursement. So we get a bill based on the number of county residents that are in the juvenile detention center, state juvenile detention center, which we have no control over. I mean, it could be that the sheriff's office didn't arrest one or have one juvenile detained, but Concord and Kannapolis did. It's still a county responsibility mandated by the state. So
So the state said you couldn't keep them here anymore,
that's correct.
but we still got to pay for it.
That's correct.
And it's their bill, and it costs us more.
Right. We pay that bill directly to juvenile justice.
I'm hearing a lot of that.
Yes. It's an unfunded state mandate.
And that's sort of like arena law. I mean, it's their mandate, but they didn't provide funds for these additional holding.
That's
capacities.
exactly right of what's, and we're actually going to touch on that a little bit here in
okay.
just a second too. It's,
Yep, that's exactly where I want to move on to, basically, is the fact that our inmate population has grown dramatically in the past year. As I said before, it was rare if we got near 400. And today, our population is at 443. Yesterday, it was at 450. And we have the space. We do not have the detention officers to open new pods currently. So that's the ask. I know you've heard of this before, but basically to open a new pod, that requires 16 detention officers to safely run that. And just to understand that a little bit, and as I said, our average inmate population has gone up. We've gone as high as 480. That means that inmates are sleeping on the floor. We basically buy these boat beds, and that decreases safety. Our most recent officer assault happened in a pod that had 5 inmates sleeping on the floor, and it just it's not a good way to run things, and it could eventually lead to the state stepping in and saying you have to do something if we don't open a new pod. And
The only place these portable beds, the only place we can put them is in a larger day room, if you will, where we're letting inmates out on their mandated time out of their cells. And so now we're increasing the number of inmates that are out and around the detention officers. So this week, we had 43 in portable beds, to give you some idea. And so it adds a security risk because typically we would have only 12 inmates out at one time, to control the environment. Now, the good side of this, if we're looking for the silver lining, is we're not having to build a building, right? Which so many other counties across North Carolina are. Our building has that capacity of 665, and it has the ability, hopefully way in the future, to be added on to the back of it. It was built with that very purpose behind it. But we're not staffed based on the staffing study that was done in 2012. We were staffed then at about 403. By the time you go through, and we have a slide about classification, but to kind of simplify that really quick is, if you got 500 beds, first thing you got to do is separate the women from the men, right? And if a pod holds 94 people, but you only have 70 women, you can't put 24 men in those beds. They just sit there, right? So you also have folks that have to be segregated because they're co-defendants in homicide trials, or they have severe mental illness. A number of, they may need to be quarantined based on COVID that we're still dealing with. And you throw in suicide watch, special watch, it diminishes the number of available beds, which puts us down to about 400 based on the current staffing. So even though we might be staffed at, where we've got 473 beds, we've only got 400 available once we do all this classification and that type of thing. So opening that new pod will provide us with that capacity for a while. It's also a thing that the state is going to let us, and they understand ups and downs of inmate population, right? But sooner or later, they come in, as they have in many places, because we get the phone calls every week. I can tell you, we got a request from Nash County. We got a request from Anson County. We've serviced multiple counties to include Union and others. Do you have any bed space? We're overcrowded. And we shop bed space. The going rate, so I can give you the other part of this argument, is the going rate, and it's what we charge if we house folks, is $70 a day. So if you take 10 inmates, because you're told to reduce that by the state, then that's $700 a day for as long as they're at that other jail. So it adds up very, very quickly. And that's part of it, is if you can avoid getting in that situation where not to mention transportation cost, getting them back and forth for court, medical cost is still on us. Medical, a lot of times they want you to come get them, get the medical taken care of, and then you can bring them back. So it adds a incredible burden on some of these agencies. Just to give you that full picture of it, it's based on sheer numbers.
Just to clarify because you've probably seen some of the revenues where we are taking on some revenues from housing inmates. They're females because we typically have room in our female pod. We'll house female inmates from other jurisdictions, and then our revenues will be that $70 per day per inmate.
So we do that when we can, because it offsets the cost of the detention center. So if we've got, and we know what our typical average is, and we can safely house 10 female, we'll do that and pick up that $700 a day to go back. And it all goes back to the general fund to be allocated as it needs to be.
And I was just going to point out, the bottom row of that graph there shows that average daily inmate population, FY '23 was 321, '24 was 344, FY '25, 396, and year-to-date average is 406. Like I said, today we're at 443, so.
Do you get any funding for those ICE detainees?
Yes, that's anytime our funding becomes eligible once their case is adjudicated in state court, and we contact ICE and say, okay, we're honoring your detainer, they're ready for pickup by you. We are able to hold that based on an agreement that we have with ICE. We can hold that individual for 3 days for ICE to come pick them up. Whether it's 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, they reimburse us at a rate that covers more than the cost of what it costs to keep them, obviously. It's higher than that $70 a rate, a day rate. And so it generates some revenue. It's not like a tremendous amount of revenue, but because being out of Charlotte, they're here very quickly. So typically they're here within 24 hours. So every one of those ICE detainees you see, probably we're reimbursed for 1 day of holding them 1 extra day, which is the whole reason for the
So
reimbursement.
it's not a big loss. It's not a loss leader.
No, absolutely not, because we still have to maintain that inmate until their trial and court is done. It's that period after they're completed that is providing that additional stress on the jail. But it's, like I said, most of the time it's, until recently, it's been in the same day.
Did y'all figure out that $70 a day that you charge? Is that what you estimate it costs you, or?
So it's actually above that now because, so the state, there's a state misdemeanor program where now misdemeanor post disposition are held at county jails as well. And basically that rate is lower. It's $40 a day.
Yeah.
We started realizing, now it costs us a little bit more between food and, now the state does reimburse for medical and food and that type of thing. But when we're housing from another jurisdiction like this, we're looking at manpower, that type of thing as well, but again, we're not going to, the only time we would accept them is if we have room within that pod, and like I said, it's going to be females right now, but.
Yeah, nobody's happy with the $40 a day rate. Sheriff's wise, we've asked for an increase in that. It's still meeting the cost of housing an inmate, but you can be on that program or off that program, and you're on it to help out other smaller jails and provide some revenue, right? Because you have the space. If you don't have the space, you start pulling back out of the program, and we've done that. We've reduced it significantly. Our point to the legislature is, you're getting to where it's not worth it. Other jails are paying $70 across North Carolina to house their inmates. It's really diminishing returns, if you will, on that.
And I will say the vast majority of the state inmates are Cabarrus County misdemeanor convictions
Yeah.
that we're housing.
Right.
Does that make
Right.
sense?
They are prioritized if they're a resident of the county. And we do that because it keeps them closer to their support group. And that that has an impact on behavior.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to go back to the juvenile justice and raise the age thing. That was passed when I was in the legislature. I fought that thing tooth and nail as hard as I could. And I told them, one thing I told them, I said, you're talking about 15, 16-year-old kids and stuff. I knew better than do that stuff when I was 8 years old. And I think a lot of what probably is behind some of this increase in juvenile offenses is adults pushing these juveniles to do the crime because they won't be punished as severely as the person getting them to do it would be.
I agree with you.
And so I'm wondering, have you had any success in getting those juveniles to tell you who that adult was so you can go after them?
Very, very little, because again, now that they're juveniles, we can't talk with them unless a guardian or an attorney is present and authorizes us to be able to talk to them. So the short answer is no.
Well,
I didn't want to say it that short, but it's because of Miranda, those types of Second Amendment rights that they have, or Fifth Amendment rights as well.
well, I think it's one of the stupidest things our legislature ever did, in my time anyway. And I hate that for you having to deal with it. And if I could go back and repeal that law, I would do it. I don't know that I'll ever go back. I've been tempted sometimes. I only quit in 22-2 because I've promised I wouldn't do but 5 full terms. But there's a lot of stuff going on. I think I will try maybe to talk to our existing legislators and see if they might be willing to approach that. Because that, I think, would be very helpful to you, not to have all these juveniles to deal with when really some adult behind it should be getting punished. And I just think the severity of the crime is more important than how old you are when you do it. So
My
feel for you.
contention, Commissioner Pittman, is juvenile justice is not billing us $40 a day to keep juveniles in a facility. They're billing us significantly more money. So you see what I'm getting at, that an adult's less expensive to take care of, I disagree, versus a juvenile. So there's the disparity in it, and their funding is, there's I think about 8 juvenile facilities currently across the state, and counties all over the state are getting bills of that size.
Well, I want to say, if I've ever heard any complaints about your department, your office, and your officers, it's been from people who's done something wrong. You know, the average citizen I know of in this county, I haven't heard them complain about you. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
But you shouldn't have had this extra burden put on you, and I'm still angry at the legislature for doing it. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So this is the breakdown of adding 16 new detention officers at the average salary with the benefits. But this is not what you're going to see in the budget, because as we talked about, we talked with Rosh and Kelly about adding them in a more realistic way. We're not going to be able to open the pod on July 1. The amount of time it takes to recruit, hire, train, field train, certify, it takes a good bit of time. So what we looked at doing was adding 6 positions in September, 6 in October, and 4 in November. That's still pretty ambitious, because it is, hiring is still, there's a lot that goes into it, and there's so many steps that have to be taken to be able to hire quality candidates. And we have additional, our number of vacancies in DOs currently right now is 6, I believe.
7.
7.
7,
so we
so
started-
we only have 7 vacancies in detention itself. So, we couldn't, there's been discussion about, well, can you open a pod with the existing vacancies? No, we need those vacancies, to maintain our staffing level that we currently have. So that's kind of the short answer. But this did produce, $500,000 in savings on that side, at least this, upcoming fiscal year, To give you some idea, last year, we hired 51 individuals. So a lot of our vacancies, if you see the total number, if you say today I have 27 vacancies, well, I've got 1 in communications, 2 in records, deputies, detention officers, 2 vet techs. It's not standing there, officers on the street, public-facing officers all the time. It could be some other type of thing, but that's the total. So when we look at detention, and when you're constantly having turnover, some people are going to come take that job, and it's 12 hours a day inside a building with inmates, and they're going to change their mind, and they're going to leave. And that's part of it. To be where we are with well below 10% vacancy on the detention staff is incredible. To be honest, if you look around the state, it's incredible. So we're good in that. We just simply can't open another housing unit without additional bodies. That's all it boils down to.
Are you looking to train from ground up, or are you looking to get experience?
Both. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
oftentimes we recruit from state DAC, from other agencies, but it's also, a desirable place for a young person that wants to get into the field. We have career development that they can start in detention and stay there and work their way up in rank, or they can become a deputy and move to other. So it'll be a little bit of everything. Laterals help sometimes, but we still have to take them through all the same hiring processes and training processes. So both, we're open to all of them. And then what we'll have to do with the new pod is get Cabarrus County experienced detention officers to open that pod, so we don't have a pod, 16 brand-new detention officers running a new pod. So we'll house, we'll make sure we spread that experience.
So what is the main driver of the increase in inmates?
There's a couple, okay? Number one that we're just seeing and beginning to track is Irina's Law, which basically took away a written promise or an unsecured bond, okay? So now those individuals are being placed in the detention center and may or may not get out. Some of them are even for lower, let's say a trespass, right? No longer can it be a written promise to appear. They may be given a $200 bond. They may not have the means to make a $200 bond, where before that was handled, they were put back out. So, and not that I disagree with the law, it's just bringing, we do need to keep filing offenders in jail. I mean, we do. But there's always that unintended consequence of anything that's passed. And the good thing is the legislature is open to feedback on it, and I think there'll be some adjustments coming in it. That they did put a stopgap on one criteria that they were going to put in, and when feedback was given, like, well, how's that going to look? They took it out and made it effective December 1 of this year instead of December 1 of 2025. So they're listening. That's a good thing, and being reactive to it. We're coming out of the COVID years. And during COVID, we reached a low of 199 inmates in our jail. We reduced it down that much. A lot of those people are coming back through. Law enforcement engagements were down during COVID, the years of COVID. Probation sentences were down during COVID. All of that has come back. Every bit of it has come back. And then you tie that with population growth. A certain percentage of your population is going to visit your jail at some point or another. So as the population grows, that number grows. Throw in Irina's Law. We're coming back from COVID. We're getting more, as I like to say, law enforcement is back enforcing the law. Because we went through a number of things during COVID, right, that pushed down proactive law enforcement. Proactive law enforcement is back by the demand of the people. And they saw what suppressing law enforcement did in many places around the country. And so those numbers are just naturally coming back. And so it's being impacted by a number of different things.
And I mean, Irina's Law, I mean, I don't think anybody's upset that those people are in jail and staying there. But the bottleneck for you then on the way out is the court systems can't process them fast enough?
It is, it's main, you know, it kind of cut off a lot of mechanisms that could be used if you had a nonviolent offender in your custody, right? Where we could go to the DA's office, maybe move their court date up, that type of thing. It's restricting a lot of that, which there's positives out of that too. But you know, it's requiring us to hold more people than we were. The short answer is. And it's not that we're seeing necessarily a huge uptick in our booking encounters, like the number of people coming to the jail, where we've seen an increase of the number of people that are not being let out of jail. Does that make sense? So if we typically saw 20 people a day, and we usually, it used to be that the magistrates would put 10 of those in jail, now it's like 15. And so that's what magnifies it, based on Irena's law, and based on the guidance they have to follow, that has to be there.
And then in terms of your pod, you said you were COVID quarantine of inmates was still occurring?
We're not doing that as much, but it was an example of how we have to classify somebody. So, you know, we encounter a little bit of everything: TB, bed bugs,
Right.
lice,
Right.
you name it. We've had it, so to speak. So at times, those things even impact and that you can't control.
But that's not occurring anymore.
No, not at any
Not COVID.
significant level. Now, the problem in COVID is we have a medical ward, right, with single cells in that medical ward. So today, we would take somebody positive for COVID and put them in the medical ward. But back when COVID was,
So prevalent.
we couldn't do that because we had other people that needed to be in there. And so we had to create a COVID pod, so to speak, that you went into for 10 days.
I see.
Even just walking in the door, you went into the COVID pod. And then once you were cleared after 10 days, you went into general population. So, but those things begin to impact your classification and your availability of beds.
And one other piece to the increasing population is the state backlog. The state
Yes.
has some DACs that, well, one that's still not operational from Helene.
That's correct.
And so there's backlog if an inmate's being moved to Department of Adult Correction. There's a longer delay, so there's some backlog, sometimes as many as 10 a day.
Right. That means they've been sentenced to state prison.
Sentenced and you can't-
They've been sentenced to state prison. They push them back to us for us to coordinate state prison picking them up. And state prison is saying, we got nowhere to put them. So y'all got to hold on to them. Typically, it's about 2 weeks on every prisoner. Now, they do pay us. They do give us our $40 a day for keeping them.
But not seven.
But we're running anywhere between 14 to 21 daily on backlog. But they did lose a prison out in western North Carolina. It was an 800-bed prison. And they're having staffing shortages. That they've got prison space they can't open because they don't have the correctional officers to work. So like I said, it's a multifaceted,
Yeah.
gives me a headache every day,
Clearly.
just working with it.
Thanks.
Any other questions about the new pod and staffing? Okay, and then the next is basically the safety and security of the new Regional Behavioral Health Center. As we know, this is going to be a 24/7 facility, and we're talking about people that are in crisis that will be coming here, and there is legislation that basically, there's a statute that says that EDs have to have armed law enforcement officers on duty at all times. This facility does not fall under that category, but for the same reasoning, I think that everyone feels that, you know, this is a need. It's not so much a sheriff's office ask, it's more of a county ask, but it's something that, you know, we would be providing. And we currently have an officer assigned to DHHS. We are going to, with Progress Place and this campus really that's going to eventually be in one place with both DHHS and our Behavioral Health Center. We have the need to provide 24/7 coverage. We need to have 5 additional officers to cover that. We are able to pull one officer from another location, from courthouse security, to make it 6. And the reason for this is, obviously, we have 4 squads that cover 24/7. But if you have one person that has to go to training, one person that's sick, one person that's on vacation, that disrupts, and you can't have 12 hours without coverage at that place. So what we'll have is 2 drop-back officers that will work a second shift, which is going to be the more busy time, really. And that way, if they have someone that's out at training, out at, for sickness or whatever it may be, that second shift officer can drop to cover that. So that will provide 24/7 coverage. And it's also, as we said, it's, being that's a campus, one of the things, I don't want to speak for DHHS too much, but one of the things they're seeing an increase in having to take custody of juveniles and not having placement for them, and having to have a secure place to keep the juveniles until they have placement for them. And we try to work with them as far as providing security with patrol and that type of thing, but because that's dependent on calls and them being pulled away and manpower, they will be Child Protective Services will be on this campus, and these officers that will be assigned here can help with coverage and security for that purpose as well.
So I have a question about that. So I think with this behavioral health center, it's a regional behavioral health center, right? So we're not having just Cabarrus County residents that are going to be at this behavioral health center.
Correct.
In fact, they can't even guarantee that if they came there, that we would even have room if they were a Cabarrus County resident, because we're getting them from MEC and everywhere else. I know that the state offered and paid monies to have this behavioral health center built. But of course, when you have anything like this, that's a regional behavioral health center, there's taxpayers are going to be on the hook for having to pay for the security of this facility. Is there any way that we can get money from the state, because this is a regional behavioral health center, or monies from other counties to help with security?
Dr. Pugh, we talked about some of the, do you want to speak to the?
Yeah, so we talk, because human services will be housed on the same campus, we will be able to seek reimbursement for some of the 5 officers that they are requesting. So I think the calculation that we determined is that for 2 of the offers, we should be able to seek or request 50% reimbursement. The other 3, I think we calculated
25%.
25%. So for any operations that are directly related to social services, we can seek reimbursement. So that helps absorb the cost a little bit. That doesn't answer your question in terms of whether or not we've asked the state for any support, and we have not done that. But if that's something that you would like us to do, we could certainly entertain that.
Sure.
I think so. Yeah, any money that we can get reimbursed as a county that taxpayers don't have to do to pay for this, I think that would be the best option.
And Madam Chair, the one thing I would, this is, again, one of those things that's a very complex situation. So for my right at 40 years in law enforcement, we've been transporting people to other county facilities in other counties. I mean, it's, the beds all go into one big system. And theoretically, you could have, and I've seen it many, many times, we have a Cabarrus County car heading down Highway 74 to New Hanover County. And New Hanover County's got a car coming to not our county, but up our direction, western North Carolina. So it is complex. I agree. I think asking, even through our legislative delegation, is to say, can we get an earmark? Can we get something to get this off the ground? It's important, but it is, to the average person, it makes no sense the way it's done. You would at least think we'd stop on the side of the road and hand off each other, but we can't even do that. But it will, I guess the way I look at it, you're right, you're 100% right. There will not always be a bed there for Cabarrus County, but there will be some beds sometime for Cabarrus County, is the way I try and look at that positive, that there's going to be some of our officers that don't have to travel to western North Carolina or eastern North Carolina, or even just up to Winston-Salem. That's a facility we go to all the time, is in Winston-Salem. So,
And the one thing
It
I
is.
would say with absolute certainty is that there is a need for more resources for mental
Absolutely.
health. We deal with it all the time. We are expected to come into a home that's in crisis and try to solve a problem in 30 seconds. It's been going on for years and years. There's a need for resources, and it doesn't mean that we're the only ones that should be responsible for providing them, but got to start somewhere. And there's, I mean, our officers are very much involved in these, these situations. It's young people, it's adults, but it's growing with young people and the need for mental health resources. And he's exactly right. The location does help a little bit when we're talking about from the ER, the ED to there. But it is something that we see every single day.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that. All I'm saying is if we can get some extra money,
absolutely.
we're going to ask for it. Just to make sure we got it covered.
Absolutely, I agree
Yeah.
with you, and it's no different than the transports we have to do. All IVC transports that go out of county have to be done by it falls on our shoulders, and then we have to go back and pick them up. A lot of people don't realize we also have to return them back here.
You said khakis. I did khakis.
I'm be tall if you want it.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to try to wrap things up because this is just an illustration of one page of our roster to show that those vacancies are spread. It could be one in housing, it could be one on a patrol squad for night shift, one for patrol squad on day shift. So just kind of want to move through that. Some budget reductions that we did make in attempt to try to be, a good partner, basically. We looked at some areas. We had to cut some areas in things like supplies, training, patrol vehicles, and an animal control truck. Currently, as far as patrol vehicles, mileage-wise, we're in good shape. So, we felt like we could make the reduction. The concern, however, is that that all of our a lot of our vehicles are going to mileage out at the same time, so there's going to be a future need to replace more vehicles. And this is also a very complicated situation, but basically due to COVID, there was about a 2-year period where we could not, the portal was closed, we couldn't even get vehicles, and then we could get them and they all came at one time. So we did cut 6 vehicles out of our budget. We also just here and there made other cuts totaling the $796,000. We also made a reduction. We did not go with the catastrophic inmate medical insurance policy. However, what we did do, originally we budgeted for a higher dollar amount for the cost pool line item. We reduced that to $100,000, but that's one of those things that we cannot predict. We just don't know. We can hope that, it'll be a year that's a $20,000 bill, but, this year we're already up over $150,000. But our total reductions are $1.2 million to try to keep our continuation budget, at a very similar point, despite the fact that contracts do go up annually. This is just really a summary of the things that we talked about throughout the presentation, but overall, we continue to try to be innovative, we continue to try to be proactive, we want to keep this community safe, we want to work with all of our partners, both internal and external. We want to continue to be a sought-after employer, make sure that we are recruiting the best to serve our citizens, and finally, we want to be good stewards of our money. So we want to continue to work with you to try to do that. And that's it.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Outstanding questions?
I'll just,
Commissioner Wortman?
I'll just point out the same thing that I did last year. At some point in time down the road, that check's gonna be brought to be cashed by not keeping these vehicles on a rotation. I appreciate what you're doing, but at some point, a future board is going to have to pick up the cost of that. We either pay it now or we pay it later. I said, I appreciate it, but I think it's smart to keep them on the same rotation so that we don't fall into a situation down the road.
Any other questions? Commissioner Pittman?
I just say again, how much I appreciate you. Law enforcement, public safety is my top priorities. And I hate for you to have to do any cuts. I think our budget can be reduced some, but I hate for you to have to reduce your part of it that much because we need you, you know? And you're doing a good job, but I want you to be able to keep doing it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there anything, I completely have the same sentiment. This is one of the top priorities for us. We want to make cuts in things that are not the government's responsibility. This is our responsibility. So is there anything specifically on these cuts that you made? And I do appreciate the effort, but please let us know if there's anything that you think truly is not a smart thing to do this time. And I don't think you would have done it if you thought that, but
Right.
I'm just saying that this is important to all of us. This is probably one of our most important things. So you tell us really what it is you truly need. I appreciate the effort. I think we all do, but please tell us.
Well, we'll definitely go back and look at it again. I mean, we did go back and try and make the best decisions we could based on the situation, based on where we are currently. I think Commissioner Wortman's right. Somebody's going to have to, at some point, there's going to have to be an ask, well, remember those 6 vehicles we cut? Instead of, 16 this year, we need 22,
Right.
But as far as interrupting operations, public safety, those types of things, no, it will not impact it. And again, I think we're all in this together, and I want to be a good steward of the money. And so we did do some things that we felt like we could live with. Doesn't mean we won't come back next year, hopefully everything's better, but again, just making a good faith effort and not wanting to back up on that good faith effort, because it's not lost on me. We're also saying we have needs over here in detention, those types of things. So, I really wish we could have done more, but it is what it is.
No,
It's-
I mean,
it
like I
takes
said-
those things to run and every year, I mean, we all know tires go up, batteries go up, stuff you put in a police car goes up dramatically every year. And they change the car model, and then all of it doesn't fit in it anymore. So it's, but we're working through it. We're in good shape. We appreciate the support by this board. We know y'all support us. We really appreciate that, and where we are and how we're recruited and how we're viewed in the state is amazing. I mean, it truly is, and I'm very appreciative of y'all's support.
Will you just let us know?
All right.
Can we, if I remember correctly, the cost of a vehicle upfitted, roughly 120, 150, is that?
So, no, it's going to be, so typically, goodness, you're going to make me do this on live stream. Typically.
You can get it to us, I just.
It's not, you don't have to do it right now.
Because where I was
It's
going,
about 70.
70-ish.
because where I was going with that is, can we at least get the numbers to, maybe you don't cut 6, maybe you cut 4. But, because we have that money in PayGo because we don't know what's coming in the future. Maybe the portal goes down again, and now we're stuck with vehicles. So maybe if we can just reduce it, but not 6, maybe 4, just to see the numbers, can we?
Absolutely, we have those, no problem.
All right.
All right, thank y'all
Thank you,
very
guys.
much.
Appreciate it. Okay. So we are moving to EMS now, and we have Deputy Chief Justin Brines. Welcome. And you said that Chief Lentz is online?
Chief Lentz is actually joining virtually. He's going to do the kickoff, and I apologize for that audio earlier. He's his first grandchild is due in next month, and he's at a baby shower. So I think that obviously takes precedence over all things. But I think he's available to at least kind of kick it off here before he goes back to eating cake. Jimmy, you there?
I am here, and thank you. I'm certainly sorry for my little blip while ago when I was walking into the baby shower.
I'm
But,
sorry we were late.
It was probably a good break. No, we want to thank you for this opportunity. We go over our rates and obviously watch them very closely, truthfully daily. But about every 18 months or every 2 years, we're put in a position to really analyze what the rates we're charging are to make sure they're comparable with what we should be charging and competitive in the region. We got notification in late November or early December that a rate increase was recommended by our billing company, who we do have a representative online who is much more knowledgeable about this stuff than I am. She'll be do a great presentation in a few minutes. But it really aligned timing-wise with the situation that we're in right now, truthfully countywide. We're hoping these rates will give us a position to maybe increase a little bit of our collection percentages. And Chief Brines and Ms. Stanley from EMSMC, who is our third-party billing company, will certainly get into that more. Like Justin said, I am at a family event. I'm going to try to stay on and monitor the best I can, but we appreciate y'all for this opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. I will start with some slides before I introduce Kim, and I'll let y'all know who she is here in just a second. So this is actually slightly different than the last presentation as far as expenditures. We're going to talk about a way to increase revenue. And so we felt that it would be beneficial. One thing that I'd like to say, when you look at an EMS service in North Carolina, when you look at one, you've looked at one. Each county, although they provide the service, they do it somewhat differently. The amount of calls that they run, the number of personnel that they have, all are going to drive expenses. But we did feel like it would be beneficial to reach out to some counties, and I've put down at the bottom here the ones that we surveyed. We did ask things like call volume. We did ask things like total number of EMS units. There's a couple of large ones in here, Wake, Guilford, Mecklenburg, obviously are much larger services. But we asked the counties that touch us around, immediately touch, border us, several data points, and I have a spreadsheet with some more discrete data, but the three that I wanted to focus on for this presentation is the percentage of calls that are billable, the collection percentage, overall collection percentage, and then the delta of expenses to revenue for EMS services around us. So the next couple slides, I'm just going to share that data with you, and then we'll talk about, again, our current revenue and with the proposed, and we're not proposing, I think Jimmy may have said this, we're not actually proposing that you take any action on the rate increase. We would put that on an agenda item for an upcoming work session. We're just wanting to give you the information today, and we felt it was relevant and timely at this time. So the percentage of calls that are billable out of the counties that we surveyed were 60%. And ours came in at 57%. We did this for the last fiscal year, just to be clear on the time range. So to be clear, and so you understand what happens with billing a call, there are calls we go on that we don't bill for. So if it's a canceled call, if it's a refusal of service, a lot of times there's a wreck on the road. The person that we go to check out didn't even call 911, so we're not going to send them a bill to go out and evaluate them in those situations. We do a treat, no transport, or a treat and release bill. So like if we go out and give a medication, we bill partially for that. Most insurance companies will cover that charge. And then our community paramedic calls, we do bill for certain parts of the community paramedic calls. If we do a treat and release, there are some lab values that we can bill for, that kind of thing. But largely, we don't bill for the community paramedic calls. We did evaluate that recently, and what we found is that the payer type for most of our community paramedic patients wouldn't pay anything anyway, so they're programmatically trying to bill for that. We wouldn't be able to recoup it. We do have financial support from Atrium for the patients that we see that they send us referrals for, so it's kind of a collaborative effort there. But cancel calls, standbys, refusals, that kind of thing, we don't bill for. But we came in pretty much average with the counties that we surveyed. And if you have any questions on any of these slides, please just ask me. We'll have time at the end to kind of wrap up with questions. So our collection percentage, so the amount of calls that we bill that we actually are successful in collecting. The average for the counties that we surveyed was 67%, and we came in at 76%. Kim's going to talk just a little bit about that, but we are actually well above average for the collection. Part of that is due to the work that EMS management consultant does, but also the part of the work that we do here at the county. Internally, we have a position with Tanya Ligon, who does debt set-off and wage garnishments and does everything that we can to try to collect. There is a certain percentage that just won't pay. We will work with anybody if they call and say, hey, I'm going to pay $5 a month. We will count that and take it in, but there are times that we just can't collect. But we are successful with collection, as you see here. And then the last one that I will show you is percentage of expenses recovered from revenue. I think this one is probably the most relevant to what we're going to talk about with this revenue increase. So 61% was the delta from the revenue collected versus expenses for the counties that we surveyed. And I will tell you that the operating expenses for the counties that we surveyed was pretty vast. It was anywhere from $8 million all the way up to $87 million. I said Wake and Guilford and Mecklenburg are in there. For the ones that we surveyed, 28 million was the average for the expenses. We're right at about 18 million. The majority of that is benefits and wages. So we were at 61% on what we draw back. We're at 60%, and the average was 61% for the counties that we surveyed. So with that, that gives us the opportunity to have a discussion about a rate increase and explain to you what that is. And Kim Stanley is the expert. She's the Chief Client Advocacy Officer with EMS Management Consultants, and they are our third-party billing company that we utilize for billing and collection. So she's got about 10 minutes or so to chat here, and then we'll close out with any questions. Kim, can you hear us okay? And I'll start with your slides when you're ready.
Yeah, can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you all. I've worked with Chief Lentz and Chief Brines for quite a few years over the years, and we advocate for additional fair and equitable reimbursement for EMS across the state. EMSMC is about 97 agencies across North Carolina that we do the third-party billing for. And then more important than that, I think the advocacy. So we're at the DMA office, we're at the state legislator. Anytime there is additional opportunities for us to draw in additional revenue for Cabarrus County, we want to be the partnership that handles that. So I put together a few slides today that I just wanted to share with you all. This one I kind of call as an eye chart. I know it's in your packet, but this is a slide that we share with Justin and Jimmy on a regular basis, and we track. So we give them revenue projections of what we believe is adequate, for what we are able to collect. And as Justin has shared, there's not an EMS system in which they are recovering 100% of their cost. It's a revenue recovery program, so that we try to limit that delta between what the budget is and what we can recover for them. I would say in FY 2025, we were right at $10.1 million in revenue. And that was about 102% over what we had projected for them. A few things that I'll just share from this slide. You see that the revenue increases in March and April. That is typical every year, but that's usually when taxes are filed and debt set off, and a lot of the work that Ms. Tanya does there in the office. You can see an increase in revenue for those 2 months, but pretty much a stable revenue per month for EMS and those billable transports that we talked about. The 10.1 million, I will say that does not include some of the other revenue like the Medicaid cost report. Happy to answer any questions. So that might be a little bit different number than what you see in your packet, but that's what we brought in as EMSMC through third-party billing. The next slide, I wanted to break that down because if we look at gross charges, I believe it was about 20 million in revenue that was billed out. We collected 10.1 million of that. It looks like around a 50% collection percentage, but wanted to share how that's actually collected. And what I've done here is just outline the various payer categories that these trips fall into. With Medicare, Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and then even Medicaid MCOs, that in 2021, North Carolina Medicaid moved toward a more commercialization of Medicaid. And so instead of me having North Carolina Medicaid as a payer, I actually have 11 different plans. that person can enroll in. Now, the reimbursement for Medicaid MCOs is going to be a little bit higher because that's a public ambulance fee schedule that Cabarrus County gets to participate in, where you see with Medicaid, it's a much lower dollar per trip, but that is achieved through the Medicaid cost report at the end of the year that kind of supplements that number. But what I've done here is broken down the various payer categories, and we have what we call a contractual allowance, and that means that that's an amount that we are legally not able to collect. So off of the gross charge, I have to reduce that gross charge by an amount, which again is called a contractual allowance, and that just reduces it down to the amount that we're legally able to bill, say, a Medicare recipient, where they might have a copay, where Medicaid recipients don't have a copay. So what it's taking is netting down the gross charge to what we call a net collection percentage or a net collection charge of what we're legally able to collect. And then you can see those collection percentages by payer category. Where we think, and when we're talking about the rate increases, where we believe we have the opportunity to collect more would be insurance categories, third-party liabilities, and that uninsured bucket. We believe that we're able to increase those rates and actually collect and get those percentages a little bit higher. I will say and point out here, because it's absolutely justified, that uninsured bucket of trips. So those are folks that have no insurance whatsoever. Cabarrus County is at 16%, and that percentage actually goes up a little bit more as time goes by. But that is well over average of other counties that we see. Typically, that's about a 5 to 8% collection rate. Those are individuals that don't have any insurance, and through the efforts of what they're doing, both through EMSMC and through the work that Tanya does there in the office, I wanted to just at least point that out to let you know that that's well above that average. But that gets us to a 76.6% overall collection rate of the dollars that we're legally able to collect, pretty close to 80%. The next slide is just the rate comparison. And so we did come to, as I said, Chief Brines, Chief Lentz, and say, we recommend that Cabarrus would review their rate structure. And in fact, we're doing that with many of the counties that you see here. In fact, Wake County just has increased their rates to 200% of the highest billable charge, which is an ALS2. If you go down the left side of that, you can see the various categories. We bill based on the level of service that was provided to the individual. So if it's a discharge back to from a hospital, for example, that's more like a BLS or a basic life support non-emergency trip. Whereas if somebody needs at least 3 drugs or maybe is intubated, that's an ALS2 level. And then you can see the various charges for each level of service. And what we're proposing is that Cabarrus were to increase their rates from the current, which is that first column, to the proposed amount. And as I said, other counties are also considering that as a rate increase, even the ones that you're seeing here that might not have actually implemented it yet. The other thing that I want to point out is any type of rate increase, it's a user fee. So it's the folks that are actually utilizing the service. And then we understand that our most vulnerable population, our Medicare, Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, MCO individuals, they're not going to be impacted by any rate increase whatsoever, because we're already bound by a certain percentage of what we have to write off, that contractual allowance that I discussed earlier. So those individuals would not be impacted. We believe that the revenue increases that we're going to propose in another slide are typically going to come from those commercial insurances and those third-party liabilities, which will pay more if we charge more. So happy to answer any questions about that. One of the slides I threw in here just that Justin's showing now is the average billed versus collected. And as I said, EMSMC, we're a national company. We'll bill about 6 million ambulance transports across the country in about 47 states. And one of the things that we've been doing recently is, because that's a lot of data, we want to publish that data out to the various counties and municipalities to help them run their business more efficiently. And this was one of the charts that we've recently displayed or published to the industry. And you know, the only thing I want to show here is just the fact that there's a direct correlation between the amount that you charge and the amount that you're paid. And so that sounds kind of a simple, you know, a statement to make, but you see out west, like California and other states, they're well above average in the amount that they charge. And then you can see the direct correlation where if they charge more, they're actually going to receive more in reimbursement. The next slide is this data element. I put this in here. I wanted to explain just a little bit about what we've been talking about. I kind of opened here saying that there's not really a system in North Carolina, a county municipality 911 system in which they're recovering 100% of their cost. And as Justin has shown with the various surveys that they've done, you know, we believe that Cabarrus is a top-notch agency that's running very, very efficiently. But one of the things that we did as an industry, actually CMS, or Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, they did a ground ambulance data collection survey. Agencies were required to participate in the survey. It was about 3,700 agencies that were selected and participated in the survey. And it was a very in-depth cost reporting system. So they had to put in a lot of information into the survey to determine what their true costs were per trip, and then what their revenue collected were for each type of agency. And the data, of course, it's about 56 pages. Happy to share the full data report with you all. But this was some of the outcomes from that. And I included, so there's a chart, they all NPIs, basically that stands for National Provider Identifier. So all 3,700 agencies that were selected and completed the survey, you can see that on average, their costs were about $1,300 per call. The revenue that they're collecting is around $625. So we're really a $715 shortfall on average across the country of EMS systems. And then I included a few because the data then is categorized by types of systems, and I included those that I felt like Cabarrus would fit into. So they're considered a medium volume system. You can see that the numbers are almost exactly the same there for the medium. Also showing there the government systems, the public safety, and then urban. And you can see not a lot of disparity amongst all of those, but the top number being that one, as I said, the NPI, all NPIs, and that cost across the country is going to outweigh the actual revenue that they're able to bring in. I would say one more thing. One of the things, I serve as the Chief Client Advocacy Officer, and we go to DC. We also go to Raleigh. We have a representative that's in the General Assembly monitoring for bills and things that might affect reimbursement. But this data right here, I think, is, as an industry, it's very important that we have this. And now that we do have it, we'll be using it both at the federal level and the state level to say EMS needs to be reimbursed at higher rates for both Medicare and Medicaid, because they're grossly underserved in those areas. And then the last slide that I had, I just wanted to kind of give you a simple way that we've calculated. It's a pretty complicated way that we calculate our rate increases. But we believe that for Cabarrus County, if nothing changes, so we keep the current rates, we're projecting for this fiscal year around 11.3 million. But we believe that if you all were to vote for those proposed rates, we could increase that revenue to around 12.8 million. So with that, I think that was the last slide. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. Kim, is it?
Yes.
Thank you, Kim. You said on the contractual allowances, I assume that's a dollar value, not a percentage reduction from what we charge? I just want to be clear.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep. So an example would be if your charge is $700 for an ALS trip, Medicare only allows $500, then we have to take a $200 contractual allowance because that's not billed back to the beneficiary, to that patient. That's the legal obligation that we have to reduce the gross charges down to the Medicare approved amount.
Right, so you guys are going to advocate them to increase that so we get paid more.
That's correct.
Other question is, I'm sure it's a very complicated calculation, but since the rates go up when or the pay rates, I guess I should say, net revenue goes up when the rates go up, but I assume you get diminishing returns on that because you can't just go crazy and increase it to, $3,000-$4,000 and then expect those revenues to come in because then I assume your pay rates are lower.
That's right. That's correct. Yes, and we see that in other areas. As I said, there's actually one thing that we're working on in North Carolina. We've actually submitted it to General Assembly. It did not make it out of committee last year, but we're looking to introduce some legislation that would require insurance companies to pay at 325% of the Medicare allowed amount. There are 19 states across the country that have implemented similar legislation. And what that does is it requires the insurance companies to pay what is considered an adequate reimbursement for ambulance services. We don't have that here in North Carolina today. And one of the things that I wanted to at least share about that is when we have seen that have been implemented, let's say Texas, for example, once that is implemented and they agree that the insurance companies have to pay 325%, then the EMS agencies can't automatically go and then adjust their rates at that point. And so in Texas right now, the ambulance services, if they didn't already have those higher rates established, they can only increase 2% each year to get to that 325%. There are other states that it's a 5% increase. And so we just wanted to prepare our North Carolina counties that if that were to be adopted by the General Assembly in the future, that they would be at a place where they're maximizing their reimbursement.
So I guess if that looks like it's going to pass, come back for a rate increase immediately.
Yeah. So actually, we would, if this were to be proposed and voted on, we would be ahead of the curve already for that. We're getting ahead of, and if you notice that, I won't go back in the slides, but some of the counties that have not yet evaluated and proposed a rate increase, that's why ours looks higher on the proposal. It's just like back when Wake County made a pay increase several years back, there's got to be one county that does it first, and then everybody else kind of followed. So we would be on the front end of that. They're going to catch up, and Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but like we're trying to get ahead of the curve now with that. This is something we do, as Jimmy mentioned, every 18 to 24 months we do a rating. We evaluate the need for a rate increase. This one is, like I said, putting us in a better position for if balance billing does pass in the legislature, that we would be ahead of the curve and be able to not be playing catch up, because we would never catch up at 2% a year. So
Should you redo your schedule if this is coming down?
Yes.
Do it every year?
we can, yes, sir.
I think you should.
Yeah, we actually, and Kim, I mean, they are great to work with. The money that we do spend to contract with EMS management consultants for what it would take us to run this internally, which we used to do a long time ago, the liability that goes along with that is also, making sure that the staff to do it, all the things, is money more than well spent. But they tell us if they recommend us doing it, and it may become a more frequent cycle if balance billing were to pass. So the one thing, are there any other questions that this slide here just kind of captures back to the beginning. So we were at 60% currently of our revenue draw. If we were to, if you all were to appreciate passing this rate increase proposal, when we do propose it, it would bring us up to about 69%, which now is, again, it gets us ahead of the curve slightly for that, for what is to come. So two things I want to mention. I'll echo what the sheriff said. Our staffing is, right now, we have no vacancies. I did not ask the counties how many vacancies they have. One reason I didn't is because it changes almost from day to day. We currently have either conditional offers out or positions filled for every single full and part-time position. That doesn't happen by accident. The efforts of this board have been appreciated. You can't, I'll say probably if you survey 10 counties, these 10 counties right here, I promise you, none of them have every seat filled right now. In a month, we may be down a few. It's ebb and flow, but like we are in really good shape staffing-wise, and that's because our employees, the chief talks culture a lot. It's a great place to work, but they are appreciated, and they know that, and they choose to work here. So thank you all for your support with that. The second thing is they do a great job getting signatures, making sure that we collect the information we need to bill these calls. So they're the ones out there running the calls, but they also circle back around and make sure the paperwork's done so that we can bill it adequately. And we have calls every month with the MSMC, and we're always in the top tier of percentages for having signatures obtained and all those things. So Hearts and Heroes was recently, thank you all for attending. The script writes itself, just to be honest. So when you talk about the impact that we make in the community, that was celebrating cardiac arrest. We do some really awesome stuff with everything, every day. It's great to capitalize and celebrate the ones who were dead when we got there and are now alive with their family. But there's some that are in the middle. They're not dead when we get there, but they're about to die, and we take really good care of them, and our providers do a great job doing that. So just wanted to make sure I give them kudos because I always like to turn the mirror back around with that. Are there any other questions that we can ask? Again, we would propose this officially in a work session with similar information before we were to, and this would be an FY27. We would propose to start at July 1. So probably the April-ish timeframe is when you would see this come up in your agenda. So any other questions?
Any other questions, guys? No?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chief Barnes.
Yep.
Appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, pleasure.
We will move on to our next agenda item, which is Gretchen Carson with the EDC. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chairwoman Lindsay, Commissioners, Interim Manager Sifford, Councilman Hall, Clerk Olvera. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having the EDC here to present to you today on behalf of the work that we do in the community. My name is Gretchen Carson. I'm the President and CEO of the Cabarrus Economic Development Corporation. I've not yet had the opportunity to meet all of you, so I would like to share a little bit of my background. I have been in economic development for going on 16 years now, both locally and regionally, all the way back to Union County in 2010. Nearly 11 of those years have been spent working with existing industries to support their growth in the communities I have served. In addition to myself, Samantha Grass has been with the organization for almost 19 years, providing valuable insights to Cabarrus County and its communities, as well as retaining legacy knowledge. The EDC and this community are so very fortunate to have her engaged and passionate commitment. I would also like to share that we have our chair of the EDC, Ms. Tammy Whaley, here with us as well today. As a public-private nonprofit, the Cabarrus EDC makes a measurable impact on individuals and families through program partnerships for local startups, support of existing businesses, and recruitment of new industry. In essence, the Cabarrus EDC leverages collaboration to help create good jobs, bright futures, and thriving communities in Cabarrus County. Local startups. Support for entrepreneurs, startups, and small businesses is managed through Flywheel with the support from the EDC at the Cabarrus Center. The development of the Flywheel is a result of the EDC's efforts for economic gardening in the community. I'd like to briefly review the Flywheel's programming. Spark Grants are $5,000 starter grants encouraging entrepreneurs to pursue proof of concept for innovative ideas and commercial application. They have awarded nearly 40 different grants in the time that they have been executing. The county is currently supporting this initiative with a contracted 3-year grant cycle. It is currently in year 1. Each year there's a $25,000 allocation to support these grants. Venture Mentoring Services matches local entrepreneurs with local business leaders in a team format, usually 3 mentors per venture. Active since the Cabarrus Center opened about 5 years ago, over 50 small businesses have participated to date. There are currently 10 active ventures supported by around 30 volunteer mentors. Retail Lab Boot Camp. This is a 6-week program for early stage and pre-launch retail businesses in partnership with the Small Business Center at Rowan Cabarrus Community College. Over the past 4 years, Flywheel has run 9 cohorts and awarded more than $100,000 in grant funding, some of which has come through the Spark grants. Participants receive business training and the opportunity to pitch for funding. Success stories in the community include Cellar Door Wine Shop, Her Candle Bar, and J. King Guitar. Health Equity Innovation Challenge. This is a sponsored innovation competition focused on scalable solutions that reduce health disparities. Flywheel partners with Atrium Health on the programming, and Eli Lilly provides the funding support. Finalists complete a 12-week accelerator followed by an 18-month residency at Cabarrus Center with mentoring, seed funding, and investor connections. Existing businesses. Business retention and expansion, or BR&E, support is focused on primary industries. Industries such as aerospace, life sciences, food and beverage, and defense. These are typically manufacturing operations which are drivers of job creation with career ladders and which increase the tax base with capital investments of both real and personal property, all while consuming fewer services than residential development. As noted above, a successful program is executed through building relationships, education, supporting business growth, and celebrating success. A strong BR&E program is the cornerstone of how an economic development organization supports stable, balanced, and strategic growth. In Cabarrus, there are currently approximately 50 established manufacturers providing over 5,500 jobs that have strong career advancement opportunities. As I mentioned, they also generate stable property tax revenue. To provide some context, circa 1990, there were over 16,000 manufacturing jobs here in Cabarrus County. The importance of manufacturing can be seen in the current administration's efforts to bring these jobs back to the United States. The work of a successful BR&E program is not often highly visible to the public. I'd like to take a few moments to examine how targeted industry support in the form of the tactics noted above contribute to the overall quality of life for residents in the broader community. Manufacturers don't know what they don't know. They're busy trying to meet production deadlines. This is where the support of a BR&E program, providing connectivity to a wide variety of resources, shines. Please bear with me as I walk through these with you. These are real examples of an EDC creating impact for residents and communities. Benchmarking wage surveys. These surveys ensure that employers are providing competitive wages for their employees. The real impact happens when an employer notices a disparity and makes an adjustment, providing an unplanned 20% increase in wages for entry-level production workers. This can mean the difference between making a car payment on time or being able to sign a child up for a soccer program. This is meaningful change. Workforce support. Helping industries to understand and tap into a wide variety of talent right here in the community. Opportunities to hire K-12 students ready to go straight into the workforce, or community college graduates, both of which can enter with little to no debt. There are also 20,000 veterans that leave the military annually in North Carolina seeking to transition to civilian life. Many of their trained skills are highly compatible with manufacturing. There is also fair chance hiring and special needs hiring. I have seen every one of these types of individuals employed in manufacturing facilities. Customized training and permits. Companies evaluate potential expansions among multiple facilities frequently. Sometimes these decisions also mean loss of jobs from one location to support an expansion elsewhere. Ensuring that a local facilities management has knowledge of and support for leveraging grants such as customized training or how to work with the community's permitting can make all the difference. In a real-life scenario, I have seen a company, via the support of a BR&E program, ultimately keep 90 jobs at their facility. These are 90 individuals and providers that did not need to struggle financially while looking for a new job because the company was able to access this support and keep their expansion in the community. BRNE programs also require some element of creativity. I have seen a local food and beverage, a regional food and beverage manufacturer that found itself in a position where they had excess food product, perfectly food that couldn't be sold for the reason that an employee failed to put, we'll say, tomatoes into a 7-layer dip. So the food's fine, they just can't use it for the finished product. Recognizing that there are families in the community with food insecurities, the manufacturer reached out to the BRNE program to make a connection. By connecting them to a local food pantry, the company was able to provide that product there where it could get into the hands of these families. Now, surplus food can go to the families who need it most. It's meals on tables, a powerful reminder of what can happen when industry and community are intentionally connected. Industry support is not just about growth metrics or expansion announcements. It's about preserving livelihoods and strengthening families and creating communities where opportunity feels tangible and close to home. When we invest in our industries through the economic development pathway, we are in truth investing in everyday lives of the people who call this community home. And that investment quietly shapes the quality of life we all share. With the transitions the EDC is currently navigating, I felt you would have a more complete view of the existing industry support, looking at the spectrum of a work in a complete fiscal year. Industry visits help to build relationships and key staff into better understanding how to bring resources to a company or be aware when there is a potential for an industry to expand, relocate, or even eliminate jobs. Annual company visits often lead to engagement as a company seeks support from the economic development. As the EDC resets itself, some of this programming engagement will be enhanced. More to come shortly. Although the EDC will direct significant efforts towards BRNE, there still remains a need for the EDC to lead coordination on recruitment projects that may consider Cabarrus County as an attractive community for their operations. When opportunities occur, the state or other partners need a point of contact to orchestrate these complex responses. The EDC sits at the nexus of real estate, workforce development and hiring, permitting, utilities, and infrastructure, and is uniquely positioned to field these requests, alleviating the work of partners and streamlining the process. It is worth noting that as BRNE stabilizes and incrementally increases the tax base, the capital investment of new companies that are strategically recruited and aligned with the community's needs and resources can provide a significant increase in tax revenue through the injection of large capital investments. Partnerships. To create these measurable impacts on individuals, families, businesses, and communities, it is essential to recognize the many partners at the county, regional, and state levels with whom the EDC collaborates daily. These partnerships form the foundation of economic development, enabling the EDC's coordinated efforts that drive meaningful and lasting improvements across our communities. Looking to the upcoming fiscal year, the EDC is planning to set into motion several targeted goals. First, specific to the increased efforts around supporting existing industries, the EDC plans to hire an existing industry manager to oversee program efforts. It also plans to provide quarterly reports which highlight industry engagement and provide transparency to the work being done. Finally, there's a desire to assess additional programmatic options such as manufacturing day events, among many other new ideas being considered. The EDC will also ensure recruitment efforts are aligned with the assets and of the communities that will yield high investment and offer skilled jobs and career opportunities to the residents of these communities. Finally, the EDC is sensitive to the need to create a more balanced funding model between private and public dollars. However, it is public funding and connectivity to key departments that allows the EDC to impartially support the growth of companies, enhancing the everyday quality of life in Cabarrus County. I would like to thank you for your consideration of the EDC's funding request as submitted for the 27 budget. Your funding enables the EDC to continue supporting the creation of good jobs, bright futures, and thriving communities here in Cabarrus County. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Gretchen? Any statements?
I appreciate the work that you do. sitting on the Community Needs Assessment Planning Council. Retail is the biggest employer in Cabarrus County and also the least paying and the lowest paid, whereas manufacturing is the highest paid, and I know that you guys go after that. So I do appreciate you bringing higher paying jobs to Cabarrus County.
Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, sure. Gretchen, I just want to say I'm appreciative of sort of the refocus on existing businesses that are here and also looking at what the future may hold for a mixed funding model, let's say, for EDC. And so I hope we can keep moving in that direction. Some of the items that you mentioned for the existing businesses, I had no idea were even existed or were available for existing businesses. So maybe a recommendation on a little PR work for letting them know that these things are available, because, I had no idea, and I'm pretty attuned to the business world here. So just a thought on that. But I'm glad to see sort of a refocus on helping the folks that are here already.
Absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming to present today. I appreciate you spending your Saturday afternoon with us.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Commissioners, did you want to take a wee bit of a break now, or are you ready to power through with Cabarrus Health Alliance? I'm only asking because Erin is so gracious to make sure y'all are good for her to come on up here and go ahead and present. It's up to you. Well, we are about an hour and 15 minutes behind. So that's why I'm giving y'all the opportunity, if you would like, for a potty break, or we can just power through and you can go as you need. All right, I like it. Let's power through. Okay, so we will invite up Erin Shu with the Cabarrus Health Alliance. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So sorry.
It's
we're
okay.
a little
It's
off-
okay. It's
off
all
time, but
important work. It's important conversation, so
Thank
no
you very
worries at
much.
all. I think there are 5 seats, so you guys just come on to the table. So why not? All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes on your agenda today. We recognize that, one, you're running a little late, two, we're on the back half of day 2. So I will introduce myself, Erin Shu. I have the privilege of serving as your public health director. I grew up in Cabarrus County and am proud of the work that we are doing. I am joined here with an excellent team, and so some of the things we're going to talk about over the next few minutes may relate to their departments, and so instead of me trying to answer on their behalf, they volunteered to join me today, so appreciate them. To my left is Sue Yates, our Chief Financial Officer. Tammy Alexander leads our School Health Division. Sonia Bohannon-Thacker leads our Behavioral Health Division. And Jacob Snyder is one of our leaders in our Environmental Health Division. So we're going to start with a high-level overview. Many of you have spent time with, and you know this. I could talk for hours about public health. I will not subject you to that today. But I am going to leave you with an open invitation. We're your public health department. Anytime you want to spend time with us, anytime you have questions, please do not hesitate. It's an open door. If you've been to our building in Kannapolis, we don't have many doors. So come on in anytime you want to be there. All right, so just a really quick bit of history level setting here. So we're your local public health department. Our legal name is the Public Health Authority of Cabarrus County. We were created by the Cabarrus County Board of Commissioners July 1 of 1997. We were created under General Statute 131E, actually as a hospital authority. Not going to get into those details, but happy to at another time with you. And we have a variety of funding sources, and we're going to hit on those very quickly. We have a 9-member board, so these are detailed here. We have our bylaws. Our board members have a 3-year term, and one of the membership seats is a commissioner. So right now, Chairman Lindsay serves on our board. I'm going to go quick, so if at any time you want to time out, just jump on in. We recently went through a mission, vision, and values revamp. So you will see here, our mission is just to create the healthiest community where everyone can live their healthiest life. And we really are leaning into our values of collaboration, compassion, integrity, and adaptability. So a couple of quick statistics here. Our head count is right around 288 amazing staff. I appreciate Deputy Chief Bryan's talking about the ebb and the flow. We certainly recognize that as well. Our FY26 budget is about $38 million. This is a slight decrease from FY 2025. We have 3 physical locations. Our primary facility is in Kannapolis, across from the North Carolina Research Center. We are located at the Dream Center, primarily dental operations, and we have some lease space at the old creamery that we will be vacating very soon. We are very excited to be moving over to Brown Mill, so we're waiting on that certificate of occupancy now. And then we are looking forward to upfitting the old library in Mount Pleasant, much thanks to your generosity. So we'll be looking at opening that in 2027. You can see on that top right our financial history. So we've experienced significant growth over the last 5 years. And on the bottom right, you can see the breakdown of funding. One of the facts that a lot of folks don't recognize is our funding diversification. And we'll get into that a little bit too. I tell people as often as I can, I am the luckiest health director in all of North Carolina, if not the entire country, simply because of the team. We have an amazing team. We have 7 divisions. They're laid out here just so simply you can get a visual representation of our team and how we're organized. So what drives our work? Our work is really driven by 4 key pillars, and we're going to focus primarily on that first one because it relates primarily to your investment in public health services. So this is related to mandated services, the 10 essential public health services, and then the administrative code. And so this is I think you all have this link. So this is a link to a School of Government article. I'd highly recommend. It's great plain language to understand in North Carolina by law what public health agencies must do. So on the left, you'll see those are mandated services that public health agencies across all 100 counties must do. You will hear some people say, if you've been to one health department, you've been to them all in North Carolina. That is not true. I simply disagree with that. But these 5 things are mandated and must be provided by all public health agencies. On the right, A through H, these are mandated services that must either be provided by local public health, contracted for, or certified as available in our communities. And we're going to walk through that and tie that to some dollars right now. Ms. Yates.
Sorry. Is it up?
There we go.
So our food and lodging area, our wells and septic tanks, the county provides approximately 1.5. An additional 10,000 is for mosquito control. The county funds that at 79%. The total program is about 1.9 million. For our CD department, the county funds about 44% of that. The county's contribution is a little over $1 million. The total program is a little over $2 million. Vital records, the county does fund 100% of that. It is one position that handles our death certificates and our birth certificates.
And all of our data here is for fiscal year 2025, simply because we're in 26 and we wanted to give you that full 12-month snapshot.
For the mandated services that we must either provide contract for or certified, our adult health practice is around $316,000, and the county does not provide any contributions. That is all billable services or state agreements. Our home health agency, we had that, and that was sold a couple of years ago, and Bayada does a great job with that. Dental health, our budget for that is about $5.8 million, and the county does not fund any of that. That is all billable services. A maternal health department, the county does contribute $200,000, about 25% for that total budget of a little over $800,000. Child health, we have a significant child health program. It's about 1.3 and the county does not provide any funding for that. That is all billable services. Our family planning, the county does not provide any additional dollars for that. it's around $518,000. And the state lab, that's embedded at CHA, and the county does not provide any funds for that program.
So the next two slides are simply a deeper dive into the previous two slides. So we are not going to go into that. We prepared these at a request of Ms. Sifford, just to learn a little bit more about what legislatively is required and how we are meeting those requirements here in Cabarrus County. So I'm going to breeze through these next few pillars as well. So the additional thing that drives our work is the community health needs assessment. We just finished up our 2025. Commissioner Wortman just referred to that. Those priority issues that were identified are behavioral health, housing, transportation, and early childhood education. The real work now really begins with our needs assessment. We'll be putting together action plans and improvement plans to drive improvements in those areas. We also have an agency strategic plan. You can see here we're focused on community health, collaboration and partnerships, engagement and communication, and really cultivating CHA as a workplace of choice. And then lastly, assurance services, which are really things that no one else either in the community is providing or there's not capacity to provide. So those things are school health, full family medicine, which we are now doing, women's health beyond just maternal health care, dental, behavioral health, and health education. If you've spent any amount of time with me, you know I'm going to brag on our folks. And so this is a logo from last year celebrating 25 years with a school nurse in every single school. So it is 26 years now. There are no communities the size of ours with a school nurse in every single school, every single traditional public school, and we're going to talk about that in a minute too. So you can see the team here. Ms. Alexander does an amazing job with our nurses, and if you talk with any of our school partners and talk about taking away nurse coverage, that is not a popular sentiment. Just a few other impact statements for FY25. Our WIC team saw over 16,000 visits for that fiscal year. Our school health nurses, 108,000 visits, over 21,000 dental visits, and our amazing environmental health team, who is always out in the community. You can see there, that must have been one of the race weekends, are incredibly, incredibly busy. We also take our responsibility of raising the next generation of public health professionals seriously. So in 2025 alone, we hosted over 260 students. Some of those were college students, dental assistants, hygienists. We have the residents come through, so our physicians, dentists, and that equated to just under 10,000 hours. So that back row and the bottom two folks on the right were all interns last summer. The bottom three are staff that helped to run that program. I am really proud of this because I was an intern, and that's really how I was introduced to public health. It was not on my radar, but I had to have an internship and got sucked right in, and 22 years later, here you go. So, all right, so we're going to pivot to funding now, and Ms. Yates will walk through the next few slides.
We felt that it was important to show a history of the Cabarrus County contribution to our budget. So this breaks down the different departments that we have, the environmental health, school health, clinical services, behavioral health, and then it gives their total county contribution for each one of those areas. Behavioral health was new to CHA in 2024 for the jail-based behavioral health services. So the county contribution, as you can see, has held steady around 30 to 34% each year. So our expansion request from 2022 to 2026 have been primarily focused on school health, environmental health, and then from behavioral health, the jail-based team came on board in 2024. So for 2027, our expansion item that we have been discussing with our team from environmental health is 2 additional staff for food and lodging and the 2 vehicles that they would use to be in our community.
So in terms of justification for these positions and their vehicles, so you are well aware of the steady growth in our community and construction that's happening. And so every time a new restaurant comes on board, an apartment complex with a pool, a hotel, our team is involved with not only the planning aspects of those, but getting them up and open so that they can serve our community. So this data here just represents trends that we're seeing. Inspections increased almost 6% in the last 2 years. And, unless something drastically changes, we just don't see that changing. Temporary food establishments, everyone loves a food truck. Everyone wants to operate a food truck, but those have also substantially increased. Plan reviews, so our environmental health team takes their responsibility very seriously to educate and prepare these business owners on opening an establishment, and so plan reviews have increased substantially and are very, they're very time intensive. And then lastly, lead investigations. So we're seeing the amount of lead investigations increase because the law recently changed where the threshold is lower. So anytime a child has a blood lead level at a certain level, we have to go out and investigate, and that level was recently decreased. I'll also pause here and say, when we shared this with Ms. Lindsay several weeks ago and with Ms. Sifford, we understand the county's financial trajectory right now. And if these positions are not a possibility this year, the team will hold steady. But you will see them again on the request next year. And so if this is simply a communication tool for us to at least get this in front of you so that it's going to be a need that's not going away, we totally understand that. I also want to pause and have a bit of conversation. Well, let me run through this also. Also, when we met with Ms. Lindsay, she asked some great questions about food inspection frequencies. Again, not going to walk through this, but most folks don't understand that depending on what type of food establishment it is, it has to be inspected once a year versus 4 times a year. So here you can see a risk 1 category has to be inspected once a year versus a risk category 4. So as you're driving around and you see different establishments coming online for us to enjoy, you'll have a better understanding of the volume of work that puts on your local staff here. So it was a great question. So I also want to pause and recognize Commissioner Wortman approached us several weeks ago and asked us to consider bringing a full-time school nurse request specifically for the Performance Learning Center. We engaged in what I felt like was a really good conversation to share. We didn't feel like we had the justification to bring that forth because we have several other non-traditional schools that would still not have one full-time equivalent. So we can continue to have that conversation. We love to get those requests, to engage in conversation. We do have the data on what a full-time nurse would be, whether that is 1 additional for that 1 school, or we would need 2 additional to then make sure all of the non-traditional schools are covered. We can certainly, again, have additional conversation, add that to the documentation. These were submitted before some of that dialogue. So.
I promise Ms. Stansel I will fight for that.
And I can assure Ms. Stansel, the PLC, and our school system that you have done that. You have done that. And it is not that we do not want a full-time school nurse in each of those non-traditional schools. It's just when you look at the data at whole for our entire school system, both CCS and KCS, and the volume, we didn't feel like we had the data to bring that request to you. Because 1 school nurse in this environment is about $88,000 all in with salary fringe benefits.
And while we're advocating, I would be remiss if I did not also say that our child welfare section could handle or would love to have that support as well. If there is any possibility to have that person review the child welfare, the children that are in our custody. Our staff is having to help make health decisions for them and, are not necessarily knowledgeable about what is being asked. So it would be helpful to us to have a nurse that could help our staff make sure that the best decisions are being made for those children. So if there is any opportunity in there, we would love to combine that somehow.
So what's on the slide here is 2 columns. So the first column is with the environmental health positions, and then the second column is if no new expansion items were included and just the continuation dollars, cost of living, merit, and fringe, again, only for the positions that are supported with Cabarrus County investment. So I will pause and see what questions you have for myself or any of the team.
Commissioners, did you have any questions for Ms. Shue? No?
They came and sat, no questions, not even a fun one. I'm kidding. I know you guys are wanting to roll along.
Can you just briefly explain how you're funded again? Just, the county picks up a third, and just so I try to get that out there every chance I can, and how you're actually funded.
Sure. While Sue's flipping back to the slide, so we are very aggressive in our grant seeking. We're really proud of our success rate with federal grants, state grants, local dollars. Sue has an amazing finance team, and I appreciate Deputy Chief Bryan's going before me talking about billable services. We are not a free clinic, and that sometimes is misunderstood, though we will serve individuals who are uninsured or underinsured, but that is not the primary bulk of individuals we serve through any of our clinics, dental, that sort of thing. And so Sue's team does a great job of billing for services, and then I'll let you jump in with what else you'd like to share.
We really look at our finances every year and want to make sure that we're providing sustainable services, that we can continue business, we can continue serving the citizens that need our services. If you go and call your primary care provider right now, you have a wait. You can't get right in if you need one. Oh, I forgot to call for my annual. It's like 4 to 6 months out. So that's one reason why we decided to expand to family medicine this fiscal year. So the county contribution is 33%. A large portion of that is school health. And then we do take pride in our billable services to make sure that we're maximizing our revenue so that we can continue to provide these services, our grants, and when we can charge a fee or a service, then we do that as well.
Yeah, and I will also say our autonomous structure, which again, I'm happy to meet with anybody to talk more about that. Sue and I have our finger on the pulse of the budget all year long, and if we are not where we anticipate being, we have to alter course mid-year because we have to make sure that at the end of the year, we're not in a deficit. And so, but before I leave, let me just also shout out, I'm not sure if Sheriff Shaw and team are still here. Our paramedics, our community paramedics, we just have amazing partnerships and collaboration with so many of the other county divisions, and we're really appreciative of that. And as always, your support. So anything from a board member perspective, Ms. Lindsay?
Yeah, I was actually
Sure,
just going to
good.
say, I have appreciated being on the board. I've learned so much from you all. And you're so responsive. You keep me up to date on literally everything. I mean, I can reach out to you anytime with any questions that I have. We have a great board that is making decisions on behalf of the Cabarrus Health Alliance, and I'm really happy to be on y'all's board, and I appreciate you guys being so welcoming.
Is it Alicia that deals with, I just wanted to say we deal with her regarding death certificates and death certificate information, and the amount of work that she puts in, she does an amazing job. So publicly, I wanted to, the amount of work that takes is phenomenal. So she's amazing.
I will make sure she sees this portion of the video, the live stream back. Yes, Alicia Richards does a great job. We have a fantastic process and some additional staff that support. But yeah, thank you for recognizing that. Okay, have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move to Ashley Dobbins, marketing survey. Oh, what's this? Welcome again.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just appreciate the opportunity to come share a little bit about our past market studies and that process, and wanted to share some very rough numbers with you today on where it looks like we're standing against some other jurisdictions. So first, I'll start with the benefits of having regular market studies. A market study will show us how our pay compares to other surrounding and competing organizations, and this includes showing us which jobs or salary ranges are below market. Because Cabarrus is one of the top 10 counties in North Carolina, we include other comparable counties and local competing jurisdictions. There are 19 total counties and cities that we request salary data from. Our market studies are done by a neutral third party who works with us on collecting, analyzing, and presenting data. Market studies can show us which grades are compressed. This can sometimes happen when we have leveling in jobs. So, for example, there was a time when our detective position was only 1 grade lower than a sergeant. So if a detective was interested in moving up in the organization, there was little motivation to take on additional responsibility for a very small pay increase. Reviewing our pay data also gives us the opportunity to examine where internal equity issues may exist. We've worked really hard over the years to stay on top of internal pay issues through pay compression studies and re-examining how we make new hire and promotional offers. So we make sure to review current staff experience and pay before we make an offer that would create any kind of imbalance within jobs. And then just proactively managing our compensation plan allows us to stay competitive in the market and effectively attract and retain top talent. For the newer commissioners, I just wanted to share a snapshot of what our classification table looks like. This is our job classification table or pay scale, and we have 40 pay grades. Each grade has 5% from midpoint to midpoint, so we have a pretty tight structure. Our range spread from minimum to maximum pay in each grade averages about 55%. So when we conduct market studies, our pay range for a position is compared to other agencies, along with other data points to determine where a job should fall within our structure. I wanted to share the timeline over the last few years of the market studies we've conducted. It generally takes 4 to 6 months for the consultant to do the work and have the information ready to present for us. So in 2022, we did a public safety study. At the time that we collected data, only 1 EMS position showed a need for movement. Along with budget approvals and other agencies mid-year came a lot of EMS pay movement. So we immediately fell behind and started experiencing vacancies later in 2022 and had to do what we call a hot job study on just that group in the fall to address that need. So we'll talk a little bit more about what we call hot jobs in a few slides. In 2023, we did a market study that included our DSS, Transportation and Veteran Services group. In early 2024, we did a very aggressive public safety study. In this case, we worked to lead the market, primarily due to around 70 sheriff's office vacancies. And in late 2024, we reviewed all general government departments and had additional hot job positions that needed review in November of that year. That included codes enforcement and foreign language interpreters. So we did not do any market study review in 2025. We've been paused with budget things going on, and so 2024 was the last year we've looked at our place in the market. We set up a market study schedule rotation around 2021, and by utilizing this schedule, each department would be reviewed every 3rd year. So our year one was public safety, year two was general government departments, and year three was DSS, infrastructure and asset management, and administrative positions. This was intended to help us keep up with the market, but also would allow us to address any issues related to pay and smaller impacts. In the past, we would study all departments every few years, and this could create a larger budgetary impact at one time. We do use a consultant to do this work for a few reasons. They have access to additional survey data from proprietary databases that we don't have access to. So some examples of those include Mercer, Catapult, Wage and Salary Survey, which is NC-based, Economic Research Institute, and Comp Analyst. And then counties and cities are open to responding to a third party. Market studies are time-intensive and complex, including job matching, data validation, and in-depth analysis. And those recommendations are made from an outside consultant based strictly on data. There's less concern over perceptions of internal influence, bias, or favoritism. So if we were on schedule, we would have conducted a market study on DSS, transportation, infrastructure and asset management, and our admin positions in 2025. And this year, we would be back to reviewing public safety. I reached out to agencies we typically use for consultant-supported benchmarking to gather some general data. Approximately 90 positions were benchmarked by selecting representative roles across departments and levels. This slide reflects the agencies that responded, with summary findings presented in the following slides. So I know this is hard to read. I hope you have a handout that's a little clearer. These are the benchmark positions that were selected to collect data on. In the first few columns, you can see we have the Cabarrus job title, department, the minimum and maximum and our pay range, and the number of employees currently active with us in that position. I've also added the average salary of our position. So an example from this slide, a paramedic with EMS has a minimum salary of approximately $49,816 and a maximum salary of around $77,667. We currently have 21 full-time paramedics, and the average of their salaries is $54,849.60. In the next few columns, I shared the averages of those who responded to our survey for the position. So with the paramedic example, we had 4 counties respond. The average minimum salary in their pay range was $50,886. Average max was $82,850, and their average pay is around $60,960. So in this example, we are falling only slightly behind in our range, but based on this average pay, we could be falling a little more behind in actual pay. These were the general government departments that were benchmarked. So I just pulled another example from this one. Park ranger with active living parks has a minimum salary of $35,442 and a max salary of $55,244. We currently have 5 full-time park rangers, and the average of their salaries is about $38,862. And so with the 4 agencies that responded, the average minimum salary in their pay range is about $40,419, and the average max is about $63,000, and their average pay is around $983,000. So in this example, we're falling behind in our range some, and based on the average pay, could also be falling behind in actual pay. So year 3, DSS, IEM admin, which we would have done last year. I'll use an example here. I'll use the admin specialist example. It looks like we are falling behind in our range there, and it looks like we're currently in line, though, with average pay. So the admin specialist has a minimum salary of $39,000 and a max of around $60,840. We have 15 full-time admin folks that work all over the county, so in different departments. And their average salary is around $51,299. And you can see in the last column that the average pay of the 10 agencies that responded was $52,283. So we look pretty good with that particular job. So out of all of those, for purposes of this presentation, I just pulled the positions that look like their actual salary was falling behind the average more than 5%, just to share that with you. So this is an approximate percentage based on averages. Overall, we're still looking pretty competitive in the public safety area. Not a lot of concerns there right now. In the general government and the DSS and infrastructure and asset management area, we have some positions that are falling behind because we haven't reviewed the DSS position since early 2023. And we reviewed general government positions in late 2024, but we had to minimize salary movement due to budget constraints after we had the large public safety spend. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about hot jobs because we do have an area that we are concerned about. If we don't do a full market study for this budget cycle, we at least want to talk about the hot job area. So a hot job market study is a targeted compensation analysis focused on positions that are difficult to recruit for or retain due to high market demand, limited talent supply, or increased competition. The study evaluates how current pay compares to the external market and identifies where adjustments may be needed to remain competitive. When we might use one is if we have high turnover in a specific classification. So for example, we've had to do this in the past with codes enforcement. When we have extended vacancy times, especially if we find out that the position has been offered and rejected multiple times due to pay. And I just had an example of this week where we're on our third person that's turned down a job due to pay. So they've offered and been rejected 3 times. Competing jurisdictions increasing their pay. And if vacancies are causing a critical service impact. So if there's major concerns in child welfare, deputies, paramedics, that kind of thing. So child welfare, we have 101 active positions in the social work child welfare department, and they do a variety of things. I just wanted to share a little bit of history with you. That area is tough to retain folks. And so in 2023, we termed 49 employees for different reasons, either, our decision or theirs. 2024 termed 35 employees. 2025, we termed 40 employees. So we currently have 20 vacancies in child welfare. This is very rough numbers, pulled some quick salary-only cost impacts if we were to consider doing a hot job market study in this area. If, for example, we added 5% to all 101 jobs or people, I estimate this would have a salary impact of about $296,000. If we added 10% to all, I estimate it would have a salary impact of approximately $593.
We do receive 50% reimbursement for all these positions, but the other thing is too that if we were to do the hot job study in that area, it doesn't necessarily mean that every position would get an increase. So when we do a formal study, generally we'll have a mix of recommendations from the consultant. Some jobs will show a need for no movement. They're fine where they are, and then there may be another position that shows that it needs to be adjusted by 3 pay grades. So, so due to the concerns we have with child welfare vacancies and turnover in that area, I would like to have a consultant do an analysis for that area. I believe that I do have enough for the consultant funds to do this very small study. There are about 15 job titles in this area that would be analyzed, and the approximate consulting cost to do that scope of work would be around $4,500. So unless you were to object, I would like to gather that data and present the findings and recommendations at a future work session. Okay.
Just a head nod. You guys are good with that? Yes, okay. I think we all are good with that.
And that was it. I just wanted to share some kind of the history of what we've done in the past and kind of where we are.
Just out of curiosity, these 20 positions that we have that are vacant right now, I assume most of the reasons why that we have issue filling them, probably not just money, but also just the nature of the job and how stressful it is.
It's both. It
Okay.
is both, but we do have folks that come here and start, and then they get a good offer somewhere else, and they turn right around and leave. So this job is hard anywhere that they go, so they're going to go where the
Do we
money
do,
is.
when we have employees leave, specifically maybe just in that arena, do we do an exit survey to find out what the issues were? Okay.
Yes, and it is a combination of things.
Okay.
But this might be an area, kind of like the public safety area, where we kind of chose to be very aggressive and lead the market. This might be an area where we think about doing that as well, because it's a critical role. And
Yeah, it seems to be one of the areas that we struggle with the most. So I do think a intentional effort to make that a better
yeah,
department would be a good thing, so.
Is there any problem with finding well-trained and qualified people for those positions?
yes,
I mean,
Yeah.
not that many people out
it's
there
tough,
do it.
and I think it's getting harder and harder. Yeah, people start in that field. It's kind of like law enforcement. They think they're going to want to do it. They start in it and then realize it's not for them. But we have folks that love it and are very passionate about it, and we want to keep them here. So,
Any other questions? Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, so we use a consultant for these studies. As my business manager tells me every time we have to hire somebody, that their salary is not everything, that there's still overhead costs that go along with it. Do they compare our benefits along with the salaries at all?
no, these are just for.
Straight salary? Is it not worthwhile to compare benefits packages? Because when you're shopping for a job, you want to say, yeah, well, they offer me matching 401k at 5%, not 3%, and they offer me HSA matching and all of those other things. Isn't that worthwhile information to have for us?
The consultants that we work with do have access to, like, North Carolina-wide market research that includes, what people are doing for 401k, time off benefits, all those things. And they'll share that information with us, so we can ask them for that, but we haven't paid them to do that comparison as well. We've only focused on market
Just
for
on
these
salary.
studies.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, one of the things we did at my past government position was asked HR to get creative on what they offered, because there were things that were really attractive to people, and it wasn't always money.
And it depends on the age group too, what's
It
attractive.
really does.
Yeah.
So if it were young families, then it was really attractive for them, say, to, I think one of the things we did was, I think we pre-purchased, like, it was a small organization, but I think we pre-purchased like 10 spots in childcare, because there's like a 24-month waiting list for childcare. And of course, you're only pregnant for 9 months. And so what do? So we pre-purchased it. And so when we were hiring people, we'd be like, well, by the way, we have these available things. If you happen to get pregnant, we have a spot for your child when they're born, and you can keep your job and come back to work. And they would take a pay cut because that was an opportunity that they could get absolutely zero, nowhere else for any other job. So I don't know if it's worth having a longer discussion about doing creative things like that, because in today's world, sometimes it isn't all about money, especially with things like childcare and housing and all those other things that go along with it. So when I look at straight salaries, I look at it not so much as, I take it with a grain of salt, let's say.
Yeah, and we do have, we do work with a local childcare for discount, but we have a lot of young families, so.
We also increased family leave recently.
Right.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting. It doesn't sound like we're paying the consultant to compare all the benefits. So it's a little difficult to look at the pay grades and just say, yeah, go for it, when I don't know how the benefits compare to other places.
I'll talk to her about it. Also had a vacancy summary. It wasn't part of this. It was just a separate request if you want. Okay. So I think Justin touched on this a little earlier. This is very fluid. So as you're looking at the vacancy summary here, I have a full-time, part-time column. And then, like you can see, in our system, we show that EMS has 2 full-time and 2 part-time vacancies, but Justin knows that he's got 4 people in the pipeline right now that he's getting ready to start. So, so this is just kind of a fixed point in time number out of our system. So our total vacancies right now are 81 full-time and 4 part-time. And our total budgeted positions are 1,395 full-time, 131 part-time. So we have a vacancy percentage total for full-time about 5.8% and part-time 3.1%. So we do pretty well.
Those 28 positions for the sheriffs, does that include the 16 that we're
No.
going to be hiring for? Okay.
And I think Sheriff said 27 earlier, so he must know of one that I didn't know about too, so. But that's all I had for you. I just wanted to share that as well. It was a request.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Just making sure we're good to power through. Yes? Okay. All right, so we will move up to the Transportation, Squad 410, and Child Welfare. We will start out with Elise Pugh. Hello, Suzanne.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you for joining us.
So good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to just talk a little bit about our transportation program. Unfortunately, our transportation manager, Charles Ratliff, was unable to be here this afternoon, but so happy to be joined by Suzanne Moose, who's our HHS Business Services Director. So our charge today was just to talk a little bit about the concept of consolidation between our Cabarrus County Transportation Program and CK Rider. That was a request that was asked of me, and so that's our purpose today. Well, we're going to just very high level just describe what our transportation services are that we manage here through the county as part of our Health and Human Services Agency. And this information will also be presented to you on Monday during the work session. So we're just going to go through it really briefly for you today. And we really have a very small slice of the transportation pie in Cabarrus County, but just wanted to provide some information about our services. So as you all know, Cabarrus County Transportation Services, we offer transit services to eligible Cabarrus County residents and all municipalities in Cabarrus County. And the types of services that we provide fall into one of these four main categories. The first one is non-emergency medical transportation, which is primarily funded by Medicaid. So this provides safe, reliable transportation for individuals who need assistance traveling to and from medical appointments, but do not require emergency care. So we do this one of two ways. One, we are a direct service provider for Medicaid with the state. And then the other way is we are a contracted subcontractor with Motive Care, and Motive Care contracts with a variety of the different health plans. Actually, you heard Kim talk about it earlier during the EMS presentation. She differentiated between Medicaid and Medicaid managed care. It's the same thing for us. We can either be a direct service provider with Medicaid or through the Medicaid managed care umbrella. And so we do both. The next bucket is employment and career development services. So for instance, through some of our eligible grants, we're able to provide transportation to and from different employment and vocational opportunities for eligible Cabarrus County residents. And then our nutrition sites, we talked a little bit yesterday about Lunch Plus. So we do provide transportation services to nearly all of our Lunch Plus sites. Midland, we're bringing on board. We don't currently provide transportation to services to Midland. However, Midland has made that request of us, and so that is something that we are considering executing, hopefully by the beginning of the next fiscal year. And then we also have sort of a microtransit sort of service for residents in the rural areas of Cabarrus County, specifically Mount Pleasant and Midland. And those services are partially funded by the residents themselves. They pay a voucher one way for each ticket, but that's also subsidized through the Rural General Public Grant. And our personnel for our transit program, you can see, again, Charles Ratliff is our transportation manager, and we have 3 supervisors that report to Charles. We have 4 call center representatives, 2 dispatchers. When we're fully staffed, we have 21 drivers, and we're close to, I think we have 1 or 2 vacancies right now in terms of drivers. 1 auxiliary driver, and then 1 fleet support coordinator. And that fleet support coordinator not only supports our fleet for this transportation program, but also supports the fleet for Health and Human Services too. This is just a variety of different funding sources that help support our transportation program. I won't go into in depth. Again, you'll hear this information again on Monday. But this is just, a snapshot of all of the different funding sources for these services. All right, so again, the purpose of our presentation today was really to talk about the consolidation study, the report that was produced in 2020, which predate me and Suzanne, but we obviously have a copy of it, and it has been mentioned many times over the course of the past, or during our tenure in our current roles. And so our role, there's many different components associated with this plan. It was a long-term transit plan. It is available. There have been different iterations of it. It's been updated. There's currently an effort to update it again. But our role is just to talk about the notion of consolidation between Cabarrus County Transportation Services and CK Rider. So just in terms of the crux of that study, again, that was done in 2020, it was part of a long-term transit plan. It was led by a steering committee working alongside project stakeholders. And then the project team held a stakeholder meeting with then city managers of Kannapolis and Concord. CCTS leaders were at the table, Cabarrus County leaders were at the table, as well as the Cabarrus County Metropolitan Planning Organization, or MPO administrator. So they were all presented actually at one of the board meetings, I believe it was in 2022, the outcome of this study. So in terms of the highlights, so the first description is really describes our current relationship between CCTS, our Cabarrus County Transportation Program, and CK Ryder. And that relationship is based on common interests, but there's no significant resource sharing other than information. For example, staff members of both transit agencies operate in the same geographic area. Sometimes anecdotally, we hear about both being sort of at the same site, transporting Cabarrus County residents. Obviously, there's some cross collaboration in terms of participating on each other's boards. The Transportation Board, LJ, who is over CK Ryder, is part of that board, and vice versa. But there's no other sort of formal relationship between the two transit agencies. Now, between connection and consolidation, there's different options, but if you move all the way from connection all the way to consolidation, that would involve one agency subsuming the service of the other agency, which then stops providing it. So in our situation, it would require CCTS moving over under the umbrella of CK Ryder, and then forming either a new transit authority that combines the two, or CCTS just being subsumed under CK Ryder. So current considerations associated with that. Our charge was really to look at it from a financial benefit as to whether or not there was any potential financial benefit associated with consolidation between the two agencies. And so as we are talking about this, we are strictly talking about the impact to transportation's budget, okay? There are certainly some potential cost efficiencies associated with other mechanisms. So for instance, fleet management, purchasing power, those kinds of things, streamlining services. But when we're talking about the impact to transportation's budget, and I will invite Interim County Manager Siffer to chime in here because she had the conversation with the City of Concord, our understanding is that the money would follow the program. So if we were to consolidate, the money that the county is currently dedicating itself outside of the grants to the program would have to follow the program to the City of Concord. And that would be the expectation long-term, that the county would continue to fund the program at that level or even potentially at a higher level as costs increase over the years. So again, just wanted to name that part. Again, not to say that there still aren't cost efficiencies associated with infrastructure, fleet management, all of those other kinds of ancillary activities that support the program in general. Question? Okay.
As far as accidents and workers' comp claims and lawsuits, would the county be at risk for that, or would that be then switched under to the authority?
So all of those details would need to be worked out in some sort of consolidation agreement. My assumption would be that those would be assumed either by the new transit authority that would be formed or the City of Concord.
And I know we've talked about this several times, and from my understanding, the City of Kannapolis has always been the holdup. Is that still the case? I don't know if that's the right way to say that, but that's how I'm going to say it. So,
to be honest, I'm still not clear about the holdup, but in the conversations that I've had, and I've had these in the past 6-8 weeks, Kannapolis is evaluating their transportation in general. Concord is not going to be willing to accept our cost, obviously. They would expect us to continue. Again, there may be some efficiencies to be gained in other ways, but ultimately where this would lead is that we don't have a place anywhere between the two of us that we could house this facility, a joint facility. And so eventually there would have to be something that would be constructed that would be the transportation facility that would contain the fleet and all of the people would report to work there and all of that. I do understand that there is some funding that could be pursued to construct that, but I couldn't tell you today, what portion of that we might have to carry in the future or any of that at this point. It's just way too early to be able to get into that part of it, but, that would be down the road. But that would be, I think, probably a fairly significant issue moving forward with how we would get to that point of consolidation.
Another point of consideration is that the drivers from both programs are currently under two different structures. My understanding is CK Rider drivers are part of a drivers union. They are not City of Concord employees. The management team for CK Rider are City of Concord employees, but not the drivers. Our drivers are not in a union. They are local government employees. They contribute to the pension plan at the state level. There's a match that we, as the employer, put in on their behalf. It is not advantageous for them to forfeit that system to join a union. It is in their best interest to continue to be county employees. Now, they could be city employees and still have the same benefits or similar benefits, but not for them to abandon the pension plan in order to join a union. So with that said, my understanding, and I'm not the expert on this, so if there's more questions related to this, I would certainly invite us to ask LJ to come to a meeting to talk more in depth about it. But my understanding is if this were to occur, his preference would be for the CK Rider drivers to abandon the union in order for them to become not county employees, but city employees.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you if it's not required for them to be part of the union.
It is not a requirement for them to be part of the union. At least that's my understanding.
Okay.
And as government employees, we cannot be part of a union.
Any other questions related to the notion of consolidation that Suzanne or I can answer for you? There is the sort of our revenue expenses related to the transportation program depicted there, and she's happy to explain that in more depth should you be interested in that. I think roughly the county is dedicating about $2 million. And again, this is outside of any other support we receive from any other department, like IAM is just one example. This is just based on transportation's budget. So for that, in terms of operational expenses, the county is putting in about $2 million a year.
Yes. Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, is it possible to get, I'm not sure where the impetus for this conversation happened, but is it possible to get a breakdown of revenue via expenses based on service types? Because NEMT is Medicaid, so is that zero?
You mean in terms of county contributions? Yeah, so I'll let you answer that question.
It's on. You're good.
Thank you for your question. Yes, it's very possible that we can review and the different funding sources, different funding pots of where we get the funding. We can certainly run a report out of the system to detail how many trips are actually being provided up under each funding source. And we certainly could research and gather that data for you.
And I assume like, EMS, Medicaid's not covering the whole trip. We're contributing some
Exactly.
amount. There's
Correct.
that.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, and so to answer your question, again, we're a service provider. So we render the service, we seek reimbursement, and then we get a portion of that.
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Depending on what the funding source is.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Consolidation, we would seek reimbursement for new corp.
That's correct, yeah. They would be responsible for that. They would be responsible for the billing. They would assume all responsibility for that. And I think that's partly the reason why they're saying the money needs to follow the program. Because they might need to hire additional staff in order to do the billing component, whereas right now we're doing that, right, for within our program.
So is it fair to say if we consolidate, we're basically giving up, sounds like control of the process, but we're on the hook for liability of it as far as paying the expenses?
I think potentially if, Concord is the solution, then Concord City Council would be driving that. If we create a transportation authority, we would have a seat at the table, but you still wouldn't be fully in control of it because that would be its own entity. But from what I understand, I think they may even have ability to do taxation. But either way, we would not have full control over what was happening there. And so we would have to really spell out what that looked like, I think, an agreement, because they're going to want, an agreement from us on what we're willing to reimburse and that they know that they'll get the money. And, so we would have to really work on it. I mean, it probably wouldn't be, it would probably take a year or two to get there if that's the long-term desire. But it is, we did get asked about it, so we wanted to provide the information, let you chew on that, and give us some direction. If, the desire was to pursue that in some way, we could, work with Concord. But again, we're relying on other entities as well to come to the table and be willing to do all of that.
Is any of that reimbursement going away? Anything? I know some areas it is.
Oh, that's social services.
I'm just
Yeah,
wondering
yeah. No,
how that reimbursement works.
it's actually a very fair point because this program was affected by the Medicaid cuts because we do provide that non-emergency medical transportation services. And this was one of the areas that did show a Medicaid cut, a rate cut. So.
Yes. I think a great example to your question, Commissioner Patrick, is, for example, just maybe a month or so ago, we brought the 5310 grant that we went to apply for the City of Concord. That would be to help us, assist us with reducing that county funding to be able to have more services or more funding for those services, which would reduce the liability for the county. So we're strategically looking at all times different ways that we can reduce that cost if there's grants available, et cetera.
And that was one time.
Yes, we apply for that each year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, so we will move to Jason Burnett and Jacob Thompson.
While they're coming up, there's kind of a two-part to this. One is the function of the squad, and the second part was to Commissioner Pittman's request earlier about locating and options around that.
Okay.
So there's two pieces here.
Okay.
That we're responding to.
Well,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are y'all?
Good, how are you? Thank you.
So, of course, you know who I am and who Jason is. I'm joined by Chief Dustin Sneed from Mount Pleasant Fire Department, Town Manager Holloway from Mount Pleasant, and then Town Commissioner Stephen Dixon from the town of Mount Pleasant as well. And they're going to speak to you as well shortly, and you'll see as we kind of go along the presentation while they're joining me here. But as you know, we've discussed this topic multiple times over the last year, over the last couple of years, and we continue to pursue the most cost-efficient way to administer this, to look and try to optimize it for the taxpayer the best that we can and get the most out of our taxpayer dollars. So as we go through this presentation, we are bringing another idea to you. We're going to talk about a couple options actually and what they look like, but one overall recommendation from our part. And then also, I know we've kind of talked about it in the past, but we also kind of want to reiterate why this was created in the first place, what the thought process was at the time. Unfortunately, I don't know that any of us had an actual hand in it being implicated or being put in place, but I want to make sure that everybody kind of understands what they are, what they do, and the services they provide. So, as you know, the county does employ a group of firefighters, and the thought process behind that originally was to help supplement the fire service in the county. So the county does have a general statute responsibility to provide fire protection. It doesn't originally based off of general statute, but once you collect a fire tax, then at that point, the county is obligated to provide the service they're collecting that money for. So the county historically, and most counties do, because of the cost savings, is they use volunteer fire departments to do that. Volunteer fire departments, there's a lot of positives that they are able to take advantage of when it comes to how they're graded, when it comes to their ISO inspections, and some exemptions they have where part-time employees are allowed to come back and volunteer their time, where, you know, as a county, we couldn't allow, if somebody comes back to use their time, then we've got to compensate them for that. So they're allowed to gain a lot of cost savings, and that cost saving ultimately is passed along to our citizens. So it just makes sense for a county to use volunteer fire departments to provide that service. But in the 2000s, after we got into the 2000s and we started into the 2010 range, that volunteer response piece started to drop off. You know, you can throw 1,000 different rocks at what might have been the cause of that. I think it was a couple things. I think it's just a general change in culture. I think it's, you know, the fact that the demand on the fire service has just become so much more. The request of the citizen, or the expectation of the citizen on what the fire department's going to provide, has become so much more. And you just can't expect people, you know, I think Mount Pleasant's numbers are somewhere around 1,200 a year. You just can't expect a volunteer to get out of bed, you know, for that many calls and just not get purely exhausted. And it's pushed everything to where you about have to pay somebody to be at the station to respond to that many calls. So it's a combination of things, but as that staffing shift has occurred and did so in that time frame, that's where several counties in the state, including ours, began to look at this and said, how can we get creative to provide some additional relief on this? And that's where this idea came from. So the county looks at it, and I'll go into cost numbers, and I got a little bit of math I'll throw at you in a little bit, because I think numbers paint a picture of a lot of the thought process behind this program, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But from a county standpoint and looking at things from our level, cumulative response and putting kind of all the eggs in one basket is able to relieve some of that volunteer strain, so to speak, without necessarily costing one district an astronomical amount of money to just completely make up that money. But we'll go into that in just a little bit. So we do provide that protection for the most part through the volunteer fire departments. But as the county began to look at that and look at, you know, different options, other counties in the state that do similar programs, Guilford County, they have 2 trucks, I believe, that respond. And then you have Forsyth County has, you know, I think 3 or 4 trucks at this point that are county-supported firefighters. Davie County has one. And then as you get farther east, you start to see more of kind of what we're going to be talking about here today, or at least the beginnings of those, as time has gone along and counties are having to get more creative with cost solutions and creative ideas to solve some of these problems. So our firefighters are employed to respond countywide, to help with specialized response needs and just operational continuity. It's to make up the difference, the gap, the 2 o'clock in the mornings when, you know, you've worked a full week and the volunteer doesn't feel like getting out of the bed. That's why our people are there, is that we have an investment in the county, because it is our responsibility to make sure those citizens are protected, that we have a firsthand investment in that and making sure that, you know, we are doing our part to support the fire departments and make sure that the citizens are getting the protection. So what are our firefighters' scope of responsibility beyond first glance? So a lot of times we get questions like, well, what do they do? The question is a lot of times what calls do they respond to? So our firefighters currently respond on every structure fire, cardiac arrest, traffic accident, hazmat call, traffic accident with like extrication or something that's a little bit more intricate, rescue assignments, things like that. Pretty much everything besides, fire alarms and your run-of-the-mill medical calls, and even those, a lot of times or sometimes they get added for assistance. Some of the big things that we point out that really our folks serve a dedicated purpose in is LVAD, so that's a left ventricular assistance device. So LVAD patients in EMS support, those patients require specialized care. A lot of those are transported to CMC Main, and a lot of times it takes both EMS providers on the ambulance to provide the support for those. So what we've gone in and done, and even inside the municipalities, is in our dispatch system, our firefighters are dispatched with EMS on every single one of those calls to provide a dedicated driver so that both of those EMS providers in that transport unit can get in the back with that LVAD patient and make sure they have the support they need to get them to CMC Main. That leaves fire departments freed up, allows them to continue to cover their district, and then things like that are where little niches where they jump in and provide that relief. Firefighter transport, if a fireman has to ride in on an ambulance, then we can go pick them up, take them back to the station, things like that. It's items like that. It's trying to keep, offset things that keep the fire departments in business, keeps them in district, keeps them in service, ready to respond to calls. And it's little pieces like that, little areas that we're able to go in and then kind of fill gaps. So cross-district support during simultaneous incidents, if we've got multiple things going on at one time, provides additional relief there. Staffing stability. They do a lot with public education. So we, as the County Fire Marshal's Office, we do a lot of public education. We kind of serve as the risk management or the risk reduction agency for our county volunteer fire departments. A lot of them do a lot of public education as well, but that's kind of by nature a part of the fire marshal realm, and so we do a lot of public education, and so they assist us with those, whether it's smoke alarm installs or helping out at the fair or whatever it may be. They do a lot of that. And then on average, all of our employees cumulative, they achieve around 3,000 to 3,500 hours per year of training. So we require our people to get the 240 hours that are required by ISO to get maximum credit in a municipality setting. We follow the same exact guidelines for our folks. And the way that we look at that is that if and we're going to talk about ISO in just a minute and some of the changes with that. But our thought process is that if the departments are going to claim us on their ISO, then we need to be trained to the same standard. So we hold everybody to a very high standard, and most of the time they exceed those training hours far beyond what the minimum is. So other specialized pieces that we're involved in, so McGuire response, McGuire nuclear, one of the big responsibilities that we have in emergency management fire services is providing, we are an evacuation county, so if a nuclear emergency were to occur at the McGuire nuclear plant in Mecklenburg County, then we are responsible for taking evacuees, checking them for radiation, deconning them if they need that. And so our firefighters do serve a very big purpose in that. They serve a dedicated piece with it when it comes to vehicles and things there, and getting vehicles deconned and registered and those types of pieces. So they do serve a very big role there. Search and rescue response, they are part of our county state deployable search and rescue team. So they provide our staff or provide additional staffing for that and certified members for that. Water rescue is one of our newer features. So Harrisburg Fire Department in the county provides swift water rescue assets for state deployment. But as we're always doing, kind of planning downstream, is that if they do send, and most recently, their requirements for the number of people that they have to send downrange if they do get deployed to Helene or somewhere like that, is that personnel number has increased. And so for a department like Harrisburg, if you're sending 10 people downrange, that's a major gap here at home. And so they still have to provide that water rescue support here locally as well as downrange when they're deployed. So as we've stepped into that and began to work with Harrisburg, we began sending our county employed firefighters to get trained in swift water and surface water rescue, outfitting them for that. So that way, when Harrisburg is deploying downrange, that we have the ability to help backfill those resources at home to make sure Cabarrus County is still protected. Outside of that, they do feature a lot in our sheltering, a lot of emergency management and logistics type functions. It takes a lot whenever we're moving equipment. It takes a lot of vehicles, a lot of people driving vehicles and towing vehicles and unloading and loading equipment, and they do provide a lot of support for us on that piece. So again, just reiterating a couple things. They improve response reliability without increasing local payroll, provide experienced personnel integrated into daily operations, provide additional deployable assets to strengthen our state, allow departments to maintain service levels during their peak strain, and then increase resilience during major incidents and weather events. So here's some real life examples of where this comes into play. And I'm not going to go into detail on all these for the sake of time, but I've talked about high level on what the responsibilities of some of our firefighters are outside of just responding to calls. Our most recent weather event, we made a decision midstream to open a shelter, and it was a one phone call to my on-duty captain, and I had 4 people over there with a trailer ready to be unloaded by the time we got over there to start setting up that shelter. They help us set up the cots, get everything unloaded, get everything set up, and they're available 24 hours for me to call upon them to help us out in those situations. Things like in that middle photo there, us helping Northeast do hose testing. That's not something that everybody just wants to volunteer to come do. It's not everybody's most favorite activity. It's not fun. It's not, appealing to most people. But whenever they've got 1 or 2 paid people at the station and they've got to test a couple thousand feet of hose, it's nice to be able to call and say, hey, do you mind sending your guys down here today to help us test some hose? And the answer to that is going to be yes. Again, just pointing out just the middle picture there, that was taken at a fire again in Northeast, and the time came, it was 8 o'clock. A lot of their people were having to leave to go to work. Again, we're depending on volunteers. A lot of their people were having to leave to go to work. Our people were able to stay there and continue to work while their volunteers had to leave and go home. That's not the case for every one of our departments. We do have several departments that have a good succession of paid people, but we do have some departments, especially in the north end of the county, that still rely heavily on their volunteers. So just some examples of where we feel some gaps. So as we come into this, we're constantly trying to figure out how do we optimize taxpayer dollars. So I've been here 5 years, March 1st, and this has been something that I've been tasked with looking at. I've looked at from the get-go. We've made some presentations on some things, but we really feel like we need to get more into an integrated, solid presence that before, I think the optimization was on getting everywhere fast, and I think as time has shifted and more paid staff has come on to each of the volunteer fire departments, it's more of that specialized thought process. It's more provision of equipment and things that is more of a gap at this point. And the gap as far as staffing is still there, but I just feel like we need to tweak how we're providing the service in order to get the maximum benefit out of it. So what we're going to look at today, the original deployment model emphasized mobility and independence. The service needs and station configurations have evolved with optimization becoming more apparent. Fire Services is proposing a refined operational approach. This is going to be And, you know, we've discussed some versions of this, but this is going to be kind of a complete changeover from what we've even discussed before. And then focus shifts from a unit identity to personnel integration and equipment provision. So partner agency input. As you know, over the last, year or two, we've had a lot of conversations, a lot of, what everybody's opinions or thought processes are on this, and we do value all of our partner agencies' input. The unfortunate part of it is that there's a lot of disagreement on how things should be implemented and done. And, when I put myself in the shoes of a fire chief, and I'm looking at my budget, and I look at this money that's sitting on the county's, it's sitting in the county's budget. As a fire chief, I'm concerned with providing protection for my district. Yes, my surrounding districts matter to me, but primarily my goal is to protect my district. When I look at the money and where it's sitting, it's no surprise that it can be a little, trying to think of the best word to use. It can come off the wrong way whenever that money is not sitting in your budget. There's not a direct contact, there's not a direct tie to seeing a direct benefit to my district if it's not money that I'm able to spend in my budget and see the direct response of that. So if that tangible money is not being spent through my department and I'm not increasing my operation, then to them it can feel like it's not actually helping my district because I'm responsible for protecting my district. I may not be actually the one that's providing a service, so the disconnect kind of falls there. And a lot of times, I can sympathize with the fire chief that is looking at his district, that wants to protect his district 100%, but I think a lot of times where the divide comes is that from our standpoint, I have to look at things from a county level. I have to look at things from the overall level. Yes, each fire department's important. Yes, each fire department on how they provide the service is important, and what resources they have available to them is important. But when we step back and we look at the money that's budgeted for this, how do we best affect the service? So I did some quick math just to give you, again, painting the picture of the thought process on this. So I got the budget broke down a little bit farther in the slides, but if you take the 1.1 million that's wrapped up in the salaries and benefits, and you divide that between the 12 departments that receive the staffing grant currently, it comes out to about $95,000 a department. If you divide that by the $17 average wage, I would say it was probably pretty average, that comes out to $5,588 a year, or 5,588 hours a year that you can staff with that money. If you divide that by a 24-hour shift, that gives you 232 hours of your shift covered with one person. So that's assuming no overtime. That's assuming that all those shifts are filled. So here's one of the issues and the problems, and hopefully the legislator will change at some point on this. But right now, volunteer fire departments do not qualify for the 52-hour or 7K exemption that the county or a municipality would. So they have to pay overtime for anything over 40. Where we do qualify for that exemption, our overtime doesn't kick in until 52 hours a week. That's how every other fire department that's a municipality or county would be able to take advantage of that. So the dollars, again, from the county standpoint, the dollars don't go as far if you're trying to divide that down to each department. So again, stepping back to where we were whenever this program was originated, and the thought process behind this is that these are the thought processes that are going into this as we think through, as they thought through at the time. Do we increase the staffing grant? Do we come up with a different alternative that provides staffing, but can we get more out of the dollar than if we just divide it amongst the fire departments? So those are a lot of the thought processes that go into that. So there was a letter that was sent on behalf of the fire departments in, I think it was September of last year. that detailed, a recommendation that the county build a standalone facility and buy a truck. In our conversation with county management, just based on budget forecasting things and where we feel the program should be, we didn't feel that that was the best use of taxpayer dollars. We have opportunities to co-locate. We have opportunities to share existing buildings, to share existing apparatus, to do things like that that save the taxpayer dollars. We just did not feel that that was the best option. We then had in October, or we have a fire service board meeting every quarter, and in October we had a strategic workshop where we sit down and we went through different items that really affect the fire service. And Commissioner Pittman and Manager Sifford and several others were there. And one of the ideas that was brought forth, and that kind of leads us to where we are here today, was, again, and it's been mentioned before, but a partnership with Mount Pleasant. So at the time, it was centered around Mount Pleasant Station 2, Mount Pleasant Station 2, Mount Pleasant Station 2. And, we presented the previous co-location idea, and I really do believe that a co-location is the best utilization for this to get the most out of the money. And I thought through it, and we're totally open to hearing ideas and things, and that was brought up, and I mulled on it. I said, how can we do this? And what is our time frame? We don't really have a definitive time frame on Station 2. And then it finally clicked to me one morning. I was getting ready for work, and I was like, why don't I just call Chief Sneed and see if they can do it at Station 1? Like, why are we waiting on Station 2? So I called Chief Sneed and had a conversation, and he said, we can definitely look at it and see if it works. So they went back and looked at some things, and he came back with me and said, I think we can do it. Which leads me to where we are now. So kind of the proposal at hand is going off of that recommendation that was brought forward in that October workshop by several of the departments that discussed that there, and that is to entertain a co-location with Mount Pleasant Fire Department. So I'm going to give these guys a chance to speak shortly, and I'm going to just kind of go through the general idea, and then I'm going to give them an opportunity, of course, to talk about, what it looks like from their side as well. So what we're looking at is essentially the movement of our county employed firefighters, all of them into Mount Pleasant Station. Again, and I've got a couple options at the end of the presentation that we can talk through just based off of a previous conversation, and I'll give you the pros and cons of those. But from our standpoint on staff and our recommendation, this is what we would think would be the best use. So it would be a co-location in Mount Pleasant. The employees would be housed in their fire department. They would remain county employees under county control, under county authority. So you get into there's a whole conversation about employee leasing that can be had at a later time. There's a lot that goes into that if you also choose to pursue that. But there's also a lot when it comes to employee leasing on how employees have to walk, talk, eat, sleep like county employees, even if you do some type of employee leasing program. This is a partnership with a municipality, however, and so that's what kind of makes this a little different. So we would draw up an interlocal agreement with the town that would kind of define the relationship. It would define how employees are managed, how relationship works, how response works, all of the ins and outs, risks, liabilities, all of the things that need to go into protecting the investment of both the town and the county. And so we would enter into an agreement with them. So they would essentially begin using Mount Pleasant apparatus for certain calls. So for your calls that would use a fire apparatus, so that's structure fires, traffic accidents, things of that nature, again, utilizing taxpayer dollars that are already being used for that purpose, begin using their equipment for those purposes. And we would continue to provide a pickup truck at the station for the medical calls of the cardiacs and the LVADs that I spoke about, stuff that wouldn't require use of a Mount Pleasant vehicle, it would just need something to transport people to. So it would be kind of a hybrid response there, but those equipment assets that we've talked about in the past are now able to be provided through something that's already sitting there. We can just begin using taxpayer dollars that have already been spent.
They would finally be on a fire truck.
They would be on a fire truck. So no transfer of employment liability or financial obligation. We would continue to provide workers' comp. They would continue to provide the coverage on the vehicles and things of that nature. And again, we would detail all that through our interlocal agreement, make sure that it's reviewed by county legal. We've already, we've worked through some draft language, and I've had Doug review some of that already. And of course, we would, make sure both insurance companies were good with all the language in it and all those things, little pieces that we'd need to work through to just kind of finalize everything else. But, and then continuous county oversight for use of employees for overall county benefit. So again, what we don't want to do is paint the picture that they're going to Mount Pleasant just for Mount Pleasant's benefit. And we want to make sure that we make it clear that these employees, although they're being stationed there, are still there for the use and the support of all the departments. That is the sole purpose in this, is that it does put them, and I've got some points on the next slide, but it does put them in a better location than where they are now to support a lot of those departments. But this is not something that it puts them in one place, and that's the only place they exist. So we did want to make sure we were definitive on that.
Yeah, and to that point, the discussion, if somebody fails and we need to fill in, we would be able to still pull those employees and fill into that facility until we got that situation rectified.
Yeah. So yeah, we would define that out in that agreement to make sure that, if something happens, like Kelly said, if you just think about, county examples, Reimer wanted to go to Rowan Cabarrus to do training, and they needed district coverage, then, we would have the ability to pull them for momentarily out of Mount Pleasant to cover Reimer's district so that they could go do training. That's just a, one-off example of things that that agreement would still allow us the latitude to do those things while also continuing to support Mount Pleasant. So faster access to staff apparatus, reduce duplication of response resources, improve coordination and interoperability. We're literally embedding our people in with our county assets. Stronger training and operational alignment, enhanced coverage for eastern and northern Cabarrus County. And then ISO. So I know, I believe we talked about it through the last time we had conversations on this topic, but if you remember, there had been a ruling that come down that no longer allowed the fire departments to claim our personnel for ISO credit. So by doing this partnership, one of the things, again, as I was thinking through in my, daily self-reflection time, is does this open that door back up to achieve that? And the answer is yes. So I had conversations, met with the State Fire Marshal's office to discuss and go through the ins and outs of this. And essentially, by placing these people in Mount Pleasant's fire station, writing the agreement to where it reflects the training that Mount Pleasant requires of their folks, and then placing them on the roster, those individuals would begin to be able to be counted for ISO credit again for any department any fire district that they touch within 5 miles of Mount Pleasant's fire station. So now we're able to provide 4 trained qualified individuals in a service company to all the departments that are there. I ran the maps, but it's Northeast, Reimer, Coldwater, Georgeville, Mount Pleasant, and Allen would all begin starting to see the credit for those personnel again on their ISO inspections. Again, I'm going to kind of turn it over to Mount Pleasant right now to let them, you've heard me blabber enough, but, this is a partnership, and I want y'all to be able to ask questions of them and allow them to elaborate from their standpoint on kind of the conversations we've had and anything they would want to add to kind of where we're at so far.
Oh, I guess my microphone's on. Yeah, I just kind of want to echo what
Jacob was talking about the, with the ISO, because that's a big benefit, with our staff and plus the other 4 that will be on an apparatus. Everybody will benefit from that. And it puts, there's just a lot of opportunities. You got, as far as like a, house fire, you pretty much could have a dedicated rig company. There's 4 guys that train together. They're going to arrive on a rescue. The, a lot of the past talks to the fire chiefs were recommending having them on a rescue with cascade system, rehab abilities. That's what they would arrive on with what a lot of counties have been asking for. You have anything you want to add?
We want to, first of all, thank county management and the commissioners for thinking about Mount Pleasant and allowing us to have an opportunity to hopefully do something that would be a win-win-win, certainly a win for Mount Pleasant and a win for Eastern Cabarrus County, which is still, you folks know, pretty much rural, and then a win for all of Cabarrus County. 43 years in the fire service, I know the challenge this will be, but these two have talked a lot, and I feel very comfortable with their relationship and the operational piece of it. When they approached me and told me this was coming up, we called a special board meeting 2 weeks ago and ran it by our board. We didn't get into any details because we don't know what the details are, but in just concept, and this Commissioner Dixon here can speak to that, our board was very open to it. Again, saw it as an opportunity for it to be good for Mount Pleasant, but also good for Eastern Cabarrus County and good for all of Cabarrus County. So we appreciate the opportunity. It'll be some elbow to elbow, a little tightness there in our station, but we can make that work. Operationally, we think that it will be a very good project and something we feel comfortable with, and Commissioner Dixon can speak to that from a board member.
Yeah, I mean, the Mount Pleasant Board, we're honored that Cabarrus County would think of our fire department as coexisting with the squad. I mean, it makes us proud that somebody would look at our fire department and think that that would be a good solution for this squad. And we're behind it. If the county thinks that's the best decision, and for our part of the county, the eastern part of the county, it kind of makes sense that it's at least in that direction to be utilized. It would be used more there than anywhere else in the county. So it puts it closer to where it will be utilized.
So if you choose to go in this direction, we will support that, and we will assure you we'll do everything possible to make it work and be something that the county can be proud of and something that Mount Pleasant can be proud of.
So, to that end, just a couple of final clarifying pieces, and again, there's tons of things to be worked out. There's tons of operational bits and pieces to get into with this, and me and Chief Snead has probably talked daily for the last 2 weeks, hour-long conversations on, ideas and thoughts and, parts and pieces to work out to make sure we do this right from the get-go if the commissioners do choose to move forward with this. But no exchange of funds between the entities, and I'm going to get to a little bit of budget stuff in the next slide. So county continues to fund the personnel and the benefits. The town provides the space and facilities already in service, provides apparatus for response for certain county incidents as well as equipment, and then it maximizes the return on existing county investment and fire tax investment. So dollars, cost savings. So right now, this is kind of what our current budget looks like for fire services in the realm of our county employed firefighters. So this doesn't include our fire marshal's office staff and the cost to support that. But right now you've got around $745,000 in salaries with around $406,000 in benefits. That includes your 12 full-time paid staff. And then you've got around $180,000 of support costs there. So that's turnout gear, part-time and overtime are included in that $180,000. So as we have people that are on vacation and out sick, we use part-time to cover that, and then on the occasion that we just cannot cover it with part-time, we do get in some seldom overtime situations. Uniforms, training, so again, you've heard multiple times today about the mandatory training that needs to occur. Firefighter physicals, so again, we do partner with Atrium for our firefighter physicals, both new hire, our firefighters get a physical every single year. It's required by NFPA to make sure they're fit for duty. And fuel, et cetera. So what does this do as far as savings for the county? So a lot of it's in equipment. So SCBA replacement, SCBA being the air pack that they use to breathe in a fire environment. We're looking at a replacement of those in FY30 of somewhere around $40,000 that could essentially, or is going to go away because, again, we're going to be using Mount Pleasant equipment. There is currently a CIP vehicle request that is on the list. Of course, it has not been chosen to be funded, but that can be removed if we move forward with this request. Replacement of response vehicle with upfit. So right now, even the pickup truck that they're responding on, as it currently stands right now, we're averaging on a replacement for that about every 3 years. And it's about $100,000 replacement by the time you talk about the truck, outfitting it with the equipment, lights, sirens, all the things that goes into that. So that's $100,000 every 3 years. We actually have one in the budget for replacement for this coming year. If we do move forward with the co-location, that also can be removed out of this coming year's budget. Extrication equipment replacement and estimation of FY28, around $20,000. Various other tools and equipment over different fiscal years, around $25,000 over the next 5 years. Fuel costs would be diminished, again, based off of partnering with Mount Pleasant, and then just general facilities, furniture, maintenance, and upgrades over the next 10 years. So the quantification of all that together is, I mean, we have the potential to save hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next, 5 to 10 years by affecting this partnership. We would maintain, again, the minimum of the salaries, the benefits, and what it would take to outfit the personnel. So again, we do feel like this is a smarter way forward. We think it supports our mission, our vision, our values, and we do think it takes and it optimizes county investment, county taxpayer investment, and it gets the most out of it. And that's ultimately what we want to do. Okay. So as I talked about, we did have we've had a couple ideas that have been brought up in the past that we wanted to make sure we touched on. So alternative option 2, and 1. So they kind of align the same way, but it's just how far you divide down the staff. So in the idea that you divide the staff amongst 2 departments, a lot of the same similar relationship as what we have right now. You would essentially divide the county in half. If you went with option 1, you would divide the staff into 2 departments. It would be 2 people in 2 different departments. And then with alternative option number 2 is you divide all 4 full-time staff into 4 different departments. Again, the major concern with both of these options, there's a couple things. One is, as you start to divide those personnel out, you lose some of that collective effectiveness, is that they're not operating as a company. How much effect are you really getting out of putting one person in a fire station to drive a piece of apparatus? And then from our standpoint too, on the county side, is we do have to maintain 2 in, 2 out. We have to make sure that we're maintaining the safety for our folks. So there's a lot of things with that. The other thing too is sick time and vacation. As we get into this, it's going to require a lot more training, a lot of more specialized skills to be able to operate and use this equipment. And so it's not going to be as easy whenever you have somebody that takes vacation or is out sick. Then it still leaves a void. I'm going to have to fill that with part-time, and I've got to make sure that those part-time employees are trained. And just from an administrative nightmare that it would be to try to make sure that all of those positions are still maintained and the fire departments are getting the money's worth, and the citizens' tax investment is not just going to the wayside because we're not able to use that to the maximum efficiency. That is where our concern lies with this. Again, it is an option. It is something you can pursue. It does spread those out. It kind of spreads the wealth out amongst the fire departments, but I just don't feel like we get the effectiveness out of the taxpayer dollar that we would leaving them together as a cumulative effort. That is the conclusion of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Oh, you know we got
I know.
questions. All right, so has this been discussed with any of the other chiefs in Cabarrus County at this point? Have they had a chiefs meeting about this?
They have not had a chiefs meeting about this.
Okay. So I will say that I was made aware of this already. Some questions that folks had from what they were hearing. I know that we had discussions about Squad 410 moving to Allen. There was $1 million tied to that we weren't willing to do. One of the questions is, is this an unfair move so that Mount Pleasant would specifically benefit more than any of the other municipalities with having more staff down in that direction versus?
Municipalities or just departments?
We'll just say departments if that's the better choice of words.
Again, would Mount Pleasant probably see a greater benefit than any other fire departments? Probably so. The same way that even now, based on where our folks are sitting in Allen's fire district, Allen probably sees a disproportional more value from that program because they're in their district. They're more convenient, they're right there, they can call for them and then they're in 5 minutes. So I think no matter where you place them as a whole, there's going to be the appearance that it's unfair to somebody. And I don't know a way around that. They've got to be somewhere. And again, you can pursue dividing them up to try to be fair, but even then, that's only 4 departments that's getting 1 full-time person. And there's 12 right now that are receiving the staffing grant. So even then, it's how do you decide what for? And no matter where you go with it, it's going to seem unfair to somebody. And as much as I've racked my brain about it, I don't have the solution to that unless somebody's just willing to ante up and provide some more money so we can do it for everybody. And I don't think that's an option.
Yeah, and that was kind of the same.
Yeah.
I hear you. Like, I've racked my brain to try and make this as fair of a solution as possible. So I heard, this may not be true, because you know how things go around. So would Squad 410 be wearing Mount Pleasant uniforms?
So we have discussed that. I and county management have discussed that. Our take is that they will continue to wear Cabarrus County uniforms because they are Cabarrus County employees. And what we don't want to get in the situation of is that, yes, in some situations, they would be operating Mount Pleasant apparatus, but those are still county employees. And I'm not saying that Mount Pleasant doesn't hold their employees to an expectation, because they do, but so do we. And if there's an issue with one of our employees, I want it clear and defined who that is, a Cabarrus County employee that, for whatever issue, whether it's good or bad. It could have been a positive, it could have been a negative. If they do something that was incorrect or unsafe or whatever it is, I want it clearly defined that that's a county employee. And then you even get into harassment and all of those things that, we train on it all the time to make sure that we're signifying. I don't want there to be confusion where Mount Pleasant's people is being accused of something that, it's cleaner if our people remain in the initial discussion that I and Chief Snead had was for the cohesion. So, he brought up, do you think it would, and it's a discussion that we've had.
Yeah,
And I tell you, we've talked about all kinds of stuff. We've talked about all kinds of stuff. if you put them in Mount Pleasant uniforms, is it going to make life in the station a little bit more cohesive because everybody's kind of playing for the same team instead of it being county employees and Mount Pleasant employees? And I understand that too, being in a firehouse and the firehouse dynamic, but I think from us trying to make sure from a risk management standpoint, from a delineation of county employee standpoint, I just don't think that's a road that we can travel.
Okay. And the truck would not be upfitted with a Mount Pleasant emblem?
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm just
so the thought process is
getting it out
that
there.
we wouldn't even, so I talked about the truck replacement that could be removed. Right now, there's a F-350 that's in the budget for their replacement, standard replacement based off of replacing their vehicle as is, based on county policy. We wouldn't even go back with an F-350. We would basically put them in an F-150 that's just has lights and siren, has them the ability to respond to the medical calls and things like that. And it would continue to have Cabarrus County Fire Services on it. It would still continue to be clearly delineated. Those are county employees, and that's a county fund. So.
Okay. Commissioner Pittman?
I was wondering, I'm not sure if I know how you plan to do this. Are you gonna have, there's 4 of them, right? 4 persons. Are you gonna have them on a rotation of somebody being at the station, or is this all gonna be, long goes off and we try to get there to Mount Pleasant to go out from there?
So their place of work will become Mount Pleasant Fire Department. So that when they report to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, they will be reporting to Mount Pleasant Fire Department. We have talked a lot about how to delineate what is a Mount Pleasant call and what is a Cabarrus County call. We feel like leaving some sort of, and even Chief Sneed today, even before I was sitting in the back and we were texting back and forth about this very topic earlier, is that how do we still delineate that? Because the other thing I want to do is I still want to be able to capture the data. I don't, if we're responding on a Mount Pleasant truck, I still want to be able to delineate what is the extra call volume that's being implicated on the Mount Pleasant Fire Department that they would have not have seen if we didn't do this partnership. So we've even thought about, putting in a special signifier in the dispatch system that lets the personnel know that this is a Cabarrus County oriented call versus something that Mount Pleasant would have been dispatched on anyway. And then that will tell the personnel there, like, this is something that county employees should be responding on versus something that Mount Pleasant would have been on anyway. So there's going to be very, very delineated protocols on who responds to what, when, what truck goes, all those things. And those are all, that's all the details that we've got to sit down and hammer out in a clear defined policy and SOG that we can put in the hands of employees that says, in this case, you do this. In that case, you do that. To make it as clear and as simple and as clean cut as possible.
But I was wondering if they were gonna take turns manning the station, or they just go when called, or whatever.
They would be at the station, and then when dispatched is when they would
Okay,
respond.
so you'd have somebody there.
Yes.
But you're still gonna be available to assist other stations across the county?
Yes. They would continue to be dispatched on every call that they are now.
Okay. Would there be any authority matters between a county or any station, firemen?
So with the partnership with Mount Pleasant, putting them in the station, there's going to be some level of where Mount Pleasant has their station duties and Mount Pleasant has their truck checks and all of those things that has to be done, and an expectation that they have on being in a Mount Pleasant facility that we're going to have to define out as much as possible. But even now, our personnel, when they respond to a scene, unless, handed some type of incident command function or something, they always fall within the ICS structure. They always fall under the incident commander, whether that's in Mount Pleasant or Coldwater. There's never a situation where we just roll up and try to, take over and take command. That's not what we're there for. We're there to support the fire department. And so even now, when we're responding to calls, if it's a structure fire, there's no question. Whoever's incident command, And what I tell people, short of safety, morals, and ethics, you should show up and do what you're asked to do.
So they consider themselves supplemental to whomever they're working with.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mount Pleasant Fire Department, the town manager, and the board for considering this. You didn't have to, so thank you. I think this is probably the best option. I was a fan of giving it back to, or giving it to the city of Concord like the original agreement had talked about, but I think the best option is to let a municipality handle it. And you've already addressed it. My only concern would be day-to-day management. I think if you're gonna be in their house, then Chief Sneed has certain expectations. You know, you deal with the county, but as long as I've been here, Mount Pleasant Fire Department has had an absolutely excellent reputation for not only training, but response and the caliber of their people. That has been well-known around Cabarrus County for years. So I think that's the best place for them to be, but I think they're gonna need to adapt a little bit to that. I have zero issue with the county keeping them, but I think that'll be where it gets interesting. There'll be some issues arise, but I do thank you guys for being able to help us out, because this is, I mean, we're looking at the viability of the squad is truly what we're looking at if we get down to it. And I think if we're gonna make it work and make it last, this is probably the best option, so thank you.
Thank you.
And we've had some discussions on a lot of those things, you know, even down to, not that, you know, Mount Pleasant or Chief Sneed would have a definitive, like, say-so in the evaluation, but having feedback, again, having feedback from them on the annual evaluation, you know, a simple form or something I could send to them that says, hey, do you see anything that's of concern or whatever, to take that into consideration as I'm doing evals and as our captains are doing evals on their folks. And then even getting into hiring processes, as we have openings, our guys are going to be working there, guys and gals are going to be working there with them. And so that's not to say that we can't have the Mount Pleasant chief or deputy chief or a Mount Pleasant officer sit in on hiring and interviews and things like that to help select. You know, these people are going to be in their station operating their equipment. You know, they're going to have some buy-in on who we're placing in those positions. So this is really going to be a partnership that we're going to have to be tied at the hip at, and we're going to have to be on the same page at all times and really pushing this thing in the right direction. So,
And it'll have to be a mutual respect, because they do have something to lose. I mean, truck checkoffs, hydrant inspection, those are all ISO aspects that, for those of us that have lived in a firehouse before, understand. So if you have a certain way of doing things that you're accustomed to make that ISO inspection easier, I think we need to be willing to work on that. And I don't see a problem on why we wouldn't, but I think it'll have to be a mutual understanding.
yeah, and we've already discussed if the commissioners choose to move forward with it, we're going to call a meeting between our officers and their officers, and we're going to sit in a room and we're going to say, okay, what questions do you have? And, you know, allow everybody to throw them at us, and then create a co-location SOG based off of that says, you know, here's the answers to your questions, but here's the additional guidance that you need on the day-to-day on how this relationship works. So.
I'm in favor of this. I don't know if you need to know how we will, just so you can pursue.
It does have a budget impact on next year's budget, just based on how we do with equipment replacement and that truck, but I'll let Kelly weigh in on kind of exactly what we need.
I mean, you don't have to answer today if you're not ready, if you need to think about it, or, you know, we wanted to get it in front of you. We can easily remove things out of the budget more easily than we can add at this point. So, you know, those would just be items that we can kind of have a list of and remove if the choice is to proceed.
And also with this topic, as you know, I don't know what type of downstream feedback you're going to get, and, you know, and so, you got to take that into consideration too, you know, make a decision now. And I'm not saying I'm not saying don't, you know, have some consensus, but at the same time, you might just want to take that into consideration, as that you may get some additional feedback from other fire departments in the coming days or weeks that you may want to take into consideration, so.
Yeah, and I don't think this necessarily would have to be a July 1st. We could,
No, it's
you know,
not
if we wanted to do it October 1st, or, you know, to give time to properly move into it so that none of us feel rushed.
The only July 1 implication is the replacement of that truck. And even that, if something, we just decided to take an audible and not do this, and we did decide to stick with what we have now, pushing out that replacement for a year, and I mean, Kyle can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's going to be detrimental, so.
Might add too, that we can do a short-term interlocal agreement, whatever that term would be. It doesn't have to be long-term, doesn't have to be 20 years. It could be 2 or 3 years to evaluate it. A year from now, these two are gonna look like me. They have no gray hair now. They'll be very gray haired a year from now. So we may want to evaluate it then based on how much gray hair they have. But it will work. It will be a little difficult initially, but it will work. It will cost Mount Pleasant a little more operationally, but nothing significant. We value those additional personnel, how it impacts us and all of Eastern Cabarrus County. So I can't speak for the commissioner, but I know them very well. And the fire department is highly regarded, and they typically get what they ask for. So this is something that we'll put our whole heart and soul in and make it work. But we can do a short-term interlocal agreement and let everybody kind of evaluate it. If it works, we'll extend that. If it doesn't work, you hadn't really lost anything. There's no capital expense. It's all just moving folks around and then working through the operational issues.
Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, I'm too new to make a informed decision on this. It sounds like there's a very long and storied and complicated and
When you've got about
strange
4 hours.
history going on here.
Give me a call.
And so it sounds like I need to talk to about 10 more people before I have any idea what's actually going on here and ready to make a decision. So I'll do my homework. Thank you for the presentation. It probably confused me more than it helped me on this issue, but I will endeavor to have those conversations with folks I know and trust, and try to come up with some kind of idea of what to do in this situation.
If you would like, just to keep it on task, maybe we can set a deadline to revisit and try to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you being so amenable to not making us decide on this right now. So I think we should set a deadline, just so that we can stay on task with it. I'd just make sure, please meet with all the chiefs too. Like,
Yeah.
That,
I will discuss on kind of coming up with a plan for that. Yeah, we have a quarterly chiefs meeting in April and,
April.
We can bring it back to you at the May agenda session, and that way you all can be ready to either put it on the May meeting to make a decision or kind of give us some direction at that point. But I'll give you a little bit of time to talk to everybody you feel like you need to talk to.
is that good with y'all? Okay.
Madam Chair, the way it
Yes, sir.
looks to me, what we're talking about is simply the county paying these 4 people to be supplemental to all the departments, but attached to Mount Pleasant. And that don't sound too bad to me, you know. So,
Well,
Yeah,
this
and that's
was-
why I was gonna add, like, Mount Pleasant's, I mean, we're pretty much a hub fire station. We're surrounded by everywhere. They can get where they need to go fairly quick and be on an apparatus that'll count toward the ISO. So that's why, I wanna make it work. I wanna do what's best for the county and all the residents. So if we can put them on a truck and then not be duplicating services, and that's why I'd like to try and get it there. But like I say, thank you for all your
Well, thank you
consideration.
for this. I mean, I appreciate you guys being willing as well. I'm glad you've already talked to your commissioners about it too, because I appreciate you being willing to potentially take on the extra that you guys would have to take on at Mount Pleasant also. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, from the board standpoint, I mean, we're biased to Mount Pleasant citizens. That's who we serve. But we're also Cabarrus County citizens too. So it's not just serving ourselves. If there's a better way to serve the vast majority of our citizens, I don't see why we don't try to do it.
Well, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, so we will move on to Jacob and Doug. Doug. Sorry, Jacob. I just wanted to say your name again.
Well, it was me, I said it.
Do you want me to go over there, stay here?
You're fine here. Yeah.
All right, so this next item, Rosh touched on this as a potential savings last night. So I just want to get two things completely clear before we go back into this. I'll recap the numbers first and answer a couple of questions that have already come up since last night on that. So two things to make clear to everybody, including Mr. White, who's here with us, and I'm glad he is. This is not a legal department request, ask, or demand. This came up and it's in a budget presentation because it's an opportunity for $100,000 give or take savings, which is a 50% savings, and I'll re-explain that. So that's how it got brought up in a budget presentation. I was asked if this came to pass, which is your decision, how would it work? What would it look like? What would we need? That type thing. Okay, and I'm happy to do that. But yeah, we're not requesting this, and there's no issue with, from my standpoint, I don't have any reason to question the good work that Mr. White's doing. So this is not about the quality of the legal work. You're getting good work from a good person, okay? So that's my position. I think, and Dr. Pugh could answer more questions about this, I think there's a number of reasons why Dr. Pugh and Ms. McCallum, your DSS director, I think a lot of the ways, same things I do that I just told you, but they think this is a necessary building block to them continuing to improve and, I would say, reform child welfare. I think this is an important part of it. So with that being said, I want to recap the numbers because you asked me a question or two this morning already. So your current contract is $400,000 a year. You get 50% reimbursement from state or federal sources or both for legal expenses and child welfare. It doesn't matter who does it, whether it's in-house counsel or outside counsel. I worked for a county one time where they called it outhouse counsel. So we could call it outhouse. They called me their outhouse attorney all the time. But it doesn't matter who's doing the work. It's going to be the same reimbursement. HR is working on pricing what the salary would be, but based on our guesstimates, the guesstimates they've given us, that's what's in your materials. You're looking at, roughly 180, I think it was 180, 190, and that includes salary, benefits, mandatory bar dues, that type of thing. Continuing education requirements. The questions that have come up, so that would be about $100,000 savings. So right now, you're spending $200,000 local taxpayer dollars on your current arrangement. With the new arrangement, you would give or take, cut that in half. You would spend $100,000 local taxpayer dollars. You don't need any newly created support positions. That was one question that came up. There's 4, and this may be in this material, but you've got it to read, and I'm really going to deviate from this a little bit with what I want to tell you. You've got 4 administrative positions in DSS now, which already exist. They're already budgeted. They're already occupied. That's sunk cost. And so the question actually was raised months ago, separate from this, that maybe those 4 people would be reclassified to legal assistants and reassigned to the legal department, because that's pretty much what they're doing, are legal supportive type functions. And I think the thinking was by Dr. Pugh and HR, the legal department might be better able to supervise them. So that was something that was already discussed. So between 2 and 4 positions would probably migrate over, and then 1 or 2 people would be assigned solely to support this person if you decide to create this position. So the figure you're seeing in there should be all in. I mean, they're going to need a laptop and a phone aside from that, but no new positions or anything else. I'm not waiting for June 15th. You've got 3 months, 3.5 months to decide what you want to do. So I'm not waiting because we can't wait till June 15th. If this is your decision in the end, we can't wait for June 15th to get started. So that's why HR is already working on what would the salary look like, what would the job description look like, where would we put the person. This would be probably in the 900 building, which is the small, low building out of Progress Place. It's already, I think, fully accounted for. So now we've got to go back, and I've got Mr. Billifer and other people looking into how that would work. So if this isn't your decision in the end and we don't need any of this background work, then fine, but we're going to have it done so that we can hit the ground running if we have to. So I said that this is not a legal department demand, ask, or request, but I do support it. I endorse it. I think it would be in the best interest of the county, of child welfare, and I'll go into why. And it's not related to Mr. White's work at all. And in fact, if you created this as an in-house position and he wanted to apply, he would probably be doing me a huge personal favor by applying, depending on who else applies. So that being said, I've represented 3 counties and 2 municipalities in my 31 years of practice. Some of that was in-house counsel like here. Some of that was outside counsel, contracted counsel. So I can speak not to what's specifically going on in child welfare now and how this would change that, but I can speak to what I suspect is going on down there and how I suspect this will be a better arrangement for the county, for child welfare, and also for the attorney trying to do the work, based on my own experiences. And I thought it was interesting, I think it was in the Sheriff's Department presentation, they had a slide where you may recall, they showed you, it was 4 blocks of information, 4 blocks of text, and they showed you calls for service, and they called it self-initiated calls. And self-initiated were 10 or 11 times the number of people who called 911. And I think that's a good analogy to what I've observed over the years. I would call calls for service, 911 calls, to be where somebody contacts me and says, I need you to research this, I need you to advise me on this, I need you to write this, I need you to review this contract, I need you to attend a meeting. So in our role, in my role, that's not 10 to 1. It's more like 50-50. But I'm concerned we, the county, child welfare, the attorney doing the work, are missing the self-initiated calls, if you will. So I'll come back to that in a second. But I spend half my time on those things that I would compare to calls for service, where the person within this entity realizes they have a legal need or they have a legal problem, and they reach out to me for it. I don't know who else doesn't reach out to me. And especially when you're an outside attorney, you're not embedded with the people. My experience has been you miss half the legal needs because you're not there. And those people, you're relying on those people to recognize when they have a legal need. So when child welfare needs something, they contact Mr. White, and he does it well. But the problem is we're relying on them to determine when they need to involve legal, is my estimation. And now somebody else here may have something to add to that. They may agree, they may disagree, but that's been my experience doing it both ways for 31 years. I spend the other 50% of my time as an in-house attorney doing what I call self-initiated calls. So just like the officers are spending 90% of their time reacting to something they see, they hear, or they read, I spend half my time doing that. So I spend half my time, and I'll break it down into 3 groups. I spend half my time reacting to things that are going on around me. And if you're not embedded in who you're serving, I think you're missing that. The 3 ways that I react to what's around me as an in-house attorney, and I think the benefit of what an in-house attorney gets for you, and I think how this benefits the attorney, is you've got several groups. The first group, the largest group, I would call drive-bys. And Mr. Newton teased me about that. He would come to my door and say, I got a drive-by for you. So on average, I'd say 10 times a day, and I think Kelly or Elise, who's across from my office, or Kyle, who's down from my office, could verify this. On average, 10 times a day, somebody appears at my door and says, do you have a second? Do you have a minute? And those are situations where the people aren't sure they need to talk to me. They aren't sure they need me for anything, but they're curious enough that they're stopping as they're on the way to the bathroom or on their way to Kelly's office often. People often walk by my door and back up and say, oh, when I saw you, I just thought of this, okay? To some degree, those people with those types of kind of, I guess you would say squishy legal needs, to some degree, they will reach out. So if I wasn't in the house, or if we were talking about child welfare, some of those, they would pick up the phone and call, or they would send an email. But a lot of them, I think, don't. And so when I was an outside attorney, one time for a DSS, I would often read things they had already filed in court, or I would get to court, and I'd find out something that nobody ever told me. And I would think that would have been something really good for you all to tell me. And of course, you do training, and I know they do a lot of training. You train as best you can, but you've got to get past that hurdle. You've got to make it as easy as possible for people to access legal needs or legal resources when they want to. And so I think we've got a disconnect there where some people, either because of who they are or because of their inability to gauge what the legal concern is, they're not reaching out and engaging legal like they would if the person was in the four walls with them. So I spend a lot of time on drive-bys. Atrium, when they were giving you their presentation about the employee health clinic, they also touched on something that I think is relevant to this. They were touching on the money you're saving, and this is a soft savings. You're not seeing cash in your pocket, but they were touching on the money you're saving with increased efficiency. The easier you can make it and the quicker you can make it for somebody to get health care when they're on the clock, the more of their day you're saving, the more man hours you're saving, that frees them up to do something else. And so I think that's another issue here. If those 10 times a day, there's 20 work days in a month, that's 200 drive-bys, I average. If those people saved an hour, and Atrium said your average hourly wage here is $24.78, make it $25 to make the math easy. By my math, that's $5,000 a month that you're saving. Even if you want to cut it in half, and let's say they save 30 minutes by not picking up the phone and having a conversation, or not waiting for a return call, or not waiting for a response to their email that they had to sit and write for 15 or 20 minutes. Even if you want to cut it in half and say, if somebody can get an immediate answer to something that they're not sure about, so they can continue with that project, with that deadline, with that document, so that they can free up that time to do something else more productive. Even if you cut it in half, that's $2,500 a month. So again, that's not going to make or break you all with your budget being the size it is. But I think you all, as a board, have made it clear you're trying to squeeze every dollar you can out of this place, because every dollar you squeeze out is a taxpayer dollar you can return or you can use for something else. So I think that's an example of that, and these things add up. The second grouping of this self-initiated, the 50% that I fear we're missing, those are, and I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, overviewing or overhearing, and that's what the deputies are doing. They're seeing things, they're hearing things, they're reacting to something going on around them. And that's what I do. You know, I'm here on average 50 hours a week. I'm physically here in this building. I can tell you with a fair amount of certainty who gets here when they leave. I can tell you who's meeting with who in the glass conference room. I can tell you what kind of mood people are in. I can often tell you why they're in a bad mood or why they're in a good mood. I know a lot of things that don't directly relate to my job because I'm physically here. I have the pulse on what's going on in the building. I don't know everything going on, but I know things that do translate into taking action, or we're in meetings and something comes up and nobody's even addressing it to me, but I say, wait a minute, I think we need to look at that, or we need to go back and look at that document. It's difficult or impossible to put a number on how often that might be going on at child welfare, how many things we might be missing that we could pick up on. Again, no fault at all of the current provider. It's what I would call a structural fault of that arrangement. It doesn't matter who's doing the work. It's just a problem with that arrangement. And that's, as you all know, that's a very complicated department. And in my mind, it's probably the riskiest thing we do as a county, because everything they're dealing with is highly confidential, highly personal. They're doing highly invasive investigations of people and families, because that's their job to do that. And ultimately, they may be going across the street, getting a court order, and removing people's kids against their will. So that's a place where we can't afford any slip-ups. That's a place where we can't afford for people to not follow policy, not follow procedure, not recognize when they need legal help every single time and get it. And so I think this would help that. And again, ultimately, I think make the attorney's job easier. And the final area that I think we're missing at child welfare, and which happens to me, this does not happen every day, but it happens regularly. I call it a grabbing. I don't really know what to call it, but it's when somebody comes to my door and says, I need you right now in conference room A, or I need you in B, or I need you in my office. I don't often know why they need me. I don't know what the topic is. I don't know what's being discussed. I don't know what I'm walking into. But what that is they are in a meeting, an in-person meeting, or they're on a Teams call, or they're on a phone call, and something they didn't expect has come up, and they need me. It may not be the end of the world if I'm at lunch or I'm in the bathroom or something. Now, I do come out of the bathroom, which is beside my office, fairly often, and people are standing there waiting for me. Because, and I've tried carefully to do this. I leave my door open because I want people to feel like they can do what I'm telling you, because that's part of the reason I'm here. I want people to feel like they can come find me anytime and that I'm going to be there. And if my door is open and my lights are on and I'm not there, but the men's room door is closed, they guess that's where I am and they wait, and that's fine. But, you know, that's the kind of thing that I think would be an improvement. Dr. Pugh may have a different way of describing this. I don't know that this is all, I don't know I've laid this out the way she sees this as helping them. But as an attorney who's done in-house work and then outside work, this has been my experience, that in-house has worked better. It's worked better for the entity. It's worked better for me. It's made my job easier. It's reduced the number of times I'll walk in to a situation, a meeting, or court, and there's some fact that nobody told me about. You know, if I'd been with them 40 or 50 hours a week, I might have picked up on something nobody told me about. So that's the long and short of my experience and why I think this would be in the county's best interest. And again, I have no reason to want this. If this is your decision that you make by June 15th, this will create a lot of work for me. Again, Mr. White may do me a huge favor, but this would create a lot of work for me. What's in my best interest and what's the path of least resistance for me is you continue to write a check and I do nothing. You've got great, competent legal help and I don't have to do anything. But you don't pay me to do what's in my best interest or to recommend what's in my best interest. You pay me to do what's in the county's best interest and to recommend what's in your best interest. So that's what I have to say on it. You know, if it's not already clear, nobody's asking you all to make any kind of decision tonight. And as I said, we're doing work in the background so that we're not caught flat-footed, so that we're prepared for whatever your eventual decision is. You know, there obviously would be a transition period, but we're not waiting for June 15th to do descriptions, pricing it out, figuring out office location, figuring out equipment. I've already talked to Nexus. We'd have to add them to our LexisNexis subscription. I talked to them yesterday and they said they can probably add them for no additional cost because the account we have it's in the name of the county manager's office. It's been in existence for many years, but we're basically paying a la carte for some things. It would be cheaper to get a government plan. So that's what we're going to. We can have more people for the same price, maybe even less money by changing plans. We need to add them to our case management system because if this was internal, every juvenile case would be in our case management system, where we would have all the forms, all the orders, all the attorney notes and that type of thing. That's only $150 a month to add a new license, a new user for the case management. So again, I've tried to think of any dollars that would need to go into this. And if we identify something else, we'll address it. But I appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug. Do you have a question, Commissioner?
Well, I'd
Pittman?
say it sounds like something worth considering doing. I noticed reading through this, it mentions 40 hours per week. So I assume that means whoever the lawyer is that comes in here to be our in-house attorney for this purpose would be walking away from any other practice.
Right. So if this is full-time in-house, they cannot have outside clients.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that because I didn't know if maybe they do a detail here or a detail there on other stuff. Stay with their private practice and do this. I wasn't sure about that.
And that raises another point that I didn't bring up. I mean, if someone, for example, if you all did this and someone wanted to exit private practice and do this, there might be a delay where they need to wind down their practice, that type of thing. They may not be able to start July 1st. I mean, we could work around that. I mean, that
Tie
would
up
be,
loose ends before they leave.
right. I mean, since you brought that up, that's a good time to point out. That might be a possibility. I mean, we could work around that.
Okay, thank you.
And on the 40 hours, I guess what I thought maybe you were getting at, if I can finish, is this will be, of course, a salaried exempt position. So they're expected to be there 40 hours a week, but they'll need to be there whatever it takes. If it's 50 hours, 60 hours.
Commissioner Jones?
One question. Elise, reimbursement for attorney, 50% now,
50%.
is it gonna stay at 50% or?
For this position, this would be devoted to child welfare, and the reimbursement rate is roughly 50%.
Okay, just will make sure that.
And I think on child support, it's
66.
66.
Yeah, and we have a different attorney who's doing that book of business, but yes.
The other thing is, I practice in this area, and when we were with the in-house attorney, it was the worst experience for everybody involved. The courts, the people, the social workers, everyone. When we went out and contracted, and what Mr. White has done is 100 times better than what we experienced. So sometimes you get what you pay for. So I'd like to say that. If you go this route, you've got to get the right person. Otherwise, you're going to set the county back a lot more expensive than
Right.
what you're saving.
And I agree.
So I would think further conversation with Jay may be appropriate.
That's why I say he
To
may
see
be doing me,
if there's some kind
I
of
should start
workaround.
winking at him. I mean, he may be doing me a great favor, but, yeah, I wasn't here for that, but I've read a lot. I've read a lot of files. And so, yeah, there's definitely things to watch out for.
Can I mention that? We're gonna be doing a closed session.
Sure, and so as I mentioned, I think briefly last night, and Madam Chair wanted me to remind you, I did ask for a closed session Monday for attorney-client privilege and personnel because I have more specific information. I have some examples that I could show you, but that gets into personnel, so that would be confidential. But again, that's not going to be discussion or information about your current provider. That's going to be discussion about internal people and where a different arrangement may or may not have helped. We'll never know, but some examples of what I'm talking about.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we will move on to volunteer fire departments. Jacob Thompson. Welcome back.
Long time no see.
I know.
I'll stay over here so they got room. Okay, so we've got 4 departments that are requesting tax increases this year. We'll go through each one. I'll just introduce them, and then they'll take it from there with their presentation. Mr. Case. So just an explanation real quick of how the tax works with fire departments is each individual fire district has a fire tax that's set based on the rate that typically the fire department would request. The commissioners are the ones that set that rate. So basically, if the fire department chooses to increase it or decrease it each year, then they would make that request to the commissioners. The commissioners would then hear kind of the justification behind that request, and then you would make that decision as part of the FY budget to set that rate at either the requested rate or remain it as is or meet somewhere in the middle. So again, that's the commissioner's decision. But that's kind of the background on how the fire tax piece works. We got Chief Coley and Chief Case here from Midland. They are requesting a 1 cent increase from 10 cent to 11 cent this year. And so they've got a presentation, and we'll let them speak to you all about their request.
I'd like to thank everybody for letting us come up here. I've been here several times. Some of y'all know. Some of you, it's the first time I've got to speak in front of you. Chief Case is going to go over the slide presentation, and I'm going to elaborate from there after that. But I'd also like to thank Mr. Thompson for his slideshow to start with, because it's going to help solidify our case today, or where we're at in our location, geographical location, what kind of situation we're in. So I'm going to let Chief Case take it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Manager Seaford, all your staff, thank you for being here. Thank you for your sacrifice. I worked on Saturdays for 28 years, so I know it's a big sacrifice. Thank you for what you do. Midland Fire Department was founded in 1955. We provide life safety services. Of course, fire suppression is our #1 function. We are in a unique location, about 24 square miles. We're between Mecklenburg, Stanley, and Union County, so we do a lot of responses in those counties. We're automatically dispatched to their structure fires. We do provide fire service through 2 stations, 24/7, 365 days a year. If you kind of look at our call volumes there, they've been rising since 2021. We're up from 2021, 432 incidents, and so we're averaging 86.4 more calls a year. So again, our mission is to save lives, and so we're committed to doing that. If you look at our department, we have the chief and myself, 6 full-time engineers who are under the town, but we also have about 30 part-time employees who staff our trucks. And they come from neighboring departments, Concord, Kannapolis, and Charlotte. Good group of people, highly trained, a lot of experience, and again, our goal is to save lives and properties. So when we're requesting this 1 cent, it's not us wanting to overspend and buy the greatest, newest toy. We're asking for a modest increase to maintain the pace of our department. Here are some of the current fire tax rates. If you look at them, of course, Harrisburg is at 15 cents. That's what the state allows. But if you look at the rural area of Concord, they're at 12.5 cents. And if you look most of these, we are one of the lowest at 10 cents. Odell can be a little confusing, but I'll let the chief over there explain that one to you. We requested, again, to go from 10 cents on the 100 to 11 cents. And it is just some examples of how this plays out. So I looked it up yesterday. The median for Midland is about $419,000 a house. So you're looking at someone probably paying $40 more per year, just over $3 a month. Again, I get it. Nobody wants taxes to go up. But if you put this in perspective, this is like going to Five Guys. You might just have to cut that out, but it's important that money go to the fire department so you have a better service, right? So there's a lot of rising costs in the fire service, been a lot of inflation. Prices have increased dramatically. We'll talk in a little bit about expense on new engines and air packs. There's even higher standards that come in for safety equipment. Of course, you know, it drives up the cost. And then there's just the cost of operating. You know, we want to take care of our people. Everybody's experiencing inflation, so we want to keep our people above inflation. And of course, just like Chief Thompson talked about earlier, there's some of the things that fall in that we need for each person. That's their personnel protective equipment, insurance. The state was covering workers' comp, and they're not going to do that this year. So that's an additional $20,000 in cost. And of course, we do have a training facility there. It's regional. We've had over 100 classes come there in the past year, and there's some costs with that. But again, that helps the entire county. There's a lot of firefighters from other departments that are coming over to Midland to receive some of these classes. And we all know, like COVID, that's kind of the instigator of all these things. But again, we just got to keep going forward. So some of the things that we need that directly affect us is we need a new engine company. Pre-COVID, we bought an engine company for about $620,000, and now the new cost is $1.3 million. So that's a need for us. Our current reserve is a 2013, and then behind that is a 2001. So we are in desperate need of having a new engine company. Self-contained breathing apparatus, ours are coming to the end of their life, and that's going to cost us around $500,000 to cover that. And again, our service vehicles that we're currently using are 2017s from the county law enforcement, the deal that they had with Midland. Those were passed down to us. But we need about $70,000 to put our operations chief inside a new utility vehicle. If you talk about staffing for us and some of the things that we need, of course, the recommendation from the NFPA is non-trained firefighters to be an effective firefighting force. We have 7 people on duty. We have a battalion chief that's there and 3 at each station, a captain, a driver, and a firefighter. And so if we move forward with getting firefighters there full-time, it's going to be about $445,360. If we move forward with the captains being full-time, $589,359. And of course, if you look at all our combined labor, you're looking at $1,034,719. So natural growth is coming, but it's at a slow pace. And the thing about it is, and Commissioner Patrick, I don't know if you were there when Harrisburg was experiencing all this growth and trying to keep up with it at the fire department, but Midland is slowly becoming like that. More and more construction's coming in there, and we've got to stay ahead of the pace, right? We don't want to get to the point where we're overwhelmed. So we're looking at tax revenues here. Make sure I'm on the right slide with you. In 2024, we're $1,494,000. Tax revenues in 2025, $1,455,000. And our projected tax revenue for 2026, $1,406,000. So you can see that's decreased, or you can hear it, all right? It's decreased. And one of the reasons this is decreasing is because Corning was allowed a deduction in tax. There were some spaces that they said that they weren't using for manufacturing, so the county granted them that deduction. Initially, we lost $156,000 in that, and we negotiated back and got somewhere around $79,000. But talking about that $79,000, I mean, that's what it's going to cost me to pay for air packs yearly, right? If I go out and get a loan, I'm looking at $79,000. If I go out and get a loan for that engine, I'm looking at over $100,000 a year, right? So that impacted us. We've kind of fallen below. Again, we don't want to wait. The longer you wait, the higher costs go up, right? So there's already going to be an increase. If we don't buy air packs before April, the manufacturer already told us there's going to be an increase. They continue to increase the price of apparatus. I don't know if any of y'all have paid attention, but this actually went up to the House, and there was a big discussion with our government up there and why these costs were going up so high. So again, there's safety concerns with equipment, right? And it's always been the chief's goal here to give our people the best equipment, right? We want to put the best equipment in their hands so they can do the best job that they can, right? And I think outside of being a preacher, we have one of the greatest jobs, but one of the most needed jobs, right? When you need us, you need us. Okay, you kind of run by sometimes and you see people hanging out and you don't think too much about it, but if something happens to you, pick up the phone and call 911, you want us there as quick as you can, right? You want the best people there, the best trained people, and you want those people to have the best equipment. You want them to resolve your emergency. So again, we're just trying to stay proactive here and keep ahead of the curve. We do have long-term capital planning. We have turned in a 5-year plan every year. We will continue to do that. In our 5-year plan is a plan to build another fire station at Flow Store Road East and 601. We do use grants. I want everybody to know that. We got a grant from the state for $522,000. That's what put up that regional training facility out there. Last year, we received a grant, I think it was approximately $24,000 for a new drone that we're gonna use in conjunction with the county for search and rescue. So we take our budget serious. The chief and I discuss our budget daily, but if not daily, at least weekly. I mean, his office is across from mine. We're always talking about, where we can be cost effective. Of course, there's increased population coming to us. We have a neighborhood down near Mecklenburg County that's coming in at the line there. There's gonna be about 1,100 more homes in there. It's just gonna increase our call volume. We do have some new businesses come in. Thomas Bus has come in. And all this stuff is gonna cause more traffic. There's gonna be more motor vehicle accidents with that. And, with more houses, more people, it's gonna be more calls for service. So it's really a good return for the community. Again, if we can staff our trucks, if we have good equipment, we can make faster response times. We can keep our people safe. Through ISO, our inspection is coming up in March. We can lower those ratings and help people on their insurance bills. And so again, it's our goal, the chief and myself, to be good stewards. We're not coming up here because we want something new. We're coming up here because we need a fire engine. We need air packs. We need more firefighters on the truck. So in closing, that's a 1 cent increase, and this is gonna stabilize our staffing. It's gonna offset some of the revenue, and it's gonna help us, to prepare for the growth that's coming to us. And just to add there for a minute at the end, the special operations stuff, we did get a certified as a heavy rescue unit. We do respond that through the county if we're asked. We also had a land search certifications for some people. We've already used those people in response with the county for missing persons, and we continue to have a partnership with RCCC and providing continuing education and certifications for firefighters. Tried to make that quick.
You did a great
Questions?
job.
Or you want to?
Yep, yeah, I'm gonna elaborate in just a second. So in 2021, I took this job. I made some promises to the public when I was sworn in down there. I spoke at county commissioners meetings several times here in workshops. I made promises. And one of the promises I made was we'd go heavy certified rescue. We got that. I promised we would provide high angle service rescue. We've done that. I promised we provide drones. We got 2 drones that we've done. I've kept my word there. I kept my promise on the land search team that was added but due to a call in our area. Now we have a land search team, and I think we are the only fire department in the county that's on the volunteer side that has a team for that. We've been deployed twice on that. We've been to Union County 2 times on technical rescues and affected that for them because of close proximity where we are. I promised we'd have full-time staffing. I've done that. I also promised that I would work at 10 cents on the 100. This problem was put on us, not at our choice. I do not blame a corporation for doing what they do to save money, but the cause of that was that they wanted to save the money, and the effect was it cost us $156,000 out of our budget. We've operated at 1 year at $156,000. They renegotiated, it came back at half, and we're getting that part back. But I had to stop the 5-year plan dead in its tracks there to support staff. We in Mount Pleasant, and I'll just throw them in there. First of all, I agree with that 100% going there. They are in the center of the county, but if you looked at their slideshow, there's nothing about Midland in there. The 5 fire departments that get benefits off the ISO, we're not in there. Our geographical location keeps us from having a lot of the benefits that our people get, so we do these things to be standalone. So this 1 cent gets us back to be standalone. And we got a fire department up road flow stores here too, and they're pretty much standalone. The squad trucks location cannot help us in a timely manner. So the first 10 to 15 minutes at a time is all on us, and that's what we got to buy. So that takes personnel and equipment, specialized equipment to get it done. I'm not coming up here asking for 12. I'm not coming asking for 13, 14, or going all the way to the max because it's not the right thing to do. I also took a pledge to the people to be good stewards of the money. And it actually does bother me to come up here and have to do this. But I don't have a choice to get back to where we need to be. We are very, my word means a lot to me. We're gonna get there. I think 1 cent is very doable for, I don't know anything you can go to the store and buy for 10 cents a day. But we'll take that 1 cent and run it, and we'll keep running it like we were before, and we'll make sure we get where we're going. We can finish the 5 and 10. Now, in 10 years, I'm gonna be gone. This young man right here will be the fire chief. But in 5 years, I'm gonna be gone. And before I leave, I'm gonna make it very easy for him to come to work. I'm gonna stay on pace and get the job done, but unfortunately, we do have to ask for the 1 cent on the 100. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Those are the things I promised. I got a whole stack of stuff, but you guys been sitting here for 2 or 3 days, ready to go home. I don't blame you. There's nothing else I can say to make you understand it. That's exactly what it was. A corporation asked for the break, they got the break, we paid for it, and I just need to get it back.
So, thank you for your presentation. I know that you guys work very hard, and have for a long time to make sure you stay at that 10 cent. And, you know, this was not within your control. I mean, you didn't have any say-so in this, and it lost you guys some significant amount of money. And so I feel for you, because I understand when you talk about your word and say the things that you wanted to do, and this was not within your control. So I can appreciate that for sure. I really can. You know, you guys work extremely hard, so I'm grateful for you.
Yep, thank you. Yep.
Always there when I have a question, so thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honored to
Commissioner.
serve.
Yep.
Commissioner Pittman?
Thank you, ma'am. First, I gotta apologize to Commissioner Patrick, because I gave him a printed copy of this email that I got from Josh the other day, because I wanted to talk with him about it, and I didn't realize till I was looking at it just now that the right end of the wording is cut off before the margin from my printer for some reason. So makes it a little hard to understand what this was saying. But we were a little uncertain of just how that connection worked between Corning and messing you up. But
I'm gonna say this, because it's news, it's real. Corning signed a $2.5 billion deal with Apple to do all the glass for iPhones and watches. And that decision that they made impacts the community. Plain and simple.
okay, so, but you know I hate the idea of raising taxes. And I figure you're gonna catch flack for it, and if I go along, I'm gonna catch flack for it. But I think you made a very reasonable case, and I'm ready to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wortman?
You guys have always asked for what you need. You've always had the documentation. You've always been upfront and honest. We talk all the time.
Yeah.
I knew before you came in here, this was the last thing you wanted to come and do. You've made it clear from the beginning that your word is everything. So I appreciate you coming and asking. I know it wasn't easy, and I'd rather let the fire departments make the decision and tell us what they need instead of us doing it for you. You know what you need, you know how much it's gonna cost, and I appreciate you coming and asking, although not your fault.
Yeah.
You gotta do what you gotta do, so thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, I think this is just a question, since we've got 3 of these in front of us. At what point does a volunteer, just because I don't know, fire department just like become a town department, start being operated
Sure.
that way, and you ask them for requests for apparatus?
When I took over in 21, we had about 10 volunteers. Now we have 1, but it's a non-active volunteer. We're pretty much paid staff, either full or part-time. We've spoken with the town manager several times. What it becomes is when it's 70% funded by the town, when those rural district and the town district, that funding becomes about around 70% funded is when you start looking about doing that. So right now, we're running about 4851. So, I mean, 4951. So we're not there. It's gonna be a while. So we operate under 2 entities. We have the town, so we work for the town. We have an entity at Midland Voluntary Fire and Rescue Incorporated. That board of directors sets the business venue for that. We manage that business venue as town employees. Now, they have a good partnership with the rural and the municipal district, but yes, at some point in time it will. But Harrisburg's an anomaly of how fast they grew. But when they run out of space, then we'll end up getting some of that. Mount Pleasant, get some of the rims outside that corridor on 49, 601, 24, 27. That's what happens. We're seeing it now. I had spoke to the town manager a while back, and there's a lot of growth coming there that he knows about. We don't put numbers or faces with it, but yes, there's stuff coming, and we'll have to react to that. I would say after I leave, most likely, which is somewhere about the 5-year mark, is what I'm figuring. Unless something drastic changes, you're looking at about the 5-year mark. Yes, sir.
Great info. Just so we're clear, it was not my fault Harrisburg grew that fast.
Oh, yeah. Everything's Harrisburg's fault. So we actually, we kind of pattern, we look at what happened to them to see what mistakes we don't want to make, because they went through it first. I make phone calls all the time to people around me to see what happened. I'm a big student of learning from other people's mistakes, not repeating that mistake. That we will make mistakes because we're human beings, but I try to avoid most of that financial mistake. We're very prudent with the money that we have and putting it in the right places where it should go. We are given a lot of responsibility with a budget and a lot of people to do a lot of things, but the bottom line down, he knows me, my number one thing is when we go is to perform, do the job. If we start failing, then I'm gonna have to back up and see what's going on, but so far, we have performed in 3 different counties and this county. We run with Union, Stanley, Mecklenburg, and here. And people, now that's the other thing that's happening with us on this budget. We're starting to get drug out, way out. Mount Pleasant responded to a fire in Locust the other day, which is probably 12 to 13 miles away, because they knew they had the people in that truck, and then they got us for it too. We've been to Stanley County, we've been all the way in the city of Albemarle before, because they know you're getting the truck in the people. It's just hard on the people in between to have the finances to put staff on. We've been blessed with it, but it's also, it is what it is. We're turning into that Harrisburg from 20 years ago. So we're gonna have to follow that, and I don't wanna get behind, and yes, we pulled out on the apron. I remember one time within 5 minutes, we had 3 calls. So we have battalion chiefs there now to manage that. The battalion chief took the medical call, he sent one to the fire alarm and the other company to the fire. We did what we had to do. We managed it, but we ran out of resources at that time. So we do have a manager 24 hours a day, so.
I just want to add, I said something about us catching flack for raising the tax, but if we don't, and a couple of houses burned down because you didn't have the equipment you needed,
Yeah.
I think you'd catch more flack for that.
I can say this, I've run the rough numbers, and for this fiscal year, our budget's about 2.7, that we have saved over $5 million in property loss that you didn't see on the news and you didn't get in the news or on Facebook because it didn't happen, didn't progress far enough to get there. To me, that's what it's about now. We doubled our salary pretty much and what we got in revenue that we saved in property loss by time and people. And that's the key to everything. It's your time and people and equipment. Those are the foundations for everything. That squad truck being there is going to help a lot of people up there. Flow Store and us, we kind of count on each other. I count on West Stanley from Stanley County. I count on Fairview from Union County. At times, I count on Mint Hill. I've already spoke to the fire chief at Concord when they built the fire station out there. That station will be available to us for working fires and pennies there as long as we reciprocate that back with the tower ladder and some people there because their ladder companies are so far away. I've already spoke to him and got that pretty much worked out. We're just waiting for it to happen. So we're always helping each other. You do seek out resources you need, and we have to count on what's around us, or we count on ourselves. So,
Any other questions?
thank you.
Appreciate you guys coming.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Mount Pleasant's gonna be next. So Mount Pleasant's is gonna be a little bit different as far as the request. So typically you see a pretty definitive request. However, with their meeting with their board, and I'll let them elaborate on it, but they're requesting up to a 2-cent increase with the option for it to be lower. So as their town budget develops, the decision on exactly where that's gonna land based on the needs is still being developed right now. But I'll let them elaborate on that, but I think you've already met everybody here, so I'll let them go ahead.
Well, thank you all for your time and the opportunity. I'll give you, let's see, there we go. So department overview. The Mount Pleasant Fire Department, we were established in 1937, covered 36 square miles with a split ISO rating of 2 inside of the town and an ISO 4 in the rural area. Now, we're currently staffing 4 firefighters 24/7. We have 3 full-time lieutenants, 1 for each shift, providing consistent leadership, supervision, and operational oversight for each shift. And we staff an engine and also have the following support apparatus: a reserve engine, a 100-foot tower ladder, 3,000-gallon tanker, heavy rescue truck, a brush truck, and a UTV. And we provide automatic aid and mutual aid to all the departments surrounding us. And like Chief Coley said, with Midland, we respond to 2 different counties as well. And we get the auto and mutual aid in return from them. So the past reevaluation increase in 2024, we requested 3 cents over the revenue neutral rate so that we could put a 4th person on duty each shift so we could meet the OSHA respiratory protection standard. And after doing this, we added a 4th person each shift, and last year we transitioned 1 part-time positions each day to a full-time lieutenant to provide the consistent leadership and oversight to daily shifts. As we advised, we would also increase our pay rate $1 an hour to $17, at the time bringing our part-time pay more in line with other departments around us. So as Jacob was saying, we're requesting 2 cents in the rural and the municipal fire district, with the option of just leaving it at 1 once we see, and I'll let town administrator elaborate on their side of things with that. This fund will be for capital projects and a $1 increase in pay, because we're currently at $17 an hour. Most around us are at the 18 plus range, so we want to stay in comparison. Here. We're currently paying the firefighters $17 an hour, and we're one of the busiest departments in the county, excluding Harrisburg, Concord, Kannapolis. Last year, we responded to 1,267 calls. We're wanting to increase our pay $1 position to bring us more in line with other neighboring departments, as we didn't have a pay increase last year.
I'll point out to everybody too, is we're the only department in eastern Cabarrus County that's staffing 4 people every day. So it's difficult for us to try to keep that many people staffed, pay the benefits, and pay the part-time salaries everybody else is paying. And that's why we're so heavily used, is because when they call us, they know they're getting 4 paid people coming, which is good for everybody in East Cabarrus County. So we're doing a balancing act of trying to keep the staffing level as high as we can, and at the same time try to pay what everybody else around us is paying, and they have 2 people on duty versus our 4. So it's a challenge to try to balance that out. Chief.
So our truck replacement needs, we have our main engine we ride is a 2021 Smith with approximately, it's around 40 now, 40,000 miles on it. But in 2021, we paid $577,000 for it. And today, if we replace the truck, it'll cost $1.1 to $1.2 million. We're gonna need to order a second station to project for Station 2, and also, I don't think I put in here, but our reserve engine's a 06. We're close to 70,000 miles on it. And we're currently riding it right now, and the Smills in the shop with the head gasket and emission problems, which, that's a $20,000 to $25,000 bill. That's what our estimate was I got yesterday, actually. So that eats up a lot of funding. Let's see what I've done. Okay, so, and it would extend the life on our main engine we ride because it wouldn't respond to all of our calls. We could lengthen the life of it. So half of the current calls it does now. It is recommended by NFPA that engines serve as a frontline apparatus for 10 years and can be in reserve for another 10 years after that before refurbishing. If we were to order one this year, they're currently 3 to 4 year build time, and it would arrive around the same time that Station 2 would be in service. So Fire Station 2, it'll be located on Walker Road across the street from Mount Pleasant High School on 8 acres, property the town currently owns. With Station 2, there's opportunity for Cabarrus County EMS, Fire Marshal's Office, law enforcement to house with us. And with the growing area, Mount Pleasant responded to 1,267 calls in 2025, with many of these being 2 or 3 calls simultaneously that could be handled by a second company versus wait on mutual aid, Squad 410, other departments to come from a further distance. And this will also help with the ISO in the rural area and help with neighboring fire departments with lowering their rates as well. And Station 2 also has enough area for a training facility. We're looking to put something similar to Midland has. They're 3-story. And this needed to acquire appropriate hours for the facility training to maintain the lowest I rating or ISO rating. That will also be accessible for other departments to use for mutual aid and facility hours to go towards our ISO and theirs. And this is just projected cost and what the dollar pay raise would bring. Engine one, or the engine replacement, $1.1 and $1.2 million. It's approximately $104,000 a year. Walker Road Fire Station, $3 to $5 million, approximately $250,000 a year. And a dollar pay increase is $35. And with the 2 cent, it will generate $165,658. Yes. Other than the funds for the $1 an hour, all of the other money will be put in the capital account, toward the Walker Road project, because there's the planning, all the engineering fees that you have to pay, and then go toward the second engine as well as the funds from the increase inside the town. And this is where I'll let town administrator take over.
Thank you. A little bit of quick history too. I was hired by the town 13 years ago. I enjoy working there part-time, and something I tried to do over that period of time when I first went to work, the town residents were paying about 12 cents of the 50 cent tax rate. 12 cents was the fire department's budget. The rural district was 6 cents. It had not been raised in years. So what we started doing over a 10-year period was bringing that rural district up to try to match what the town residents were paying as close as possible, because it is the same fire department. Now, a little different than Midland, they're a true volunteer incorporated department. What you're doing is you're contracting with the town of Mount Pleasant for the town of Mount Pleasant to provide the fire protection in the Mount Pleasant Rural Fire District, but it is a municipal department. So we leveled that out about 3 years ago, where the rural district residents and town residents are paying about the same. It may be a half a penny off. This year, y'all are running ahead of schedule with us. We haven't had our budget workshop yet. We'll have it in 3 weeks. So what the chief asked us to do was consider allowing him to ask you to consider up to a 2 cent increase. When I met with the board, we met with the board last week, reminded them that we try to keep this even. So if we're going to ask you for a penny, we're going to ask the town to raise the rate a penny. We ask for a penny and a half, et cetera. So after we have our budget workshop in about 3 weeks, we'll send that to the fire marshal and say, okay, we're asking for X. I feel like it'll be less than 2. We'll see how good a job the chief does selling us on it. I feel like it's probably going to land in the 1.5. It may be 2. Certainly will not be more than that. Something we did say years ago is we asked for that increase in the rural district. There was a 9 in the rural district, which is a 10 is no protection. So a 9, barely a fire department existing. The town had a 6, which is not very good for a town. So I insisted that the fire chief then start working on lowering that rating. So with that first increase, we made some improvements, put another person on, went out and got the 9 lowered to a 6. I live in the rural district. My homeowners went down $400 a year. It was a dramatic savings. So we had a 6 in the rural, 4 in the town. We were rated,
Or 2 and
yeah, 2 years ago.
4, 6.
Yeah, anyway, we were recently rated, I lose track of the time. We went from the 6.4 down to a 4.2. So very good rating for a small town, very good rating for the rural district. So what we tried to do is we've asked for those increases to balance out. We've also lowered the rating so that people are seeing a savings on their insurance. So again, thank you for hearing us today. Commissioner Dixon can speak to what the board was agreeing to, that whatever we're going to ask you to allow us to do with the rural district, the town will be doing the same thing with the town rate in order to maintain a sense of fairness.
Yeah, so we definitely discussed that in our meeting last week. I'm an in-town resident, live diagonally across the street from the fire department. And I would not, it wouldn't be fair at all if I were asking, allowing him to ask for a 2-cent increase and wasn't willing to pay a 2-cent increase myself. That would not be fair. And the board come to consensus, we'll allow him to ask for the 2 cent. Hopefully, we can make it work with less than that, but if we didn't ask, we can't ask for an increase later. So I said, let's go ahead and ask for the 2 cent. And if it comes back at 1 cent, then it's 1 cent, but, or a penny and a half, whatever it is. But we wanted to go ahead and allow him the leadway to ask for the 2 cent and then see where we can come to agreement. But we will be implementing the same exact increase in town.
I do want to add to, from the presentation earlier, this, the tax increase has been talked about prior to that ever coming about, with the, yes, sir, with the squad. The truck cost and just overall cost of the fire service is like Chief Coley was talking about, everything is going through the roof.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you're going to hear pretty much the same thing repeated with each department coming up. I mean, we're all experiencing the same increase. I couldn't believe how much the apparatus, when I retired from City of Concord 13 years ago, fire engines, really, really good fire engines, were very expensive at $450,000. Now that same unit's 1.2, 1.3 million.
It's doubled in 5 years, close to it.
Do you guys have any questions regarding this? Okay.
Thank you so much
All
for
right.
your time.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
everyone.
Y'all have a good night.
All right. Next, we'll have Flow Store. Chief Evan Parker's here from Flow Store Fire Department. They are requesting a 2 cent increase from 10 cent per 100 to 12 cent per 100. And I'll let him explain his request. Just click probably 2 or 3. It'll take you to your slide.
All right.
There you go.
Good evening. Like you said, I'm Evan Parker. I'm the new fire chief at Flow Store. I took over last year. So I look forward to meeting with y'all and gaining that relationship and everything with y'all in the future. You'll be happy to know I have a short presentation. So it's right down to the thing. So we're going to get right into it. There's no fluff. You've already heard all the things that these folks have said. It all relates directly to me. You don't need to hear it again. And I also don't take these things lightly of asking for a tax increase. I'm standing in front of you to ask my own taxes increased because I live in the district. So that's kind of a rare thing, so I don't take it lightly. This is kind of something that is needed. Quick overview of Flow Store Fire Department. We have 3 engines. Our newest is being engine 2. It's a 2009. Our tanker is a 2017. A lot of departments have spoke about being a regional asset, which is exactly what that truck is. That truck has been on all kinds of calls for service recently, assisting all different departments around us, including Harrisburg and Midland, all of us around where that truck is called upon frequently for its service. We've got a squad truck, a ladder truck, and a brush truck. Currently, we got 47 members. Our part-time staffing model looks, we got 2 people 24 and a third position during the day, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The third position was added several years ago as a step towards having 3 personnel 24/7, like most of the departments I've already spoke. The daytime position, we didn't have the money at the time to do 24, so we went with the most cost of service, which was the daytime. For so far this year, it's been 60, a little over 60%. Third person allows for more effective and safer operations, and we'd like to maintain the staffing level. That's the main reason for asking for the taxing increase. We continue to bring in new firefighters and train our current members to become more effective and valuable to our community. This has led to an increasing ability for us to staff our part-time positions, which directly correlates to an increase in our payroll liability. Currently, we are scheduled to exceed our budgeted payroll amount by $61,000, which is about 15%. The reason that has happened is that third position was not necessarily fully funded. We were using funds from positions that went vacant to cover that when it was filled. But now that we have more people and we're paying our people more to be better, we have now a higher payroll liability. We have an aging fleet of apparatus. You saw our newest engine that we're running first out is a 2009. They require heavy maintenance to keep them in top shape. Although their age is significant, they are in good shape, and they have relatively low miles because we don't run the calls that other departments do. We're only about 400 or 500 calls per year. However, we have been exceeding our budget for maintenance. We've had some heavy hitters this year, some big things, computers and trucks and turbos and things like that. Currently, we're about 50% over budget on our truck maintenance. We currently believe that keeping our current fleet in operation is the most economical choice for our tax base, because like the others have said, the trucks are outrageous in their price, and we're looking at over $1 million that our current tax base just can't support. We took some heavy hits in our tax district from redistricting several years ago. Some of y'all are probably aware of that. We lost some significant area to Midland and Harrisburg, so our tax base has shrunk significantly. Like I said, we're requesting a 2-cent increase. That would be about $88,000. Funds will be used to sustain our current operation at Flow Store as described in the previous slides. And if there's any funds that go that are not used, we're going to put that towards a new truck, which is going to be coming in the future. We're going to have to start looking at that somehow, some way. And something I want to throw in there about the reevaluation funds that were granted last year. We just utilized those funds to offset the hit that we took from losing the other tax district. So realistically, I'm not asking for anything new. I'm just asking to keep Flow Store doing what Flow Store is doing. And if we can't do that, then we're going to have to look at options of reducing staffing and everything else, and that's the opposite of what I want to do. I would like to increase staffing just like anybody else, but for right now, I'd like to keep what we're doing, and that's my request.
Any questions?
Can you take a minute to explain to people who might be watching the importance of a tanker, the importance of like a tanker shuttle, drop tanks, like that is a very important aspect to have, and it's used in a lot of ways. A lot of people won't understand how important that is. So
Absolutely, yeah. So a tanker in the fire service is a truck dedicated specifically to moving water in an area that doesn't have fire hydrants. Which the majority of Flow Store Fire District itself does not have fire hydrants. I think we only have like 20 in our entire area. But in areas that do not have fire hydrants, we have to move water by wheel. And utilizing very specific, purpose-built vehicles for that is the best way to do it. And ours is one of the, no, I don't want to say the best, but it works well, and it, Flow Store Fire Department works very hard to be proficient in water haul, and we have those water haul certifications for ISO reasons. We're a 3 all the way across our district because of that water haul certification.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. All right, thank you so
Thank you very
much.
Last but not least is Odell. So Chief Jeremy Burris and Board Member Dan Brown are here to speak to their request. They are requesting a 2.01 cent increase. So I will make the point that they are the only department in the reval year that chose to stay revenue neutral. So they did not have any increase during the reval year. So their revenue neutral number was a little bit of an oddball. It was the 0.59 cents. So to keep that up just to an even 8 cent, they're going up 2.01 cent. Or that's the request. So I'll let them do their presentation, and their clicker there, if you just hit it a couple times, the arrow button there. Very good.
All right. Thank y'all. We'll try to keep it brief. I know a lot of stuff's been covered, and I think I understand that we're one of the last people keeping y'all from getting out of here. So, but a lot of it is going to be repeat. So I know we have some new faces since the last time that we made a presentation to the board. So a brief overview. We serve the northwestern corner of Cabarrus County, bordering the Mecklenburg County line and the Rowan-Iredell County lines to the north. So basically our district stretches from within less than a mile from Concord Mills Mall all the way up to the northwestern corner near the Iredell County line. So we've approximately 24 square miles. So as you can imagine, pretty diverse area going from around Concord Mills to, and we don't have Concord Mills, but just that general area, all the way up to the northwestern corner there by the Rowan Iredell County lines, you know, so we've got a diverse area. We're currently a 4.9 East. We're split on ISO rating, and that's mainly due to we have some area just by road miles that are over 6 miles. So due to distance, that's where that 9 comes in for those properties. So we operate out of 2 fire stations, one being on 73 Davison Highway, right by Odell Elementary School, and the other's on Shiloh Church Road. So the second station was added in 2010, and that was just to help with the ISO rating, mainly to help cover some of that distance to our northernmost areas. We currently have 64 members, 58 certified. We've got 2 junior firefighters. We do support a junior firefighter program, try to get people in early, our young members, and get them interested in the fire service, and we feel like that's important. So we have automatic aid agreements in place with our neighboring cities and towns. Mainly the 2 people we run with are the City of Concord, City of Kannapolis. Those are our closest bordering stations. We also have agreements in place with the town of Davidson and the town of Huntersville. And then to our northern areas, we run with Rowan County Departments and South Iredell and Iredell County. We're kind of unique in that we don't run with any other county department just due to our geographical location. So we do contract with the City of Kannapolis for their western growth area, which is basically anything west of the Coal Creek Reservoir. So that's been in place since 2011. And we use AVL, which is closest unit dispatch with Concord and Kannapolis. So basically, if we have area that a Concord unit's closer to, they'll automatically be dispatched, and vice versa as well. If we're closer to some Concord area or Kannapolis area, then whoever's closest we'll go. We have a good working relationship with both those departments. We work day in, day out together, so that's just something we've done just to, obviously you want the closest unit that can get there the quickest going, so that's one thing that we've started doing in recent years, so. Calls for service, we average over 100 calls a month in 2025, 1,416 calls last year, so that's up 34% in the past 5 years. So outside of the few of the municipalities in the county, we have the highest call volume, of any department. And no surprise, call volume goes up. You're out the door, wear and tear on apparatus, fuel, generally you could expect costs to go up as well, so. We staff 6 personnel, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's obviously our largest annual expense. All our members must be fully certified, and they must pass medical physicals. We make and maintain NFPA 1582. And as you can see, like I said, 34% in call volume increase the past 5 years. And just as the other department said, that is also, means that we have a higher occurrence of duplication of calls. So as y'all can remember, or a few of y'all can remember, the last time we were in here was 23-24, and that was to up our staffing. Just for that reason, and that way we'd have 3 people, which is essentially the bare minimum for a working firefighting crew at each station. So that's our goal each day, is to have 3 people at each station. The population's growing. That's no surprise. It's estimated 25,000. That's including the areas that we service for Kannapolis, but approximately according to the census in 2024 is 25,000. That's our area and the area that we cover for Kannapolis. So our proposed rate, we'll get down to the fact of the matter. We're proposing going to 0.08. Our current rate is 0.059. As Chief Thompson said, that's due to our remaining revenue neutral in 2025. Prior to that, it was 8.5 cents. So last year, our board, we looked at our numbers, and we felt like we were able to maintain what we were doing at revenue neutral. So that's the direction we went. This year, we have several CIPs upcoming and several expenses that we need to cover, and so that's one reason that we're requesting the increase. So we have a new pumper on order. Its estimated delivery is October, November this year, excuse me. So that expense is covered. What we're looking for is the loose equipment complement. So one thing several of the other departments have hit on is cost for the apparatus. Well, you also have to equip the apparatus. So, or you keep, your old equipment and put it on a brand new truck. So generally when we get a new truck, we like to buy all new equipment so everything's, good to go. You don't have to worry about it for the life of the apparatus. So you're looking roughly $75,000 to $100,000 on top of that cost to equip the truck once you get it. So, and you have some NFPA requirements on a lot of those items too. So it's not just like we just always just want to buy a brand new, but a lot of the stuff, is, NFPA recommendations, you have 10, 15-year service lives, as you see on the next bullet point. But the current unit that we are replacing with the new truck is, has, reached its end of service life, or it's nearing its end of service life is the way that I should have worded that. But we look more at the hours and the mileage than based on years. Being a busier department, the trucks are going out the door more, they're getting more wear and tear. So, you could expect them to wear out quicker. So we try to base our, we try to base our replacement plan off of hours and mileage, and also, of course, maintenance repairs. So the current unit, I think we spent last year close to $100,000 on that truck to keep it in service. So That's one reason we decided to go ahead and advance the replacement plan for that truck. Another big expenditure or CIP is SCBA replacement. So they're approaching their end of service life. They've got a 15-year recommended replacement cycle by NFPA. And that standard 1850 has just recently been updated. Our current SCBA do not meet that standard. They would have to be brought up to that standard if we wanted to keep them. The recommended lifespan is 15 years. You're looking at a potential cost on that of around, estimating, because we haven't, we're not to the process yet of getting quotes or anything, but you're looking at approximately $225,000 for us to replace all those units. So between those two, you're looking $350,000 to $400,000. A couple other things that we need to hit on this year were some building repairs. Station 22, which is our station on Davison Highway on 73. That's our original station. It was built in 1962. We did have an addition in 2002, but we've got an aging HVAC, and it needs to be replaced. Also, the generator, our standby generator. So, our buildings, we have standby generators in case, power out and things of that nature. We still need to be able to open the doors, get out, our alerting system work, all those things. So currently, every time we have a storm, usually myself or somebody else is working on the generator to make sure it's good to go before we lose power. So those are two of our goals to replace that. Both those things combined, you're looking between $50,000, $60,000. So here's the bulk of it. Our amount needed to request those funds, a rough estimation is $367,000. That increase to .08 would generate us a net of $404,000. So that proposed rate increase would allow us to maintain our current goals that we're already doing and also fund these upcoming capital purchase needs that we need to purchase. That .08 would still keep us among, the lowest, one of the lowest rates in the county, which has been a goal of our board as long as I've been a member of the fire department. They take, fiscal responsibility very serious, and they've set us up in a really good financial position. But just like the other departments have echoed, it's, cost is just outpacing, revenue. So no surprise to you all. The impact, that's the difference in a $400,000 home. You're looking around $85 more per year than what we're currently paying. So 23 cents per day. And you can see those costs there. So, but just as a conclusion, we're asking for the increase to meet those capital needs to help us fund those. We did stay revenue neutral last year, which allowed us to still maintain our goals, but with these needed capital expenses, it's going to put us in the red. So, echoing what everybody else said, once again, as call demand goes up and inflation goes up, we're just trying to, keep up with that pace, unfortunately, and we don't take it lightly. As Chief Parker said, I'm a taxpayer, and I know you all are in similar situations, so we don't take it lightly. We know it's, can be a touchy situation, but we feel it's needed for us to be able to maintain our goals and purchase those capital items that are needed.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Can I add something?
Yes, sir.
My name is Danny Brown. I've been on the board for over 25 years. I still remember when we had turkey shoots to make money for the fire department. I've been on there that long, and most of the people on our board have been there for 20 years plus, and most of them are Odell born and raised residents. We try to be very frugal with our money, but we like our department to have good equipment and safe equipment. But we try to watch our money very, very close.
Well, we thank
Thank
you
you.
for all of your service for all of those years.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you guys are at .59, .059, and you're asking for, yeah, you're like the cheapest one so far, so.
We try
You didn't have
real
to
hard.
sell, you didn't really have to
We
sell
try
it,
real
but
hard.
Yes, you guys do work hard. Commissioner Pittman?
Madam Chair, I'm a little confused on page 373, proposed tax rate. They're asking for 8 cents even, and they're showing the current rate is 5.9 cents. And it says the 2024 tax rate was 8.5 cents. So they went down 2 point.
Revenue neutral.
Okay.
For reevaluation year, we remained revenue neutral, which lowered our rate from
Okay.
.085
Okay,
to
all right.
.059.
I got you now. It was like you were going down, last year 2.1 cent, and then you want to come back up less than 8.5. So it's a little confusing looking at it, that's all, okay. But I remember having to do fundraisers when I was on the fire department in Monroe too, volunteer fireman. So I was a little surprised that volunteer departments were getting any money from the county.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ooh, last but not least, moving to the landfill. Thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Thank you for having me. And I
Appreciate
guess
it.
I better move quick from the looks I got behind me, so.
Everybody's starting to get antsy, I think, a little
Yes.
bit.
So do I? So thank you for having me and appreciate your time and respect your time. Just want to talk about real quick about our landfill and the landfills in the region. So just briefly about our landfill, which is on Irish Potato Road. We are a construction and demolition landfill, meaning that when you tear down a building, sheds, things like that, shingles, sheetrock, that goes into our landfill. We're different than what they call an MSW landfill, which is your basic kitchen waste and stuff like that. That goes down to the Speedway landfill, and we'll talk about them in just a second. So just as well, for our landfill, we operate under the enterprise fund, so we do not use taxpayer dollars for operating the facility. We are totally fee-based. I think a couple months ago, you approved the expansion for Phase 5. We're moving along pretty well with this. About a couple days ago, I would have said we were 2 weeks away from being completed, but the last 2 days of rain made that big hole look like a swimming pool. So we still look like we're going to get done by March 31st. We was hoping to get done a little faster. Once we get done with that, they'll be doing all the finished surveys, all the engineering work. We'll submit a quality construction report to the state. They look at it, hopefully within a month, sign off on it, and we can start placing waste in the new expansion area, which hopefully will give us another 4 to 5 years of airspace based on what type of tonnage we get coming into the facility. We do have room for another expansion, which would be actually a little slightly larger than this one. A little more difficult to do just because of the topography that's involved, but that's something probably within the next year we'll start to look at it. In fact, in this year's budget, I've got a study that I want somebody to do for us to look at future uses for the landfill, whether it be further expansions for construction and demolition, whether it be for if we do a land clearing landfill, whether we do a transfer station, something like that. But we're starting to get near the end of the life of that facility in terms of receiving construction and demolition to place it in the landfill, that we need to start looking at something else. So So that's hopefully with the approval of that budget, we'll get moving on that one. And I'm going to jump to the third slide real quick here because it makes a little more sense. So with this upcoming budget, I am proposing an increase for the disposal of C&D at the facility from $54 to $64 per ton. But that would only affect the large customers that are coming in that have 1 ton or more, which represents about 44% of the traffic coming through that facility. The other parts is going to be the smaller ones, which is small loads, what I'm showing here, which is, will go from $13 to $15 if you've got up to 500 pounds. We'll go from $25 to $27 if you're in that 500 to 1,000 pounds, and then $64 if you're 1,000 to a ton. Hopefully what that does is for the residents that if you're tearing down a shed or something in your backyard, a deck or something like that, we're keeping those fees as low as possible. Like I said, the larger fee represents about 44% of the traffic, but it actually represents about 80% of the total tonnage coming into our facility. Couple reasons for asking for this fee increase. We've got some groundwater remediation, I want to call it more of a treatment process. We've got this thing called PFAS that's coming up that some folks might have heard of. It's basically what they call forever chemicals. I don't want to pronounce what the actual name is for that because I'll butcher it totally. But it's chemicals that goes back to the 40s. You're looking at stuff that's resistant to heat and oil. So it's like Teflon, it's like Scotch Guard that you would spray on your shoes, things like that, that they're starting to find that's staying in your water and it's just not going away. So NCDEQ decided to start investigating all the landfills. So we've done a lot of groundwater samples. We do have it at our landfill in the groundwater. We have not received a letter yet in terms of having to do some action. I've been told that letter should come to us by about March or maybe in the fall. So in a couple years, we'll have to be starting to, when we get the letter, we'll have to propose a plan of how we're going to treat all this stuff. And then probably in a couple of years, we'll actually act on it. So our landfill balance, we're pretty healthy, but I just want to make sure with this extra fees that we continue to stay healthy because we also have, as we get close to closure, we got to look into closing the facility or closing the cell where the landfill, where the trash is at. So that gets pretty hefty. Plus, we do have some heavy equipment that we might need to replace here in the future. Now, typically, we look at just purchasing used equipment. We don't buy new. The only thing that we've had new in my 18 years here was the compactor that we bought 2 years ago, and that was about $1 million. And I don't think I want to have a backup and paying another $1 million for that. So we're actually looking into gov deals and other places like that, looking for something used that we can have as a backup just in case. The other thing for the tip fee increase is we have a private construction and demolition landfill in the county. It's down in Harrisburg. It's Greenway Waste Solutions. And every time I turn around, they keep raising the fees on me. So every time, and I want to keep close to them. I don't want to be ahead of them, but I just want to stay in shouting distance. And when we increased our tip fees last year, I thought we were close, and I turned around and we were about $15 behind them. So currently, their fees are $62 a ton plus a 10% fuel surcharge. So if you just factor, if you had 1 ton, that puts you almost at $70 a ton. So our fee increase will get us within shouting distance to them, but that's not to say that they won't turn around, say, in June and increase their fees as well. So, but I think this fee increase will be fair, and like I said, it affects mainly the large customers. It won't affect a lot of our residents that have stuff they need to bring up to us. The other thing that this also supports is the front end of our facility. So facility on Irish Potato Road, the landfill, what I call the back part of the facility. The front part is where we've got a residential waste convenience center where folks bring their waste to us and their recycling as well. We had about 28,000 vehicles pull through last year that dropped off about 2,000 tons of residential waste that we haul down to the Speedway. We also take items such as used TVs, electronics, scrap tires, appliances, yard waste, and just regular recycling. So, so that's just a quick look there. And then to look at just in the region. So this is something that's coming up not only in our region, but in the state that, you know, as the population increases, the landfill space decreases fairly rapidly. And this is happening statewide. And all of our waste, as I mentioned before, goes down to the Charlotte Motor Speedway landfill, which is that big mountain that you see behind the racetrack. They've got roughly, with the current airspace they have now, is about 5 years. They do have an expansion plan submitted to the state that hopefully is going to get approved here shortly. Now, that expansion would actually go towards the racetrack itself. It wouldn't spread out towards the residents that are surrounding the landfill right there. So that would, you know, increase some life for them as well. I just talked to our folks down in Mecklenburg. They're concerned about it. They've got a contract to bring their waste to the Speedway landfill that runs out in 2028. And just to give an idea, half of the waste that goes into that facility comes from Charlotte and Mecklenburg. They've told Mecklenburg that they'll give them an extra 3 years contract. So they're actually looking to take their waste somewhere else, which would cause them to have to build transfer stations, which they've already started to build one. They told me they would need 3. If they did move away from us, that would actually help us and increase the life of that facility. But the scary part would be is the tip fees would probably go up dramatically. So just want to give a quick heads up there. So the whole thing about transfer stations, that could be something that we might have to start looking at. So I have actually started talking to, like, say, Concord and Kannapolis about the possibility of doing some joint partnerships. There's also a possibility that we could partner up with Charlotte and Mecklenburg for this as well. There's also the outside chance that Republic Services will build a transfer station at the Speedway that we could actually utilize. Forgot to bring up the fact that we do have a current franchise agreement with Republic Services that guarantees us airspace at the landfill. That current agreement runs out the end of 27. We do have one more 5-year term that would give us an extra 5 years. So regardless of where or what happens to that landfill, we would have guaranteed airspace somewhere. And so just so you know, the Republic Services also owns a landfill up in Uwharrie. So that's fairly close by. The other one that we would have to start to look into possibly with Anson County. Rowan County's got one. I don't know if they would allow us to start bringing our waste up to them, but that's something to look into. But just want to give you all just kind of a heads up that this is something that's going to be coming up in the future, and it's affecting not only us, but basically everybody in the state. So unless they come up with some idea or start building some more landfills in the region, but most folks don't want a landfill in your backyard, and there's always a lot of environmental issues that you got to deal with. So I understand Wake County's looking into a landfill right now, so we'll kind of see how that goes. But like I said, just wanted to do something really quick, kind of give you a heads up on what we're up to, and then just basically what's going on with the region. So with that, do you have any questions?
Commissioner Patrick?
So on these bigger, long-term items, you're not gonna be able to cover that with fees.
With,
Right.
what's that, sir?
With fees.
Oh, well, our landfill balance, if you look at it, we do have a pretty good, healthy balance. So
do?
part of that's gonna be we do have money set aside for closure and what they call post-closure, which is once we close that facility up, the state mandates that we maintain that facility for 30 years after we close, which means just basic housekeeping and then doing groundwater and methane gas monitoring. So we do have money set aside for that. So we are in relatively good shape. I just want to make sure that we get that little extra cushion for some of this extra equipment. And then that whole groundwater thing kind of scares me because I don't know what that number's going to be. So, but we are, like I said, knock on wood, we're fairly healthy. I just want to make sure we continue to stay fairly healthy.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Landfill over near Speedway, close to Zen Ross. Somebody told me that up the hill from my house, there's a sign back in the woods that says it's the highest point in Cabarrus County. I said, before they built that landfill.
Yes, yes.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much.
Fee increases on this?
We're
with
good.
you?
Consensus on the,
Okay. All right, I'm gonna bring Rosh up and try to land this really quick, because I know we're all really tired at this point. He's got his little spreadsheet where we're working on pluses and minuses, so just want to get some clarity on a couple of issues.
Yes, and he's gonna
Or
bring it
if
up
you're not
again.
ready to get clarity on those issues, let us know that. So as we have sat here today, I've gotten a couple of messages about the insurance, so, first thing, you chose the transition to Blue Cross Blue Shield, maintaining 2 plans with the pharmacy carve-out, which is 1.6 million.
That's correct. So what we've done is, this is where we left off yesterday, 342, and then we had the options available, closing the gap options. So what we've done since we've selected it in insurance is adjusted it. What was built into that 357 number, or the previous number, was a $2.5 million placeholder. So we've adjusted that in talking with Jim, our finance director. There was, we're not gonna get the full savings there because there's some costs related to the
Other stuff.
employee health center and all that. So the net result is gonna be a $700,000 adjustment. And so the bottom line now is we're showing a surplus of 357, 257 is where we've landed right now with all the items, not counting any of the closing the gap items.
Okay.
Yesterday, we were at a deficit of 342, and now we're at a positive 357.
Okay. So with that, are you prepared to declare one way or another on the items up on the board currently? Well, I know you're not on the attorney, we got more, and you said yes on the medical services. So I guess it's the other two. Are we ready to say one way or another, just so we can start balancing from there? The
Longevity.
Longevity and the employee contribution on the insurance.
I don't want to touch the longevity and with that surplus, I don't want to use the 650 to have to pay for it. So it's just my thoughts on how to, that's where I stand on it. That's sure I'm ready to make a determination on any of it at all. I mean, it's what, 0.5% budget we're looking at?
Yeah, so we're looking at the million and yeah.
and I think, I mean,
On, sorry.
I mean, if we don't feel comfortable at this point with choosing from these options, or if there's other options that we want to come up with, I mean, I don't feel like we should have to be pigeonholed to make a
No,
decision
I'm not saying you have
tonight,
to.
right?
I'm
Like,
trying to ascertain what you're ready to make a decision on, so we kind of know what we're working with, that's all.
Yeah,
So if you're not ready, that's fine.
yeah, I think, I
I need
mean,
to talk about insurance and the attorney thing. I'm leaning towards a no on the longevity pay,
yeah,
getting rid of it. I mean,
Okay.
I think that, I gave you the sheet last night.
Yes.
It had an X or red.
yeah,
X on
it did.
But really, I think it takes in, I need to see kind of the thing, the whole thing.
Yes.
Kind of packaged first time and say,
Okay.
all right, now where are we sitting and what's this going to look like?
Okay, that's fine.
I think we've done some good work today.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of you, really.
One quick other one that's not shown up there was the CHA expansion. Are you interested in that or not?
So when, for the 2 positions?
Yeah.
I mean, so when I talked to Erin about this a few weeks ago, because her and I had a conversation already about the CHA budget, just so that she could kind of give me an idea of what they were looking for, she really felt like we probably wouldn't be able to do that for them this year. It's certainly up to you guys, but she wanted to kind of put it on our radar, because as we do grow, with these restaurants coming in, they are going to need additional folks to go out there and, do what they do to make sure that it's healthy and safe. So,
That's fine, I just wanted to make
yeah,
sure.
I mean,
that's
if
where-
y'all are good with that, obviously it's not my decision, but I did just kind of prompt her that we probably, of course, we were in the negative then, and now we're a wee bit in the positive, so that's
Not enough.
not enough. That's right.
Well, and keep in mind, we'll still be meeting with the departments over the next month. You know, is it gonna generate millions? No.
Come on, Kelly.
Well, I'll do
Work
my
it
best to
out.
shake them down.
Work it out.
All right. The only other thing, did I get all the items?
I think so.
Okay. The only other thing, this is just informational from this morning. One of the things that the schools didn't mention on what drove some of the need for construction was HB 13 in 2016. It was implemented in 2018, and that was a decrease in K through 3 classroom size. And so, just by virtue of the change in the law, we needed more school space to be able to accommodate that.
I voted
And
no on
funding
that one.
came with it, I'm sure.
No, nothing came with it.
I
Yeah,
voted
you
no
know
on
the
that
theme now. So, but that's all I have unless there's something else that the board has.
Stuff you just had up there, we're not quite ready to decide. Would that be appropriate to add to the closed session Monday night, or we just need to do it at another meeting sometime?
Public stuff.
I mean, I think it would be public. I don't think that that
Okay.
would be appropriate for closed session.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you.
But I do think if we can, take some time to kind of mull it over maybe.
Yeah, that's
A little
fine. Just kind of give me an idea when you what you want to add it to.
Okay.
So that I can
Probably
make
a
sure.
work session.
Okay, so maybe the April work session.
And if we need it before, oh gosh, I was about to say if we need it before, then just do it in March. But hey, that's
It is March.
Monday.
Yeah.
So never mind. It's tomorrow.
Yeah. So, all right, well, is there anything else?
No? All right,
All
I'll take a
right, thanks,
motion to
everybody.
adjourn. Do we need to do that? I'll just adjourn
Do
this
it.
bad boy. All right, let's go.